Chapter 56, The First Place. The whole place fell quiet. Everybody had been chit-chatting heatedly, but they were all rendered silent by the score. The teachers and the staff were dumbfounded, and so was the villager leader, the headmaster, and Wang Jai. Only Tang Ji was smiling. Han Fei scratched his head. The situation was getting awkward. It's impossible, he cheated. Hu Kun grew excited. He was truly shocked by the number, which was 10 times higher than his. The only possibility he could think of was that Han Fei cheated. How else could he have acquired such a high score? Squinting, Han Fei looked at him and said, "Young man, you are responsible for what you're saying." The village leader stood out and said, "Young man, what proof do you have to accuse Han Fei of cheating?" Of course, Hu Kun had no proof, but he suddenly had an idea. It must be Tang Ji. Han Fei and Tang Ji are good brothers. Tang Ji must have given his points to Han Fei. Why else could he have acquired such a high score? Humph! Tang Ji stood out and said, "Hu Kun, stop slandering. I did not give Han Fei a single point. He won his points on his own." Hu Kun said excitedly, "You're lying. He was only a level 2 fisher 2 months ago, but after a month, he got more than 10,000 points in the fishing trial. Can you believe that?" The village leader and other people looked at Han Fei, wondering if he was a level 2 fisher a month ago. He certainly did not look like one right now. Han Fei was not bothered. Hu Kun, everybody has their own lucky moments. Shouldn't I have mine after all the life and death experiences? You, on the other hand, can't make it to the top 10 anyway with your 1,000 points. So why are you attacking me? Is it because you are jealous of me? Some parents shouted, "Young man, tell us how you got the points." That's right. It's not a problem to explain the source of the points, is it? How many people did you rob to get so many points? Many people were shouting. Some were truly interested, and some were merely enjoying the drama. The village leader scolded, "Silence, the calculation is not over yet." Finally, when the noises died down, the village leader looked at Han Fei and hesitated. "Han Fei, you can talk about it if you want. I guarantee that nobody will ask for your trouble." Han Fei asked, "Village leader, can I hold you to your word?" The village leader said, "Of course, just spill it out. Nobody will ask for your trouble." Han Fei said, "This is what happened. I was not interested in robbery at all, but many people came to rob me, including Li Hu, Zia Wushuang, and other students that I did not know. So I robbed them instead." Han Fei finally bared his fangs at this moment. The heavenly talents in the village were nothing at all for the big shots. How could he rise to higher places if he couldn't compare to the heavenly talents? So he thought it was time for him to reveal his abilities. "What, you robbed Li Hu?" "Huh, I saw Zia Wushuang return after being wounded. Was he robbed by Han Fei?" "That's impossible. Li Hu is a level 8 fisher. Zia Wushuang's spiritual heritage is level 4, low quality. Could Han Fei defeat him?" People whispered to each other, unconvinced. Hu Kun scolded, "That's poppycock. Li Hu and Zia Wushuang are both level 8 fishers. How could you have robbed them of their boats?" Han Fei looked at him pitifully. "Is it a surprise? Because they couldn't defeat me. Do you want them to speak for themselves?" It was a pity that neither Li Hu nor Zia Wushuang could stand up right now. Li Ju was clenching his fists among the parents. He could not burst into fury, although his son had almost been crippled. He even needed to thank his enemy for not killing his son. Zia Wushuang was also a proud man. His spiritual heritage was only second to Tang Ji's in Heavenly Water Village, and he was supposed to be the strongest other than Tang Ji, but he was defeated by a Mr. Nobody. Why would he embarrass himself by explaining the details to the public? Looking at the staff, Han Fei said, "Is my score certain now?" The staff looked at the village leader and nodded. Han Fei's total score is 13,208 points. Whoever is not convinced is free to check it later, but you must not hinder the following calculations. However, Han Fei did not leave immediately. He asked the staff in a low voice, "I wonder if I could take those fish away." After a brief pause, the staff said, "We provide delivery service. I don't think it's easy to take dozens of boats away." Han Fei said, "It's very easy. I'll take them back on my own." The calculation continued. It was finished before nightfall. Standing on a floating boat, the villager leader announced with a list in his hand. "The first place is Han Fei. Total score, 13,208 points. The second place is Tang Ji. Total score, 5882 points. The third place is Wang Beiyu. total score 4982 points. The fourth place is Xiangnan, total score 4356 points. The seventh place is He Zhaoyu, total score 3012 points. The 10th place is Chen Qing, total score 2222 points. The results after the 10th place plummeted. Eventually, Hu Kun was the 86th place. It was not a bad result, but it was not nearly as good as the top 10 places. According to the final result, the score of the 1000th place was 496 points. Some were delighted and some were upset. While the top 1000 were happy, they were touched by what the villager leader said next. Dear students, I believe that you have recognized the cruelty of the fishing trial, which is a reflection of reality. In the level 1 and level 2 fisheries, such things happen on a daily basis. Many students and parents fell silent. In fact, some of the parents had been silent since the beginning because they didn't find their children. The village leader continued, "Do you know the casualties of this fishing trial? According to the inspectors, 13,564 students took part in the fishing trial, but only 10,321 returned. 20% of them are buried in this ocean." Everybody was touched, including Han Fei himself. He knew that there were casualties because many boats he looted were empty in the first place. Many students who were in alliances attacked each other. That was the biggest cause of casualties. The village leader said emotionally, "The reality is cruel. Only 2982 boats were able to finish the fishing trial. 5,000 people were injured in the trial, some permanently. I'm telling you this not to intimidate you, but to inform you that in order not to perish in this man-eating ocean, you have to work extra hard. There is always hope as long as you are alive." Han Fei fell silent after hearing the statistics. This was only a fishing trial of the village. What about the town and the city? For the first time, he recognized the cruelty of this world, the cruelty of cultivation. To become a hidden fisher as good as Fang Zi, how many bones must one step on? Han Fei looked at the parents at the periphery. Nobody smiled anymore. Some were weeping and some were comforting them. Han Fei took a deep breath. He had to compete with people and with fate. Chapter 57, Toss the Fish for Fun. The first thing that Han Fei did after he returned to the floating island was to ask Li Gang to make barbecue. At night, hundreds of people were gathered around the barbecue stand in the market. Li Gang was sweating hard as he roasted the food. He shouted, "Don't be hasty. There will be a half price in our shop in the next 3 days. You can come whenever you want." Li Gang was too busy to even drink any water, but he was delighted. He was hated when he collected protection fees for the tigers before. But right now, his barbecue was in such high demand that people were voluntarily throwing their money at him. Li Gang and his girlfriend were busy in the market, and Han Fei, Tang Ji, and He Zhaoyu were enjoying barbecue in Han Fei's home. They were having a headache over how to deal with the fish they caught. He Zhaoyu's 3 boats had been taken away by He Mingtang. After Han Fei sorted out the boats he still had 15 full boats. Even though he had given Li Gang 3, he still had 12 full boats that he had no place to put away. Enjoying the garlic lobsters in his hand, Tang Ji remarked, "Delicious. This is delicious. We should make all fish into barbecue. We'll make a lot of money." Han Fei said, "They are too many. We have hundreds of thousands of kilograms of fish." He Zhaoyu said, "Considering the weather right now, the fish will die and go bad within 1 week." Tang Ji proposed, "Should we sell them?" Thinking for a long time, Han Fei said, "They were taken from the ocean, so they should be returned to the ocean. Why don't we throw them back into the ocean?" "Throw them back." Tang Ji and He Zhaoyu looked at Han Fei as if he were an idiot. Had he forgotten the bitter days of the past so quickly? Han Fei said, "Our barbecue stand can use up 2 boats of fish by tomorrow night at best. The rest will be wasted." Noticing their disdain, Han Fei immediately said, "You do not understand it. We have been absorbing resources from the ocean all the time. Now that the resources are excessive, we'd better throw them back into the ocean instead of letting them rot, right?" Tang Ji scratched his head. "Then, why did you take those fish back? You could have sold them at the port." Han Fei had a bite of the lobster and said, "They were too lonely in the ocean. I took them to the sky for a ride." Tang Ji, "Unknown." He Zhaoyu, "Unknown." Then, ignoring them, Han Fei jumped onto a boat. He had rented all the boats from the port, and they were tied somewhere near his home right now. He Zhaoyu nudged Tang Ji and said, Did you notice that, although he is growing strong very fast, his brain sometimes malfunctions? Tangji said unhappily, "What are you talking about? How could he have won the favor of a venerable if something is wrong with his brain?" He Xiaoyu said, "I feel that he changed after he was pulled out of the water last time." Tangji was deep in thought. Was this Han Fei's real nature? Then, He Xiaoyu hesitated. "Do you think it's possible that a fish turned into He Xiaoyu? It's said that there are fish who can turn into humans in lands unknown." Tangji scorned and looked at He Xiaoyu speechlessly. "I think my brother is fine. You, on the other hand, need to check your brain." At this moment, Han Fei had started throwing the fish. He smiled happily every time he threw a fish down. Tangji and He Xiaoyu were both dazed. He Xiaoyu said, "I'll help you." "Stay there," Han Fei scolded He Xiaoyu, who was going to jump off. "Girls shouldn't do the hard work. Sit there and enjoy the barbecue." Tangji smiled and said, "Let me help you." "You stay there too." Tangji. "Unknown?" Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "Fine, it's not an urgent task to throw the fish. I'll teach you the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning first." He Xiaoyu pouted her lips and said, "Okay, I'll go back." Han Fei asked, "Why are you going back? You can learn it together." "Huh." Han Fei looked at Han Fei in shock. "Really? I can learn it too?" Han Fei waved his hand and said generously, "I don't have many friends. How can I forget you?" Han Fei, who climbed up the cliff, mumbled to himself, "I won't tell you that I'm only teaching you because I don't want you to throw my fish." He Xiaoyu was quite excited. According to Fang Zi, it was a top battle technique of the legendary venerables. She didn't know what venerables were, but they had to be strong. Tangji was the same. He thought that Han Fei could barely pass the fishing trial, but right now, Han Fei was already able to teach him a battle technique. Han Fei said, "Stand there and imitate me, try to be exactly the same." Tangji said, "Okay." He Xiaoyu said, "Not a problem." The first movement was to bend back and reach one hand to the ground and the other to the feet. Han Fei completed it easily. Tangji blushed as the movement was difficult. He Xiaoyu, on the other hand, fell on the ground. Han Fei said, "He Xiaoyu, are you capable of this or not? Girls are supposed to be more pliable than guys. How did you fall?" He Xiaoyu, "It's so difficult," Han Fei asked. "Do you want to learn it or not?" He Xiaoyu nodded quickly. "I do." 1, 2, 3. Han Fei taught 18 movements in a row. Both Tangji and He Xiaoyu were sweating hard by the 8th and almost collapsed after they were done. Han Fei was puzzled. It was difficult for him at the start, but he could complete 36 movements. Was their poor performance because of his bad teaching? Fang Zi observed everything from the sky. He nodded now and then. Every movement of the top battle technique required all the muscles on the human body. He wondered if he should study it too. "Forget it. It's fine for the juniors to learn it, but if I do?" Tangji and He Xiaoyu breathed so heavily as if they just came out of the ocean. As they continued, Tangji suddenly sensed something. "Huh, the capacity of my spiritual energy has increased." He Xiaoyu said, "Really? Ah, that's true." They were about to tell Han Fei the good news, but Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. They walked out of the room, only to see that Han Fei was throwing the fish and whistling in delight. Han Fei was angry to see them. "You stopped already? You can't stop until tomorrow morning." "Huh." He Xiaoyu was frightened. The world was falling apart for her after she finished the 18 movements. Did she have to repeat them until tomorrow morning? Tangji's lips also twitched. He wondered if he could make it. Suddenly, Han Fei patted his head and said, "Hey, I forgot that I still had some iron fish body polishing fluid. Take some of that, and you will feel nothing during cultivation. I cultivated myself for 3 days in a row back then." Tangji looked at Han Fei in shock. It was hard for him to finish the difficult movements once, and Han Fei did them for 3 days. Also, the whole set included 108 movements. Immediately, Tangji said, "He Xiaoyu, let's go and keep practicing." While Han Fei was throwing fish and Tangji and He Xiaoyu were cultivating, He Mingtang was angry on his way to Han Fei's home. "Yes, you helped my daughter in the fishing trial, but this doesn't mean that you can kidnap her. Look, she's not home yet even when it's so late." Before He Mingtang reached Han Fei's home, a person appeared in front of him and shocked him. He was dumbfounded after he recognized who the person was. "Master Angel." Fang Zi asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" He Mingteng replied in a hurry, Master Angel, I'm here for my daughter. Tomorrow will be the day of spirit awakening, but my daughter is not home yet, so I'm here to look for her. Fang Zi asked casually, Is your daughter He Xiaoyu? He Mingteng nodded. He Xiaoyu was indeed at Han Fei's place. Fang Zi waved his hand and said, Go back now. He Xiaoyu is lucky to have the chance to practice an ultimate technique. She'll join the awakening ritual on her own tomorrow. Huh, an ultimate technique? Right, of course. I'll take my leave. He Mingteng was shocked. The angel said that it was an ultimate technique. His daughter was truly good. His anger was gone, and he returned in delight. Chapter 58 Spirit Awakening Part I. Han Fei's arm was sore after throwing fish for a whole night, but he was delighted when he checked his data. Owner, Han Fei level, 7, Advanced Fisher, Spiritual Energy, 38,112, 279 Spiritual Heritage, Level 2, Low Quality Upgradable Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod Main Art, Void Fishing, Chapter 1. Hook Kiss, Mortal Level, Divine Quality. He spent tremendous spiritual energy in the fishing trial and had no more than 27,000 points left afterward. After one night, he had earned 10,000 back. It was not bad. The dawn would arrive in 2 hours. Han Fei wondered if he should improve his spiritual heritage. If the awakening ritual had something to do with one's potential, spiritual heritage would be very important. He knew Fang Zi must be around, but he was not certain that the man would discover it. Thinking for a moment, Han Fei thought that he could give it a try. He dared to do so because he thought that Fang Zi was not as prestigious as people believed. Heavenly Water Village was only a village, and there were towns and cities above it. If Fang Zi was here to host the awakening ritual, didn't it mean that all the other villages had similar experts as hosts? Even if Fang Zi noticed something wrong, he could still make up a story and fool him. There was Tang Ji after all. The other boy certainly couldn't hurt him. Thinking about that, Han Fei climbed the cliff, only to see that Fang Zi was enjoying barbecue and liquor on the roof of his house. When he saw Han Fei, he said casually, This food is not bad. I did not know that the lowliest spiritual fruits were so delicious. Also, how did you make this alcohol? Tell me the mechanism later. Han Fei scratched his head and dropped the idea of improving his spiritual heritage. How could he do that in front of Fang Zi without exposing the demon purification pot? He said in a hurry, If you like it, I'll give you the method to make the alcohol as well as barbecue. Fang Zi nodded. He waved his hand, and a piece of vintage jade appeared before Han Fei. Fang Zi said, I won't take advantage of you. I promised the top 3 of the fishing trial that I would give them spirit concentration, but since you were the first place and also offered the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning, I'll give you this spiritual book. It contains many ways of cultivation for a spirit concentrator. It depends on yourself how much you can learn. Han Fei was shocked. The spirit concentration art was changed into the ways of cultivation for a spirit concentrator. That's much better, Han Fei said. Thank you, Master Angel. Fang Zi stopped talking to Han Fei, and Han Fei came to Tang Ji and He Xiaoyu. They were not just sweating now, they were practically smoking. There was no telling what Fang Zi had given them. However, Han Fei speculated that they just took spiritual fruits, such as the crimson sea fruits, because he could smell the fragrance. Han Fei joined the cultivation, but he did not ask Fang Zi for a spiritual fruit. He thought a boat was already fair enough. The morning sun dyed the sky red. Every time he saw the view, Han Fei found the world wonderful and marvelous. Crack, He Xiaoyu, who was maintaining a weird posture, had tremendous unknown matter emerging from her body as if she had broken certain obstacles. Body cleansing? Han Fei recognized it quickly. The same thing happened to him when he upgraded his art, except that He Xiaoyu's effect was not as good as his, probably because she only took a spiritual fruit. I'm level 8 now. Bam. He Xiaoyu fell on the ground. She was too tired. Practicing the 18 movements was the most exhausting thing she'd done in her entire life. Tang Ji, on the other hand, did not rise until he finished the last movement. I feel good. Tang Ji grinned and said, I feel that my capacity for spiritual energy has increased by at least 30 points. This art is truly magnificent. Han Fei was shocked. How many? Tang Ji said, 30 points. Are you not the same? Han Fei was lost for words. He did not want to talk to Tang Ji. Was that the difference between a mortal and a genius? He only increased a dozen points after completing all the 108 movements. He Xiaoyu said enviously, "So many? Why do I feel that mine only increased by 10 points?" Han Fei said gloomily, "Mine was even fewer." "Ha ha ha." Fang Zi appeared and laughed. "That's the power of the spiritual heritage. Not bad. After learning the 108 movements, Tang Ji, you will be invincible in your level." "Ha ha ha." Fang Zi was obviously very delighted. Han Fei sensed that it was probably because he could mock those who sent him to this shabby place after he returned to the city. The most sacred place on the floating island was the center of it. Even the village leader was not qualified to live here. It was the first time that Han Fei had come to the center of Heavenly Water Village. There was a stone statue in this place. It was a woman who was raising a fishing pole high. Many offerings were laid before the statue. "Daughter?" He Mingtang was relieved to see He Xiaoyu come with Han Fei and Tang Ji. He observed He Xiaoyu and said in shock, "Daughter, you are a level 8 fisher now?" He Xiaoyu blushed. "Father, don't ask too much." He Mingtang said, "Right, of course. I won't ask. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell me anything." He Mingtang could barely stop grinning. It seemed that hanging around with Han Fei and his brother was not bad. He thought that the angel must have granted his daughter the ultimate technique because she was Tang Ji's friend. He Mingtang said, "All right, pay tribute to the sea god and join the team. You will be the first batch in the awakening ritual. Don't slack off." Han Fei was astounded. "Isn't the sea god a man?" He Mingtang's face darkened. "What are you talking about? Don't say such nonsense when you're paying tribute." Han Fei mumbled that the sea god in his place was a bearded man holding a trident that was much more impressive than a fishing pole. There were no rules concerning the tribute. Han Fei took out his fishing pole and prayed like He Xiaoyu and Tang Ji did. After paying tribute to the sea god, they entered the circle and stood behind the statue of the sea god. It was a pit with a coverage of 200 square meters. The bottom of the pit was flat, with many complicated patterns. It looked like a splendid swimming pool. Around the pool were rows of stairs that looked like the auditorium in a stadium. At this moment, all the stairs were seated. Many people had come for the annual gala. Some came with their kids, and some were here just for fun. Han Fei and his companions were brought to the behind of the statue, where there was a channel to the pool. Han Fei saw Wang Beiyu, Xiang Nan, Chen Qing, and a few other people that he did not recognize. They nodded at each other. After all, none of the top 10 would be ordinary in the future. They were the most distinguished young men on the floating island that harbored 600,000 people. Before the awakening ritual, people were crying the names of the top 10. Tang Ji, Tang Ji, Tang Ji. Wang Beiyu. Wang Beiyu, Wang Beiyu. Xiang Nan, Xiang Nan, Xiang Nan. The cheers echoed each louder than the last. Few people cheered for the dark horses like Han Fei because they just learned about him. But Tang Ji was different. Tang Ji was already a role model for He Xiaoyu. Even He Xiaoyu had some fans cheering for her. Tang Ji, Wang Beiyu, and Xiang Nan were names that were cheered most. Han Fei, the roar suddenly silenced the audience. Everybody looked at the person who cheered for Han Fei. Chapter 59, Spirit Awakening, Part II. Looking at the source of the cheer, everybody saw Zia Washuang, who should have been a top 10 but was now seated among the audience. Ignoring the others, he cheered for Han Fei again. It was quite a weird moment when Zia Washuang was the only one who cheered for Han Fei. "Good for you." Han Fei waved his hand at the auditorium and shouted back. Everybody. Unknown. He Xiaoyu, Wang Beiyu, and the rest of them were stunned next to Han Fei. Could it be more embarrassing? Zia Washuang clenched his fists. He knew that everybody underestimated Han Fei, whose power was much more terrifying than what a student who took part in the fishing trial should have. Han Fei said, "Look, there are always people whose eyes are keen." He Xiaoyu said, "Are there? Why is nobody cheering for me?" Han Fei said, "They're all planning to introduce their sons to you. Cheering for you now will make them an enemy for everybody else." He Xiaoyu said, "You are the worst." Tang Ji said, "It feels awful to be cheered by someone you don't know." Han Fei said, "That's because you're popular. You're a role model." Tang Ji said, "I think you can be a role model too." He Xiaoyu said, "I could be a role model for girls. I'm the only female among the top 10. Wang Beiyu was speechless overhearing their conversation. "Are you not nervous at all? This ritual will influence the rest of your life. Wang Beiyu said, Han Fei Tangji, remember to walk to the center later. It will benefit you. Han Fei asked, what's the hole at the center for? Wang Beiyu explained, it's where the spirit awakening water springs out. Pooh! Han Fei nearly choked. He did not know this at all. Han Fei asked, but wouldn't there be too much spirit awakening water? Such a pool is enough for thousands of people. Wang Beiyu said, the spirit awakening water has been diluted. Have you never watched the previous rituals? Han Fei immediately said, of course I have, but I never tried it in person. How I wish I could bathe here every day. Everyone. After a moment, the top 1,000 of the trial were in position. The village leader announced before everyone, please keep your voices down. The awakening ritual for this year is about to begin with exactly the same rules as in the past. The top 10 will go to the pool first. An hour later, the top 100 will join. After 2 hours, the rest of you will follow. You must get out of the pool the moment your naturally endowed spiritual beast is awakened. The village leader read the list. Now Han Fei, Tangji, Wang Beiyu, He Xiaoyu, Jia Tong, Li Yuanyuan, Chen Qing will go to the pool. Excitedly, they walked down the stairs while the other students watched them enviously. This was the privilege for the top places because they were presumably the most talented. The rest of the students could only come later. The spirit awakening water was not filled in the pool yet. Han Fei and his companions scattered around the hole at the center and sat down. He Xiaoyu and Tang Ji were seated at Han Fei's sides, 5 meters away from each other. He Xiaoyu asked, Han Fei, what do you think my spiritual beast is? I'm so excited. Han Fei thought for a moment. He had only seen Wang Jai's giant crab since he came to this world. Li Hu's tiger-head fish was probably not a spiritual beast, so Han Fei said, probably a crab. That's hideous. I don't want a crab. The spiritual beasts might not be from the general fishery. Many people's spiritual beasts are unseen. Some even had corals. What? Corals are a beast? I don't know, probably not. However, those who are awakened with corals have remarkable defense abilities. I don't know what will come to me. Han Fei was rendered speechless. He felt that it was good enough to have any spiritual beast. He wondered if it was a lottery where the treasure from the ocean was completely random. Wang Beiyu said, most people's spiritual beasts are familiar to us. However, the strange spiritual beasts are always exceptional. Hula. Hardly had Wang Beiyu finished speaking when a pillar of water rose. Tang Ji said, calm down and focus. The water surged up fast. Very soon, everyone's chests had been submerged. At this moment, green fluids flowed out of the hole and dyed the whole pool green. Then, the water reached their chins. Tang Ji said, hold your breath. Han Fei took a deep breath. Soon, his head was already drowned, and everyone was fixed under the water. Han Fei looked at Tang Ji and He Xiaoyu, only to discover that they both kept their eyes closed. So Han Fei closed his eyes, too. The moment he closed his eyes, Han Fei entered a marvelous state. He felt that he was in a magnificent ocean where the waves were brushing his body like gentle hands. It was very comfortable. Inside his head was a world of darkness. Around him and far away were countless glittering stars that were surging into his body crazily. After a long time, when the sparkling stars were gone, Han Fei found himself in a complicated channel. His body traveled like a streak of light until he saw an ocean. Han Fei could not see what was inside the ocean. It was very clear, but there seemed to be a film between him and the water that he could not pass. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a small calabash. He was shocked. Why are you everywhere? You're attending my awakening ritual too? However, the demon purification pot ignored him and started spinning, attracting tremendous fish. But those fish could not pass the film either. So, new fish arrived and charged at the film. Almost an hour had passed in the outside world. Suddenly, the water was boiling. Someone exclaimed, it's here. Chen Qing is the first person to be awakened. Huala, Chen Qing trembled. A fish in the shape of a sword appeared next to him and swam around him. Someone sighed. It's a swordfish. That's the most aggressive fish in the level 1 fishery, but it's too common. Someone argued, what do you know? It's from the level 1 fishery anyway. You should know that most people's spiritual beasts are from the general fishery. The village leader looked at the swordfish and shook his head. That was not good enough. Swordfish were too common in the town. Then there was another anomaly in the water. This time it was Li Yuanyuan. A giant meat tortoise showed up next to him. Everybody exclaimed. Someone shouted, "A meat tortoise? There's a meat tortoise this year." Li Yuanyuan's father rose in excitement. The meat tortoise meant extraordinary defensive abilities. With such a spiritual beast, his son would never perish in the fisheries. The village leader secretly nodded. This Li Yuanyuan was definitely more promising. Then, Jia Tong had a giant crab like Wang Jai did. However, his crab was not as good as Wang Jai's. Wang Jai's spiritual beast was a green jade crab that could only be found in the level 1 fishery, but Jia Tong's was only a common crab from the general fishery. The gap was obvious. The audience, however, did not care about that. Someone even said enviously, "Crabs can be used in both offense and defense. It's not bad at all." He Mingtang was the most anxious of all. Normally, the longer the participants persisted, the stronger their spiritual beasts would be. He wondered what his daughter would get. To He Mingtang's surprise, Zhang Qiang, the 6th place, got an ironhead fish first. He Mingtang was delighted. He felt that his daughter must be more talented than them. That was why she had to wait longer. The ironhead fish raised exclamations. People often joked with the ironhead fish, but such fish were highly sturdy and were not much weaker than the meat tortoise. The 5th place got a swordfish. Xiang Nan, the 4th place, got the first strange fish, a ball fish. It meant that Xiang Nan would have high attack abilities in the future. Few young men could get a ball fish even in the town. Suddenly, noises came from He Xiaoyu's side in the water. Chapter 60, Dragon Feather Lobster. He Mingtang grew excited and sweated hard. Wang Jai said, "Don't be excited. Xiaoyu has persisted for such a long time. Her spiritual beast will certainly be better than theirs." He Mingtang nodded. "Yes, I have no doubt about that." Putong, the village leader, shouted, "A strange fish, a strange fish." All the audience rose. They exclaimed at the fish, which was red, black, and white. "I've never seen such a fish, but it's so beautiful." He Mingtang wept. "A strange fish. Ha ha ha, the He family has a strange spiritual beast now." The village leader was rather thrilled, too. It had been decades since an unknown spiritual beast appeared in the village. If Han Fei's eyes were open, he would have mocked those people for not knowing clownfish. Many people looked at the sky, as if they wondered if Fang Zi could recognize the fish. As they expected, Fang Zi stood in midair and said while looking at the clownfish next to He Xiaoyu, "This is a cardinal fish, also known as anemone fish. It's highly aggressive and feeds on sea anemone. It's rare, but it only has limited future abilities. If it can evolve into an obsidian fish, this child will be qualified to go to the city." Everybody whispered among themselves. Many people were startled. The fish fed on sea anemone. It could even be a qualification to go to the city. Many teachers surrounded He Mingtang. "Mr. He, congratulations, you have a marvelous daughter." He Mingtang said, "Thank you. You're flattering me." "Mr. He, I have a relative who's in the town. Can you consider him?" He Mingtang said. "Ha ha, my daughter is still too young." While they congratulated He Xiaoyu, the students who got their spiritual beasts earlier than He Xiaoyu looked at her enviously. He Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes. She saw a little fish which was half red and half black with a white mark on the head. Immediately, she smiled in great delight. "Wow, you're so cute. Are you my spiritual beast? Swim for me." The clownfish seemed able to understand what she said. It swam quickly around He Xiaoyu. She couldn't be more excited. The village leader said, "Cough, cough. Those who have acquired a spiritual beast, get out now." At this moment, He Xiaoyu finally remembered that many people were watching. She immediately triggered a thought as her father taught her, and the clownfish disappeared into her forehead. He Xiaoyu looked at the bottom of the pool and noticed that Han Fei and Tangji were there. They would certainly have better spiritual beasts since they persisted longer. She decided to ask about her fish first. The first hour neared the end, and Han Fei, Tangji, and Wang Beiyu were left alone in the pool. Wang Beiyu couldn't hold it anymore. Accompanied by weird noises, a green tortoise with a highly rising back showed up. "Whoa, this is an armored tortoise?" Some of the audience was stunned. All the tortoises were quite good. The meat tortoise was invincible in the level 1 fishery, and the armored tortoise had nearly the best defense. Their defense was not the best because legend had it that an extremely rare tortoise named rock-holding tortoise was in the level 1 fishery. It was said that the rock-holding tortoise had a battle technique on the rock on their back. However, nobody had really seen a rock-holding tortoise, so the armored tortoise was often accepted to be the best. The patriarch of the Wang family was also watching. He nodded after he saw the armored tortoise. Good boy, if you practice hard in the future, another great armorist will appear in the Wang family. Wang Beiyu was slightly disappointed to see the armored tortoise, but he still patted its shell. He looked around subconsciously, only to discover that Han Fei and Tang Ji were not up yet. An hour had already passed, and the greenness in the pool was slightly dissolved. The village leader announced, "The top 100 will go to the pool." Hualala, they jumped into the water in a hurry as if it were a public bathhouse, fearing that the spirit awakening water would be absorbed by other people if they were slow. However, the audience did not pay attention to them. They were discussing Tang Ji and Han Fei. Someone felt weird. This Han Fei seems capable. How could he have stayed so long in the pool? Someone was puzzled. Is he a genius who is as good as Tang Ji? Someone shook his head. That's impossible. I'm told that Han Fei's spiritual heritage was only level 1, high quality during the test. He must be staying there because of luck. Suddenly, the center of the pool boiled, and a fire rose to the sky. Fang Zi, who had been taking a nap with his eyes closed, appeared behind the statue of the sea god after a blink and watched earnestly. Putong, a slender creature about half a meter long, soared into the sky. It was burning with crimson flames, with a red line from its head to its tail. There were red and white bone wings on its back and a pair of pincers on its head. Everybody was astounded. What was that? He Xiaoyu opened her mouth, and so did the students who were ready to join the pool. The creature was too strange. The village leader had no idea what it was at all. He simply exclaimed in excitement, "Tang Ji, Tang Ji, Tang Ji!" Everyone was thrilled. They had never seen flames that could burn in the water. After Tang Ji woke up, he looked at Han Fei subconsciously, only to discover that Han Fei had not woken up yet and nobody else was around. He smiled and swam to the surface. After he got out of water, the first thing Tang Ji saw was what appeared to be a strange, burning lobster. Seeing that Tang Ji had woken up, Fang Zi announced in ecstasy, "If my guess is correct, this is the legendary dragon feather lobster. It's said that their pincers are as hard as godly iron. I've never seen it in person before." Fang Zi felt that his trip was totally worth it. He was certain that Tang Ji would rise in the city soon. As Tang Ji's introducer, his position would rise higher and higher. Tang Ji mumbled, "Dragon feather lobster? Since you are completely on fire, why don't I call you Xiao Huun?" The dragon feather lobster dashed to Tang Ji's head and clutched the air with its pincers. Tang Ji got out of the pool while everybody cheered for him enviously. Fang Zi said, "Fantastic! You have probably gotten a legendary lobster spiritual beast." While Tang Ji was excited, he still looked at the pool. Fang Zi said, "Since your brother has persisted so long, his result can't be bad. You only need to wait." Everybody was looking forward to Han Fei's result. A moment later, hundreds of students who came later awakened their spiritual beasts, but the results were not entirely satisfactory. The headmaster announced the results now and then. Chen Fen has a blade fish as his spiritual beast. Kaian Yu has a green turtle as his spiritual beast. Sun Liuliu has a blade fish as her spiritual beast. Han Fei was bored. He saw that the creatures had been replaced many times on the other side of the film. At first, there were plenty of them, but the creatures grew fewer and tougher as time went on. He even watched a fish bite a green crab into pieces, only to be pierced through by an eel later. Is it because my spiritual heritage is too low? Han Fei sensed the water currents next to him. He could tell that He Xiaoyu and Tang Ji were already finished. Didn't they say that the longer one stayed in the water, the more potential he would have? Calabash, let's upgrade my spiritual heritage, shall we? The demon purification pot ignored him and simply spun on. Suddenly, Han Fei vaguely saw a pure little fish whose exact color he could not tell on the other side of the film. Huh, why are you so small? The lobsters, crabs, and tortoises can swallow you easily, can't they? The moment the little fish appeared, the calabash spun crazily. The transparent film seemed to be falling apart as the little fish stuck its head against it. In the pool, a swirl suddenly appeared around Han Fei. Someone exclaimed, "It's coming!" Chapter 61, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish. There was a sensation on the stand, and everyone watched with high expectations. What kind of spiritual beast would the first place of this fishing trial would have? Someone said, it must be an exotic spiritual beast. After all, the sound this spiritual beast made was different. Someone nodded. Yes. What kind of exotic fish do you think Han Fei will get? Another person guessed, I don't think his spiritual beast will be better than Tang Ji's. Someone retorted, don't count on that yet. He stayed in the pool longer than Tang Ji. Han Fei was a little excited at the moment as he felt the film was about to break. Did this mean that his spiritual beast was this tiny fish? Rip. Suddenly, the film broke, and he felt a burst of spiritual energy fly into the middle of his eyebrows. What surprised him was that there seemed to be another burst of spiritual energy besides this one. A pure white fish suddenly appeared beside Han Fei and then began to revolve around him. Spirit-swallowing fish? What? Just a spirit-swallowing fish? Are you kidding me? I thought it was an exotic fish. No way. It caused such a stir, but it turned out to only be a spirit-swallowing fish. For a moment, the people on the stand all gasped in puzzlement. Suddenly someone said, no. This spirit-swallowing fish has long barbels on its face, as well on its tail and fins. It seems to be better looking than an ordinary spirit-swallowing fish. A sharp-eyed individual pointed at the head of the little white fish and said, look, there is a black dot on the head of this spirit-swallowing fish also. Everyone else immediately looked at it and found that there was a round black dot on the fish's head indeed, but so what? It was still a spirit-swallowing fish. Someone shook his head. This is normal. I once caught a spirit-swallowing fish whose 2 fins were red, but wasn't it still a spirit-swallowing fish? Someone echoed, yes, I also once caught a spirit-swallowing fish with a long black tail. It just had a little bit of mutation, but essentially it was still a spirit-swallowing fish. The village leader glanced at it, a little disappointed, but still looked at Fang Zi hoping that he could give an answer. Han Fei and He Xiaoyu also looked at Fang Zi expectantly. Fang Zi shook his head. Maybe this spirit-swallowing fish has a slight mutation, but it's not prominent. Ordinary people don't understand that even the worst exotic fish are much stronger than ordinary spiritual beasts. They have to figure it out slowly by themselves. Tang Ji questioned, is it bad? Fang Zi replied, it's not good but not that bad either. Hearing Fang Zi's words, some people felt lost while others had their eyes light up. There were also some who felt disdain and, of course, many people were also envious, such as those students who didn't enter the top 1,000. Some people chose to ridicule. What's the use of a spirit-swallowing fish? In terms of practicality, it's not even as good as green turtle. After all, green turtle has a very hard shell, but spirit-swallowing fish can only be used to make soup. Someone tried to defend the spirit-swallowing fish. Actually, it's not bad. After all, it's still an exotic fish. At least it has more spiritual energy than other fishes, right? Someone sneered, come on. Except for that, it can only be used for soups. Spirit-swallowing fish is the easiest to fish in level 1 fisheries. Otherwise, why would our 4 major schools have so much spirit-swallowing fish soup to drink? 1. Han Fei opened his eyes and surfaced, immediately seeing a beautiful white fish with long barbels, a long tail, and a black dot on its head. And besides the white fish, there was a little black fish with long barbels, a long tail, and a white dot on its head. A string of data flashed before his eyes. Spiritual beast name, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish introduction. They're the descendants of the mysterious primitive yin-yang sky-swallowing fish. The black and white fish accompany one another. The white fish is docile, whereas the black one is cruel. They are symbiotic. As long as one lives, the other lives too. Level 0 quality, mysterious spiritual energy. 100 points food, omnivorous. They can swallow everything. Note, the black fish is not visible. Except for the owner, only people with naturally born yin-yang divine eyes can see it. Han Fei's eyes glazed over. What kind of damned fishes did he get as his spiritual fishes? Twin yin-yang spirit-swallowing fish. The name sounded cool, but why was their quality mysterious? Come out. Stop looking at it. It's just a spirit-swallowing fish. What are you staring at? No matter how long you stare at it, it's still a spirit-swallowing fish. What were we excited for? It's just the most common spirit-swallowing fish. What a waste of my time. There were boos in the stands, but Han Fei just smiled. You idiots just have no idea what awesome fishes I have. but I don't mind. If I'm too outstanding, you guys will be jealous of me. Han Fei glanced at the black fish that was circling around the little white fish, and his smile grew brighter. Sure enough, no one can see you. With a thought from Han Fei, 2 spiritual lights flew into the middle of his eyebrows. After Han Fei went ashore, Tang Ji patted his shoulder solemnly. It's all right. At least it's an exotic spirit-swallowing fish. And it said that every cultivator can sign contracts with many fishes, such as the tiger head fish of the tigers. We can sign a powerful demonic fish later. He Xiaoyu said, Han Fei, don't worry about those people. All they know is to jeer at others. Maybe your spirit-swallowing fish has some effects they don't know about. Wang Jai also came to Han Fei at the moment. Exactly, your fish is also an exotic fish. Although we often drink spirit-swallowing soup, as you can see, there are not many people who can have a spirit-swallowing fish as their spiritual beast. At this moment, the village leader shouted, Wu Lei has a spirit-swallowing fish as his spiritual beast. Wang Jai was embarrassed. Well, Han Fei's face was dark. Does your face hurt? Fang Zi was also a bit disappointed. He thought that Han Fei, who had been enlightened by a venerable level expert, should have gotten a powerful exotic spiritual beast. But it was a pity that the result was not satisfactory. They were all a bit down, but Han Fei said with a smile, What's wrong with spirit-swallowing fish? Even if it is a spirit-swallowing fish, my fish is the strongest spirit-swallowing fish in the infinite ocean. Everyone stayed silent. Some young men who didn't go down into the pool rolled their eyes. Nonsense. The strongest spirit-swallowing fish in the infinite ocean? Yes, in your dreams. Han Fei looked at Tang Ji. What spiritual beast did you get? Tang Ji wasn't sure what to say as he didn't want to discourage Han Fei. Should he say or not? But he Xiaoyu, this simple-minded girl, blurted out, an exotic fish, a legendary-level dragon feather lobster that even the angel hadn't seen. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Legendary level? Tang Ji said. One's own strength is the most important. You can't solely depend on your spiritual beast for cultivation. Han Fei knew that Tang Ji didn't want to discourage him, so he looked at He Xiaoyu and said, What about you? Did you get a big crab as your spiritual beast? He Xiaoyu pouted. No big crab, I don't like big crabs. Look, my little red looks so pretty. With a twinkle of light between He Xiaoyu's brows, a clownfish appeared in midair and swam in the air around He Xiaoyu. Han Fei blurted out, A clownfish? Smack. Xiaoyu gave him a slap. Bah, it's not a clownfish but a beauty fish. Han Fei? The clownfish in Han Fei's eyes was a series of data floating in the air. Spiritual beast name. Cardinalfish introduction. A rare species of fish with strong territorial awareness and combat capability feeds on various anemones and can digest various venoms. Level 0 quality. Rare, spiritual energy. 100 points food. Anemone note. If it evolves into an obsidian fish, it'll become a precious fish species. Han Fei thought about the man-eating sea anemone he saw on the seafloor and was a little surprised. Does this fish eat sea anemone? That's pretty strong. He Xiaoyu snorted. Yes, it also has a nice name, Cardinal. Han Fei asked, Did you all get exotic fishes? How many people have gotten exotic fish in total? He Xiaoyu answered, Just Tang Ji and me. Oh, Wang Beiyu has a big turtle as his spiritual beast. Your spirit-swallowing fish should be at the same level as his big turtle. Han Fei knew that He Xiaoyu was trying to comfort him. How could a spirit-swallowing fish be at the same level as a big turtle? Even giant meat turtles were way better than spirit-swallowing fish. These people who entered the pool later were quick to get their spiritual beasts. Almost no one lasted longer than half an hour, nor did they get an exotic fish. The best spiritual beast they got was a snake belt. After them, the remaining 900 people entered the pool, and the color of the water in the pool began to fade quickly. These people finished even more quickly, and almost all got their spiritual beasts within 15 minutes. The best spiritual beast they obtained was a mutated tentacle lobster. When there were only dozens of people left in the pool, the green spirit awakening fluid had been completely absorbed. Some of these people burst into tears. I worked so hard to get ranked among the top 1,000, but ended up like this. Of course, Han Fei and his companions didn't see this scene because they had already gone home to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. Chapter 62, My goal is the infinite ocean. The cottage where Han Fei was living had become a forbidden area, and even the village leader couldn't be within a kilometer of it. 7 days later, the sunset had almost set. In Han Fei's small courtyard, Tang Ji was panting and sweating with his hands on his knees. Tang Ji was soaked with sweat but laughed. I've finally completed the 108 stances at once. He Zioyu was still practicing the 96th stance, and her hair was muddled by sweat, but she still asked persistently, Tang Ji, how much has your upper limit increased? Tang Ji felt it and said, I'm not sure, but now it seems to stop at 299 points and can't be increased anymore. He Zioyu immediately exclaimed, wow, 299 points. That's so high. Is a level 9 fisher's affordability for spiritual energy so high? Mine seems to be only 199 points, but I feel it can still be increased as long as I complete all the 108 stances at once. Han Fei, how about you? Han Fei looked at his data. Owner, Han Fei level 7 advanced fisher, spiritual energy, 42,892, 299, spiritual heritage. Level 2 low quality upgradable, spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, weapon, purple bamboo rod main art. Void fishing, chapter 1, hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. Han Fei wondered if 299 points was the threshold, but Tang Ji was already a level 9 fisher. Was his upper limit of spiritual energy only 299 points? On the surface, Han Fei just grinned. What a coincidence. Mine is also 199 points. He Zioyu's eyes lit up. I will soon surpass you. In the past few days, Han Fei didn't dare to cultivate or upgrade his spiritual heritage, but rather practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing with Tang Ji and other companions. In fact, his upper limit had early reached 299 points. He knew his upper limit probably wouldn't increase if he didn't make a breakthrough, but his breakthrough would make a pretty big racket. He'd better not let Fang Zi, an outsider, see it, so he just practiced the 108 stances over and over again. Of course, besides that, he would also go to the plantation and barbecue stalls, but most of the barbecue he brought back was eaten by Fang Zi. This guy thought buying food at barbecue stalls would tarnish his image, so whenever he wanted to eat barbecue, he would gesture to Han Fei with his eyes, and then Han Fei had to do the legwork for him. The only person who was allowed to come to this cottage these days was Li Gang, who was terrified every time he came. He, a street hooligan, almost peed the first time he saw a big shot like an angel. Fortunately, Fang Zi knew that this guy was here to send material for making distilled spirits. Otherwise, he would have killed him with a slap. At this moment, Fang Zi was amazed. Tang Ji was already a level 9 fisher with an upper limit of 299 points for spiritual energy. How many people in the city could reach this level? And he still hadn't reached the peak. If he had, wouldn't his upper limit even exceed 300 points? It seemed that only a fishing master could do this. What was my upper limit when I became a level 9 fisher? But now, only by practicing the incomplete monograph of top battle technique. Even small potatoes like He Zioyu and Han Fei have had their upper limit reach 199 points, which was really astonishing. If Fang Zi learned that Han Fei's upper limit of spiritual energy was actually 299 points, he would be dumbfounded. No matter how poor Han Fei's spiritual heritage was, he would take him to the city. Fang Zi came down from the roof and glanced at Tang Ji. It's almost time. You can decide what to do tonight yourself. Hearing his words, Tang Ji fell silent. Was it almost time for him to leave? He Zioyu's eyes turned red as soon as she heard this. Was Tang Ji leaving? She had just felt as though she were making another good friend, and he was about to leave. Han Fei patted Tang Ji on the shoulder and said, I'll ask Li Gang to suspend his business and specifically cook barbecue for us tonight. Tang Ji reminded him, and also liquor. Han Fei said, as much as you want. Both of them grinned. As good brothers, they connected with one another. In the evening, Li Gang quickly came over. When he reached Han Fei's cottage, he didn't even dare to look around. He was so careful that he didn't even dare to walk fast, whereas his wife Little Red looked around and seemed to be curious as to why young Master Han Fei lived in such a shabby place. Li Gang said, Red, please don't look around, you'll offend the angel. Little Red agreed, oh, okay. At this time, Han Fei laughed. Gang, don't worry, the angel is not here. You'll be responsible for the barbecue tonight. Make as much as you can. Li Gang was relieved to hear that Fang Zi was away and immediately smiled. No problem, young master. Then they began to drink and eat barbecue and fish. Tang Ji said, in fact, Brother Fang Zi once told me that even if I went up above, I could come down, and when I become stronger, I would be able to do it again. Han Fei said, it's okay. Even if you can't come down, I can go to the above to hang out with you. Makes no difference. Tang Ji smiled. I know you can do it. Everyone thinks you are relying on me, but I know you are not. You can become a level 7 fisher within a month, which proves that your talent is anything but ordinary. He Zioyu glanced at Han Fei and didn't quite believe Tang Ji's words, so she just silently ate her barbecue. Han Fei suddenly asked, don't people in the city go fishing? If they don't, how can they become stronger? Tang Ji answered, yes, they do, but they don't have to fly up and down every day. There seems to be a portal matrix or something like that, through which they can directly go to the sea, and it is said that they'll be sent to at least a level 2 fishery. Han Fei said, that's great. Level 2 fisheries, maybe I will be able to go there soon. Tang Ji shook his head. It is said that there are many level 2 fisheries in the city. Han Fei nodded. Yes, there are many villages and towns under a city, so there are certainly many level 2 fisheries as well. That night, they drank and ate barbecue until they were so full that they almost threw up. With a flushed face, Han Fei was drunk, but he still shouted, you go up first and I'll be there sooner or later. My goal is the infinite ocean. As a belch, a gold hunter, there is no place in the world that I dare not go. He Zioyu shook her head. He is drunk. Tang Ji agreed, this liquor is really strong. With that, Tang Ji got up and bowed to He Zioyu. He Zioyu, Han Fei has no friends, maybe you're his only friend. Please help me take good care of him. He Zioyu pouted. But he'll bully me. Tang Ji grinned. No, he won't. Okay, I'll take care of him for the sake of him teaching me the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. He Zioyu agreed. Tang Ji got up. Then I'm leaving. He Zioyu asked, are you leaving now? Yes, he replied before leaving. Tang Ji left with nothing left. Even the finest feast must break up at last, but he believed they would meet again. Han Fei lay on the ground muttering, my goal is the infinite ocean and the endless treasure. The tigers. Li Ju was gloomy recently because he was so scared. Li Hu was disabled by Han Fei, and the tigers were almost destroyed. Fortunately, his spiritual fish survived, although it almost faced death. He was very angry and eager to kill Han Fei, but he did not dare make a move. As long as Tang Ji and Fang Zi were still here, he didn't dare to act rashly. Li Ju, come out. Li Ju's heart trembled. Did they come? Then he smiled bitterly. This day had finally come. He knew this would happen when Li Hu robbed Han Fei. No matter how powerful he was nothing but an ant in Fang Zi's eyes, something to be crushed with one finger. At the gate of the tigers, Li Ju said, welcome, young Master Tang Ji. Tang Ji didn't bother to hide the murderous intention in his eyes. Let's not waste our time. I know what kind of person you are. You are very angry now and you want to kill my brother. Li Ju said, I dare not. Tang Ji smiled. I had planned to kill you myself, but when I saw Han Fei today, I thought it was unnecessary. You, Li Ju, only deserve to be my brother's stepping stone. Li Ju remained silent, but his clenched fists revealed his inner rage. Tang Ji sneered, no matter how angry you are, you and your men tried to kill my brother more than once. You're exempt from the death penalty, but hardly from punishment. I'll give you another chance. Wound yourself and make sure you won't recover within half a year. A cold gleam flickered in Li Ju's eyes. Does Tang Ji really want to keep me as a stepping stone for Han Fei? But does Han Fei deserve this? Li Ju bit his mouth in resentment till it bled, but he said without hesitation, thank you for sparing my life, young Master Tang Ji. Bang, bang, bang. Li Ju's body was covered with dozens of wounds. As blood flowed out from his wounds, he also vomited a large mouthful of blood. Fang Zi appeared beside Tang Ji silently at this moment, watching the scene indifferently. Tang Ji looked at Fang Zi, who nodded, signaling that Li Ju had done as he was asked to. On the way back, Fang Zi asked, Are you sure that Han Fei really can break that stepping stone? Tang Ji nodded. Yes, he is no longer the former Han Fei. I'm pretty sure of this. The former Han Fei wouldn't have had a chance, but the current Han Fei can definitely make it. Chapter 63, Spiritual Heritage Upgraded. When Han Fei woke up the next day, Tang Ji had gone. He Xiaoyu was still eating barbecue, and when she saw that Han Fei had woken up, she shouted, "You're awake. Wanna have some breakfast?" Han Fei asked. He Xiaoyu, have you eaten all night? He Xiaoyu replied, No, I just started eating. Han Fei looked at the pile of skewers in front of her and sighed. Did I starve you or what? Hurry home, a gang needs to go back to work. He Xiaoyu pouted. Tang Ji asked me to take care of you and not let anyone kill you. Han Fei was a little incredulous. You, take care of me. Do you think you can beat those I can't? He Xiaoyu defended herself. Well, I can have Cardinal fight for me. The angel once said that Cardinal could be very strong. But it's only level 0 now. Ask your father to help you upgrade your Cardinal at once. Otherwise, he might be bitten to death by someone else's yellow fish. He Xiaoyu shouted back, That's impossible. A spiritual beast will never be killed by an ordinary demonic fish unless by special means. And even if a spiritual beast is dead, there is a chance to summon it back from the spiritual sea. Spiritual sea? He Xiaoyu explained. Well, it's an invisible sea. It is said that all spiritual beasts were born in the spiritual sea. Han Fei hadn't heard of it before, so he simply said to He Xiaoyu, Now go home. Otherwise, your father will think you were abducted by me. What if he comes here to hold me accountable? Humph, fine. I'm leaving. I'm going to ask my dad to help me upgrade Cardinal. I'm here to pick you up. He Mingtang's voice suddenly sounded from a short distance away. Noticing that his daughter seemed greatly changed and her face glowed with vigor, He Mingtang smiled. Xiaoyu, come home with me. You've just gotten your spiritual beast, and not to mention an exotic fish. You've got to treat it carefully. Dad, can Han Fei come home with us? He Xiaoyu pleaded. No, He Mingtang and Han Fei spoke in unison. Cough, cough, He Mingtang said, you can be rest assured. Last night, the leader of the tigers, Li Ju, was seriously injured and may not be able to engage in any physical fights for at least 6 months. Now, some people have begun to rectify the public security in the eastern port, and the development of the tigers have also been restricted. I am afraid that it will take at least a few months for Li Ju to recover. Han Fei thought to himself, was Li Ju seriously injured? He Mingtang took a deep look at Han Fei. Why would he be seriously injured? This was probably done by Tang Ji before he left, who feared Li Ju would hurt Han Fei. But everyone wondered why Tang Ji didn't kill Li Ju. It stood to reason that even if Tang Ji wiped out the tigers, no one in Heavenly Water Village would stand up for them. Han Fei laughed. That's great. He Xiaoyu, just go home. Now the tigers are no longer a threat and I'm going to work as an apprentice in the plantation. You can't keep following me. He Xiaoyu said, Humph, then I'm leaving. When you see me next time, my cardinal will have become very powerful. After He Xiaoyu left, Han Fei took a deep breath. Finally, they had all left. At the door of his cottage, Han Fei summoned the twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fishes. The 2 little fishes played and swam back and forth. The white one suddenly stopped and seemed to be looking at Han Fei, whereas the black one dove straight to the bottom of the tank. Crack! Han Fei was stunned to see that the shell of a large sea clam at the bottom of the water tank was bitten through and the black fish was drilling into the shell. Within a few minutes, the sea clam shell was all that was left. But this little guy wasn't full yet and bit through another big sea mussel's shell. Wow, the black fish is so fierce. Little White, I will call you Little White from now on. Little Black is too fierce. Let's not play with him. Unexpectedly, as Han Fei just finished saying this, and with a whoosh, the black spirit swallowing fish suddenly jumped out of the water and spat at Han Fei. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Hey, it's just a joke. Do you have to be so angry? Fine, we'll play with you, all right? Little guy, you're pretty grumpy. Han Fei thought to himself, sea clams are not very nutritious. Should I go to the sea to catch some better food to feed these 2 little guys? Forget it, it's been a bit painful to suppress this breakthrough these past few days. Let me make the breakthrough first. Han Fei entered the cave and sat down, but the first thing he did was not make the breakthrough, but upgrade his spiritual heritage. He had waited for half a month, and now the people who could detect that something was wrong with his body should have disappeared. He could finally upgrade safely. Upgrade. With a thought from Han Fei, in a split second, his body was enshrouded with spiritual energy. He immediately felt his bones numb and then a needling pain. At the same time, impurities began to ooze out of his pores, and after a while, he felt his bones become a little stiff but more powerful. At this time, Han Fei was glad that he didn't choose to upgrade in front of Fang Zi. Otherwise, such an obvious situation of his tendons washing and marrow cleansing would definitely be noticed, and then he wouldn't even know how to explain it. About half an hour later, the spiritual energy enshrouding him was mostly absorbed and no impurities oozed out anymore. At this time, Han Fei looked at his own data. Han Fei, 7, Advanced Fisher, 100 points. Level 2, Mid-Quality, Upgradable, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fishes. Purple Bamboo Rod, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss, Mortal Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei couldn't help but twitch his mouth. So he had consumed as much as 10,000 points of spiritual energy, and his spiritual heritage just upgraded from Level 2, Low Quality, to Level 2, Mid-Quality. But to his slight surprise, the upper limit of spiritual energy his body could afford had increased by 10 points, though he had only upgraded his spiritual heritage and hadn't continued to strengthen his body with the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing yet. Can it still be upgraded? Han Fei clicked open Upgrade Spiritual Heritage again, only to find that the spiritual energy was still 10,000 points. He suddenly understood that the so-called upgrade didn't mean the upgrade of level, but of quality. But it made sense. If spiritual heritage could be upgraded to level 3 with merely 10,000 points of spiritual energy, then it wouldn't take long for him to upgrade his spiritual heritage to level 7. Sure enough, there were still restrictions. Otherwise, it would be upgraded too fast. Upgrade. Han Fei chose to upgrade again without hesitation. Then he repeated exactly the same process as before. Han Fei, 7, Advanced Fisher, 22,892, 319. Level 2, High Quality Upgradable, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fishes. Purple Bamboo Rod, Void Fishing, Chapter 1. Hook Kiss, Mortal Level, Divine Quality. Can it be upgraded again? Han Fei continued to click it open but frowned. This time, it needed 20,000 points of spiritual energy. Then wouldn't his spiritual energy be all consumed? After thinking about it, Han Fei didn't choose to upgrade immediately. After all, he still needed to make a breakthrough. Once he chose to upgrade his spiritual heritage, he wouldn't have enough spiritual energy left for the breakthrough. But he didn't choose to make a breakthrough either. After all, his spiritual heritage had been upgraded to level 2, High Quality. Did that mean that his upper limit of spiritual energy had also increased? So he began to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. 3 hours later, Han Fei had sweat all over his body and found that his upper limit of spiritual energy had reached 326 points, so it could really continue to increase. Han Fei was overjoyed. It was said that a reserve of 300 points or more was the amount of spiritual energy that only a fishing master could possess. 2 days later, Han Fei walked out of the cave. Seeing that now he only had 82 points of spiritual energy left, Han Fei felt his heartache. The upgrading consumed too much spiritual energy. Upgrading to level 8 Fisher had cost him more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Then what about upgrading to level 9? Or even to a fishing master? And what about the improvement of spiritual heritage? Han Fei sighed. He would have to work at the barbecue stall again. Han Fei wasn't disappointed, though. After all, he may have done what others could only do for a few months or even a few years in one night, as his upper limit had been raised to 359 points. Others needed to work slowly and attract spiritual energy to strengthen their bodies, whereas he made it straight to the peak of level 8. Although more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy was a lot, it laid a solid foundation for him. Now he just needed to accumulate spiritual energy, secure his foundation, and continue to make a breakthrough when his spiritual energy was sufficient. Han Fei suddenly remembered that he had promised the old man in the plantation to help him with his work, and he would have broken his promise if he didn't do it now. After all, the awakening rituals had passed for several days now, so Han Fei picked up a jar of liquor and went to the plantation. Chapter 64, 5 Major Professions. Grandpa, I brought you some liquor. I can hear you. Don't make such a fuss. Don't you know you aren't supposed to wake up a sleeping old man? Han Fei pretended not to hear him and retorted, If you really want to sleep, I won't bother you. I hurried here to help you with the plantation as soon as the spiritual beast awakening ended. The old man took the liquor jar naturally, opened the lid, and sniffed. Then he moved his beard aside, picked up a grilled fish, and began to eat. The old man asked, Boy, I heard that you won first place in the fishing trial. Yes. The old man went on asking, I heard that the angel gave you the spirit concentration art, right? But you only got a spirit swallowing fish as your spiritual beast? That thing can only be used for soup. Han Fei asked, You sleep every day. Where'd you hear the news? The old man answered, From that fatty. Han Fei knew he meant Li Gang, who was responsible for delivering liquor and barbecue to the old man a while ago. However, Han Fei shook his head and said, My fish is the #1 spirit-swallowing fish in the infinite ocean. It's a fish with ideals and goals. Pooh! The old man almost choked and he ridiculed. It's just a spirit-swallowing fish. #1 spirit-swallowing fish in the infinite ocean? Are you kidding me? Han Fei shrugged. I won't argue with you about this. When I shoot to fame one day, you'll know how awesome my twin yin-yang spirit-swallowing fishes are. The old man took 2 sips of liquor and put down the jar. In fact, you're not normally qualified to help me with the plantation, but since you've got the spirit concentration art, you're just barely qualified. From now on, the 1,000 acres of the plantation will be handed over to you. Don't forget to turn the soil, weed, sow seeds, water the plants, and gather spiritual energy. Well, that's all. Han Fei was stunned as he looked at the seemingly endless plantation dumbfounded. Grandpa, I would like to ask who turned the soil, weeded, sowed seeds, watered the plants, and gathered spiritual energy before. And what is gathering spiritual energy about? The old man hummed. I just let them grow on their own before and would pick a few red fruits when I was thirsty. As for gathering spiritual energy, the fields need to be fertilized, and spiritual energy is the fertilizer. If you don't gather spiritual energy with spirit concentration art, do you think spiritual energy will drill into the fields by itself? Han Fei? Han Fei questioned further, So you mean you just let the plants grow by themselves before, but now I need to do all these jobs after the plants are handed over to me? The old man tilted his head. Yes, are you not willing to take them over? Han Fei wanted to hit this old man's head with an iron-headed fish. I've never done these damn chores before, and now you want me to do them all of a sudden? Fine. Of course I'm willing to, but Grandpa, I haven't learned spirit concentration art yet. The old man said, Then learn it, or else why did the angel bother to give it to you? Han Fei's eyelids twitched. This old man sounded so arrogant and showed no respect to the angel when he talked about him. Just as he guessed, this old man must be a recluse big shot. Grandpa, I can't keep calling you Grandpa. Can you tell me your name? It'll be more convenient for me, Han Fei asked. The old man sneered, FCK off, you're just my worker. Why do you need to know your boss's name? Han Fei? Han Fei nodded. All right, then I'll just call you Grandpa. You're the boss, you call the shots. He turned around, only to see the thousands of acres of plantation, and he almost blacked out. Forget it, it's too troublesome to till the land. I'll learn the spirit concentration art first. The old man, drinking and eating barbecue and occasionally peanuts, looked so aloof. Han Fei could only find a random place to sit down and begin to read the jade slip Fang Zi gave to him. Han Fei was attracted to the book at first glance, because what was introduced in the beginning of the book was not spirit concentration art, but the 5 major professions on the floating island. The 5 major professions were the only way to become a strong man. Almost every fishing master started from studying the 5 major professions. In the town, many fisher-level students had begun to study the 5 major professions. The 5 major professions were respectively: a spirit gatherer who could continuously draw spiritual energy from the world. On the battlefield, whoever had the best spirit gatherer would have the initiative in their hands. A spirit gatherer could not only gather spiritual energy, but also set up a matrix. During the battle, a spirit gatherer could continuously convey spiritual energy to companions and play a pivotal role. A soul warrior was a battle-oriented profession. Compared to the other 4 major professions, a soul warrior had the strongest combat power. Countless people scrambled to become a soul warrior because they usually had the best weapons and most skills. A manipulator, which was difficult to become, who owned spiritual plants instead of ordinary spiritual beasts. They could control spiritual plants and even mimic creatures with spiritual energy, with which they acquire combat power. A hunter with strong mental power and explosive power. It was also difficult to be a hunter. They were kings of assassination and usually only practiced the strongest and most deadly combat skills. Hunters' enemies could hardly survive the first round of a fight with them. Being an armorist required lots of equipment. They needed a variety of weapons for both attacking and defending. If they were in a team, they would be responsible for the equipment supply. Most importantly, armorists were physically the strongest, best in defense, and usually the richest in the 5 major professions. Each armorist was a master of physical training. Wow! When Han Fei read this part, he took a deep breath. Are these the 5 major professions? Each of them look awesome. Han Fei remembered the armorist of the Wang family and Wang Beiyu, who he met during the fishing trial. They both had a box with them. Was that box used for containing weapons? Yes, when he fought him that day, he saw 2 cold flashes as 2 swords came out. In the heavenly water village where everyone used sticks, if you used a sword, it showed that you were very different and very strong. It was a pity that what was written on Fang Zi's jade slip was merely a general introduction that didn't analyze the pros and cons of each profession specifically, nor did it make clear which profession was the best. Perhaps it was because it was hard to choose the best one. Han Fei continued to read, and the following was about the cultivation methods of a spirit gatherer. If you wanted to become a spirit gatherer, you must have a high degree of control over spiritual energy. You must be able to freely mobilize and use spiritual energy in your own body. Only then can you mobilize spiritual energy outside. Of course, this didn't mean that a spirit gatherer could endlessly absorb spiritual energy from the world. If the spiritual energy in the world was all yours, you could even become a sea god. A spirit gatherer must pay a price every time he practiced spirit concentration art. It required the spirit gatherer's physical energy and mental energy and would consume his spiritual energy. Of course, as a spirit gatherer could absorb spiritual energy from the world, no one would take their consumed spiritual energy seriously. That was to say, a spirit gatherer was not omnipotent as they had their limits. If the overall consumption was too large, they had to rest. And at this time, they were most vulnerable and could be easily killed by others. Of course, what a spirit gatherer was capable of was not only spirit concentration art, but also many other skills, such as gathering cloud rain, summoning gusts of wind, and some powerful spirit gatherers could even summon thunderbolts from the 9th heaven. However, Han Fei, a weak newbie who hadn't yet started, didn't have much to worry about. For now, he could only learn the simplest spirit gathering skills. Following the instructions on the jade slip, everyone could feel the spiritual points in their own bodies which could be controlled. And the first thing Han Fei was going to do was split these spiritual points and prevent them from jumbling together in his body, which could also improve the efficiency of spiritual energy used. Reading the jade slip, Han Fei began to practice. Spiritual energy balls were not difficult to find. They gathered in his dantian, but in Han Fei's eyes, they were intertwined. He tried to mobilize them, but as soon as he tried, dozens of spiritual points danced simultaneously. So he pulled these dozens of spiritual points all over his body with his thoughts. To the old man, in Han Fei's body, a cloud of gas ran from his forehead to his chest, then to his arms, and finally ending in the legs. Are you an idiot? Can't you just make them stop and carefully pull one point out? The rest of the spiritual energy will go back by itself. Although Han Fei had closed his eyes, he could still hear. Hearing the old man's words, he was amazed. What? The spiritual energy can go back by itself. So Han Fei quickly made the spiritual energy stop. Sure enough, as soon as it stopped, they tried to run back. At this time, Han Fei fixed onto one spiritual point, and the spiritual energy ball immediately shrank in half. Then Han Fei carefully repeated this process over and over again. As sweat trickled down his forehead, he finally managed to separate a spiritual energy ball containing 4 or 5 spiritual points. In the end, however, maybe the traction force wasn't enough. As soon as he wasn't concentrated enough, the 4 or 5 spiritual points started running back, and Han Fei's mind quickly chased behind them. As a result, when his mind finally caught up to them, they were already in his danshan, and the 4 or 5 spiritual points formed a mass like raindrops falling into the sea. Little did he know, the old man was watching him while drinking outside, nodding from time to time. Chapter 65 Spiritual Beast Upgraded. During the night, the moon was clear and stars were sparse, and in the plantation, only the wind could be heard. Han Fei was still struggling to control the spiritual energy in his body, but he gradually mastered the new skills. Now he could succeed 5 or 6 times out of 10 attempts, and his speed was much faster than the first time. The old man could see that this lad was so immersed in building his skills that he was completely free from outside interference. He was simply a born spirit gatherer. Are you sure you want him to manage such a large plantation by himself? If Han Fei was sober at the time, he would have found a person he knew very well standing next to the old man, Jiang Qin, the registrar from the port. The old man said, "He asked for it, I didn't ask him to come." Jiang Qin questioned further, "Perhaps he has a certain talent for spirit gathering, but does he have a talent for alchemy?" The old man answered, "I don't see it that way. This brat has a very good ability for control. This kind of person usually has good alchemy and refinery skills too. Of course, I just gave him a chance. Let's see how long it will take him to familiarize himself with the 1,000 kinds of useless spiritual fruits in this low-level plantation. I don't expect him to become an alchemist. Let him take his chance. If he succeeds, I'll recommend him to the plantation in town with hundreds of thousands of acres and tens of thousands of different spiritual fruits. What if he can make a difference?" Jiang Qin was silent for a moment. "I think he can become a soul warrior. He survived so many small fish tides, indicating that he has certain combat ability. In the fishing trial, he beat Li Hu and Xia Wuxuang with low-level spiritual heritage, which further proves this." The old man sneered, "Nonsense. What's the point of fighting and killing? Can 10 soul warriors put together beat 1 spirit gatherer?" Jiang Qin said after a short pause, "I don't care what he will become. I'm just wondering why he upgrades so fast. If the spiritual heritage test wasn't wrong, it must be because he has some sort of chance." The old man said, "He is good at body tempering, far better than his peers and even better than the heavenly talents in the town. The opportunity he got should be about body tempering." In the morning, the old man was still sleeping, but someone kept exclaiming, "Wow, wow, wow." "Shut up, brat," Han Fei grinned. "Grandpa, I made it." Look, Han Fei stood still, and about 7 or 8 seconds later, a spiritual point was gathered at his fingertip. He laughed triumphantly. The old man rolled his eyes. "You spent a whole night just learning to separate spiritual energy? What a disgrace it took you so long." "Well," Han Fei asked timidly, "Grandpa, how long is it supposed to take?" The old man said with a straight face, "When you shorten the time to about a second, you're close to success. A real spirit gatherer can mobilize spiritual energy with his thoughts and doesn't even need a second." "I see." Han Fei tilted his head. "Grandpa, it's just a matter of practice. Practice makes perfect." "Then practice," the old man encouraged. Han Fei scratched his head and thought to himself, is it so difficult to be a spirit gatherer? It's surely difficult to separate spiritual points in an instant. All right, this old man seems to be a big shot. Let me just do what he said. Han Fei sat down again. Han Fei laughed out loud. "Grandpa, I succeeded. Ha ha ha. I'm a genius. Grandpa, I made it." As Han Fei raised his hand, a spiritual point fluttered on his fingertip. The old man said grumpily, "Stop calling me grandpa. I'm not your grandpa, genius my ass. It took you so long to separate a spiritual point within standard time. Can't you see that I've even drank all my liquor? Hurry and get me some more." Han Fei muttered as he went out, "What's the problem with this old guy? Although it took me some time, I still succeeded." Han Fei didn't know that soon after he walked away, the old man quickly took a mouthful of liquor to calm down. He was shocked. Does this brat have such a great aptitude for spirit gathering? How long did it take him to separate spiritual points? It seemed to be half a year. In the most delicious in the world barbecue stall, Li Gang and his wife had completely become barbecue masters, so their barbecue stall was still very busy. Although many people lost interest in barbecue after tasting it, they could still sell half as much as before. Seeing Han Fei coming to help, Li Gang quickly said, "Oh, young master, we will do this ourselves. How can we trouble you to do it?" Han Fei said, "It's all right. Go about your business. I'm here to feed fish." Li Gang looked puzzled. With a twinkle of light between Han Fei's brow, the twin yin-yang spirit-swallowing fishes appeared. Of course, Li Gang could only see the white one. Li Gang's mouth twitched. "Young master, do spirit-swallowing fish eat these fish? Aren't they supposed to eat spiritual energy?" Han Fei turned his eyes to him. "Huh." Li Gang's words reminded him. "Yes, spirit-swallowing fish eat spiritual energy. Why the hell do I feed them fish?" Dozens of spiritual points immediately appeared on Han Fei's fingertips, and he moved his fingers to the fishes, only to see Xiaobai quickly swim over and swallow them in one bite. "As I guessed, Little White likes eating spiritual energy, but I don't know how much I should feed him in a day. Come eat some, Little Black." However, Han Fei discovered that Little Black didn't eat his spiritual energy at all. Instead, he swam into the fishes, and soon a fishbone appeared in the bucket. "Oh, Little White eats spiritual energy, but Little Black doesn't." Questions kept popping up in Han Fei's head, as after he checked the data, he realized that the two fishes should have two sets of data, but there was only one. So what does twin fishes mean? Can spiritual energy be shared by the two fishes? If either one is full, the other won't be hungry. With these thoughts, Han Fei quickly took Little Black out of the bucket, while the spiritual energy from his fingertips was constantly supplying Little White. 100, 200, 500, 800 points. Han Fei's face was all dark. "Well, aren't you a F-seeking pig? Do you think spiritual energy is for free? It's been only a few minutes, and you've eaten 800 points of spiritual energy, you little foodie." When Little White ate as much as 1,000 points of spiritual energy, he stopped. Then, as a light flashed across his surface, he seemed to grow up a little bit, which could hardly be detected. Han Fei immediately looked at the data. Spiritual beast twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fishes there, the descendants of the mysterious primitive yin-yang sky-swallowing fish. The black and white fish accompany each other. The white fish is docile, whereas the black one is cruel. They are symbiotic. As long as one lives, the other doesn't die. One mysterious 100 points omnivorous. They can swallow everything. Note, the black fish is not visible. Except for the owner, only people with naturally born yin-yang divine eyes can see it. "Damn," Li Gang stuck his head out from the barbecue booth. "Young master, what's wrong?" Han Fei said. Nothing. You may do your own work." Han Fei didn't know what to say. He spent 1,000 points of spiritual energy to upgrade the fishes to level 1, and his spiritual energy reserve was cleared to 0. That's ridiculous. I'm a human being, a big, strong man, and I worked so hard to reach the upper limit for spiritual energy of 326 points. But now I feel as though I'm good for nothing compared to this level 1 fish. Although he was shocked, Han Fei still took Little White out, no longer feeding him spiritual energy, and then threw Little Black back into the bucket. It just swam in the bucket, ignoring yellow fish, Little White fish, and all others' fishes. "Wow, are you guys full?" Just as Han Fei guessed, the two were actually one. If one was full, the other one would not be hungry. Han Fei was quite happy. Although he hadn't learned the other abilities of these two fish yet, he was glad to find out about their upgrading conditions and spiritual energy storage capacity. After Han Fei refilled the 1,000 points of spiritual energy he had lost, he headed for the plantation carrying barbecue and liquor. Han Fei asked, "Grandpa, do you think I can go check those spiritual fruits now?" The old man was impatient. "Why are you in such a hurry? Learn to walk before you run. Can you absorb spiritual energy drifting in the air? Give it a try." Han Fei asked this with a purpose. He actually wanted to plant the fruits into Forge the Universe. Why? It was convenient for him to pick fruits directly from Forge the Universe in the future so that he could eat spiritual fruits for free. Then he wouldn't have to work in the damned plantation anymore. In fact, he had done so already, throwing in condiments such as garlic, chili, ginger, etc. Unfortunately, they hadn't sprouted yet, and he didn't know if they could. After being scolded by the old man, Han Fei could only continue his cultivation pitifully. Chapter 66, Birth of a Genius. Han Fei spent 4 days learning to manipulate spiritual energy in his body. He thought he had just passed this first step. This time, he was learning how to guide the spiritual points drifting in the outside world, which was a bit more difficult. This was a spirit-gathering skill for beginners, and he continued to read the jade slip to learn how. It was written on the jade slip that there was a vast amount of spiritual energy between the heavens and earth, that the spiritual energy was invisible but drifting around us at all times, and what a spirit gatherer needed to do was to capture and control it. At first, Han Fei felt that this was like practicing void fishing, drawing the spiritual energy between the heavens and earth into his body. But he felt it was not the same thing after he tried it. The function of void fishing was to absorb the spiritual energy into one's own body and nourish the body, so as to strengthen one's body. But spirit concentration art was a different case. A spirit gatherer could send the spiritual energy he captured to other people's bodies, which was different in nature from the former. The first step to capture these spiritual points was to see them, which was the first thing a spirit gatherer had to learn. Thus, all spirit gatherers had to practice a technique about eyes, which was called pupil spell. Pupil spell was universal to all spirit gatherers, so there was no one stronger than anyone else because the spell's only function was to see spiritual energy. Therefore, when Han Fei was reading the contents about pupil spell, the sign of technique upgrade appeared in the system. Incomplete. The eyes of true vision. A universal pupil spell used by ancient spirit gatherers. As time went by, it had been incomplete, and it took 10,000 points of spiritual energy to get the complete version. Han Fei almost cried when he saw this note. This is just a minor spell to see spiritual energy, but it actually requires 10,000 points to get the complete version. Although it may be a once-for-all cost, isn't that expensive? Now all the spiritual energy I have is only 82 points. Not long after Han Fei sat down, he was scared. "Grandpa, I'm going to take 2 days off." The old man gave him a stare. "What? You just got here several minutes ago and now you're asking for leave?" "I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to tend to, so I have to go. I will bring you some good liquor and barbecue when I'm back." With that, Han Fei slipped away like a ghost. To Han Fei's frustration, although he was still so far away from being a fishing master, his spiritual energy was being spent like water. He could hardly make ends meet now. Even a minor auxiliary pupil spell cost him 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Then how much would he have to spend to be a fishing master? Li Gang was busy grilling meat, and Little Red wiped the sweat from his face from time to time. The couple looked so sweet together. Since Li Gang quit the tigers, he had completely changed and was a family man now. Li Gang raised his head and found that Han Fei was back. Li Gang was surprised. "Young master, were you driven out?" Han Fei sneered. "Haha, how could I possibly be driven out? I can go to a place like the plantation anytime I'd like. I just felt a little bored over there, so I'm going to stay at the barbecue stall for 2 days. Aren't you bored processing fish at the barbecue stall?" "Shut up." Han Fei was speechless. Why is this big guy so stupid he cannot just let things slide? Han Fei had considered going to the sea for fish tides, but after giving it a second thought, he thought it was too troublesome. It was quicker to earn spiritual energy to process fish at the barbecue stall. Although the barbecue wasn't as popular it used to be, it wouldn't be a problem for him to get 10,000 or so points of spiritual energy in 2 days. Soon, 2 days passed by. Being tortured by the fishy odor, Han Fei swore he would never ever come to process fish again if he found an easier way to earn spiritual energy. Wang Jai and He Mingtang came to buy barbecue every night. Every time they saw him, they would ask him questions and nag him. "Han Fei, how's your cultivation going recently?" "Han Fei, the village leader is arranging jobs for graduates. Don't slack off." "Han Fei, grilling fish here every day will get you nowhere." "Han Fei, have you given up on yourself?" Han Fei was afraid to see He Mingtang and Wang Jai now. These two bastards were such nags. The old man was much better than them. He was busy drinking and eating barbecue all day long and never bothered him unless he came to him first. As soon as he had accumulated 20,000 points of spiritual energy, Han Fei immediately upgraded his spiritual pupils. Ultra quality, the eyes of true vision, a universal pupil spell used by ancient spirit gatherers, with which one can easily find the drifting spiritual points between the heavens and earth. The technique was easy to use and cost Han Fei very little to acquire it. According to the instructions on how to use the eyes of true vision, he just needed to cover his eyes with spiritual energy and then focus. So, when Han Fei used the eyes of true vision for the first time, he discovered that the world was full of small spiritual points drifting around. The old man was sleeping. Han Fei said, "Grandpa, I've brought you liquor and barbecue. May I put them on the table?" The old man hummed. "Okay." Then, silently, he got up and began to drink and eat his barbecue while Han Fei sat casually on the ground and started to capture spiritual points. As soon as he opened the eyes of true vision, with a gagging sound, the old man squirted the liquor out of his mouth. Han Fei glanced back at him with a frown, as if blaming him for disturbing his cultivation. The old man was shocked. "Damn, what did I see? It's only been 2 days. Didn't the brat say he had something urgent to tend to? How did he come back with spiritual pupils?" The old man began to recall how long it took him to get spiritual pupils. It seemed to be half a year. But this brat only used 2 days. That's really unfair. Is his spiritual heritage really a low-quality one? I don't believe it. But when he saw that Han Fei was trying to capture the spiritual points in the air with his hands, he almost laughed out loud. Is this brat a genius or an idiot? Capture spiritual energy with hands? Are you kidding me? But the old man kept the thoughts to himself. Since you're so quick to learn, then figure it out yourself. After trying a few times, Han Fei also felt it didn't work well. The spiritual energy was drifting around. Even if he caught some in his hands, they were gone as soon as he opened them. It was just like trying to capture air with hands and was not going to work. Han Fei continued to read the jade slip that said spiritual energy must be guided, and he should mobilize the spiritual energy in his body to guide the spiritual points outside. So, Han Fei concentrated some spiritual energy in his body at his fingertips and tried to attract the spiritual points outside. Sure enough, it worked this time. Some spiritual points ran to Han Fei's fingertips, but there were too few of them and only 5 or 6 points. He tried dozens of times, but didn't make much progress. Han Fei began to ponder. As specified in the jade slip, a spirit gatherer needed to consume spiritual energy in spirit gathering. But just now, he had only concentrated the spiritual energy in his body at his fingertips without consuming any of it. Then, Han Fei attracted some spiritual points to his fingertips and then held up his fingers to cover his fingers with spiritual energy. In an instant, spiritual points gathered up from all directions, which were as many as 50 or 60. Han Fei was in a state of meditation now. As a person from a different world, he thought more than others. Think about it. If I want to convey spiritual energy to others, are 50 or 60 spiritual points enough? It may be enough for fishers, but what about people above fisher levels? Obviously not enough. Then what should I do in this case? Han Fei's first idea was to export more spiritual points from his body, but then he found it would consume too much spiritual energy in this way. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Han Fei was completely immersed in deep thinking and could no longer perceive the outside world. Little did he know, however, the old man was dumbfounded. I've given him no hint. How can he learn so fast? It was getting dark and Jiang Qin came over. Seeing Han Fei sitting on the ground pointing his fingers to the sky, and that his fingertips were shining, she widened her eyes. Jiang Qin stammered, "Grandpa, he has learned it." The old man replied, "How can I know? He is still self-teaching, already fully immersed." Jiang Qin took a deep breath. "How long did it take him?" The old man said grumpily. "You can count the days. It took him 6 days at most." Jiang Qin exclaimed, "I think he may be a genius spirit gatherer." The next second, she saw a lot more spiritual points gathering at Han Fei's fingertips. Both she and the old man knew that this was definitely not the same spiritual energy in their bodies. Han Fei's heart was dancing with joy. So that's what it is. Exchange the spiritual points in my body with those in the outside world. As this process goes along, I can export more spiritual points and at the same time attract more from the outside world. Up to this moment, his fingertips had gathered at least 200 spiritual points. Han Fei thought to himself, what's the next step? To transfer these spiritual points to other people's bodies. Chapter 67, Digging the Ground. Han Fei only had a moment's thought before he had an idea about how to transfer spiritual energy into other people's bodies. Since fishers could transmit spiritual energy to the fishing line, make it expand and contract, and thus set the fishing hook in motion, he could learn from this method. He had been practicing hook kiss for so long and certainly knew how to do it. So Han Fei got up and looked at the old man. As he pointed a finger at him, a light entered into the old man's body. There's someone next to him. Han Fei didn't notice who this person was, but an idea soon occurred to him. What if I convey spiritual energy to more than one person at the same time? So Han Fei held up his left hand, and in an instant, with a flash on his fingertips, a light also entered Jiang Qin's body. Bam! The liquor jar in the old man's hand fell to the ground. Jiang Qin widened her eyes, and a curious look appeared on her serious face. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, the spiritual energy disappeared abruptly, and Han Fei laughed wildly. He pointed to the old man and said, "Grandpa, did you see that? I told you I was a genius. I made it, ha ha ha." Han Fei waited for the old man to praise him. After quite a while, however, the old man remained silent. Then he noticed that there was a person standing next to the old man. "Hi, Sister Qin." Jiang Qin nodded slightly. "Han Fei, how did you just do that?" Han Fei was confused. "Huh, what?" Jiang Qin wanted to understand what had happened. "The last step, the step where you transferred spiritual energy to our bodies." Han Fei replied, "I did it just like fishing. Don't you just throw the fishing line out with a whoosh in fishing?" The old man, Jiang Qin, after a long time, Jiang Qin muttered, "He's a genius, undoubtedly." The old man swallowed. "Don't show off. I learned all this in a day when I was young. How long did it take you?" 6 days. How do you have a face to show off?" Han Fei scratched his head, and Jiang Qin rolled her eyes as she thought, "Fine, I won't debunk you. Just keep on bragging." Han Fei asked, "Sister Qin, why are you here?" Jiang Qin smiled. "Because my home is here." "Huh." Han Fei was startled, clutching his chest and pointing at the old man, saying, You. "Grandpa, is Sister Qin your wife?" "Pa." A prawn was thrown at Han Fei's face, and the old man scolded, "What are you talking about? She is my granddaughter." Seeing Jiang Qin's face darkened, Han Fei hurriedly ran to the fields. "Oh, I see, sorry. I'm going to find a place to sleep." The old man scrunched his face. "Sleep? Which cultivator have you seen sleeping?" "Then I'm going to cultivate in seclusion." The old man scolded, "FCK off. Why do you, an insignificant fisher, need to cultivate in seclusion?" After Han Fei slipped away, Jiang Qin said with a smile, "Grandpa, you seem to get along well with this guy." The old man said grumpily, "Get along well with him. He is so much younger than me. If it weren't for the liquor and delicious barbecue he brings me, I would have thrown him out." Jiang Qin smiled. "If you don't want him, why not give him to me? I think he might also be talented in becoming a soul warrior." "No way. How can I let a born spirit gatherer become a soul warrior? Do you think I'm an idiot? Don't even think about it." Jiang Qin chuckled. "Then you've gotta be careful. The village head is already arranging some students to study in the town." Han Fei offended the tigers. Although Tang Ji left the tigers to Han Fei as a whetstone, the village leader doesn't know it. He still believes that Han Fei is just relying on Tang Ji, so you must be careful. Otherwise, the village leader will bring him into town. The old man waved his hand. Yeah, I see." The next day, when the old man got up, he suddenly found Han Fei squatting beside his bed. Cough, cough. "You little brat, what are you doing here? Don't you know you will scare me squatting beside me while I'm sleeping? Didn't you say that cultivators don't need to sleep? How dare you talk back? Just stand here." It didn't take long for the old man to come out of the house and throw a jade slip to Han Fei. "Take it. I will give you half a month to learn the contents in this jade slip by heart." Han Fei didn't know what was in the jade slip. When he took it out and read it over, his face turned purple. "What the hell? This jade slip has recorded hundreds of thousands of different plants. It will take me half a lifetime to learn them by heart." Seeing Han Fei's expression, the old man laughed smugly. "Haha, do you know how long it took me to memorize these contents? Only 10 days. I've given you more than enough time." Just then, Jiang Qin happened to walk past to go to work. When she heard the old man's words, she rolled her eyes and walked away. She still remembered when the old man gave this book to her. He said he wanted her to learn its contents by heart in 3 years, and emphasized that he only used 1 year to memorize them. Now 1 year was changed to 10 days. She really didn't want to admit this childish old man was her grandfather. Han Fei felt like he was going crazy. He wondered if it was too late for him to run away. He came here just because he had long guessed that this old man might be a recluse big shot. So he came here to see if he could ride on his coattails, but look what he was required to do. Why do I have to hit the books even in this world? Watching Han Fei walk away desperately with the jade slip, the old man was cheerful. Haha, well, aren't you a genius? Just hit the books. In a corner, Han Fei opened the jade slip reluctantly, and then he was stunned. Incomplete. A complete collection of spiritual plants in the infinite ocean. A complete collection of spiritual plants handed down from ancient times. Since time has gone by, it is now incomplete and takes 1,000 points of spiritual energy to get the completed version. Han Fei widened his eyes. Are you kidding me? Can this book also be upgraded? Haha, it only needs 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Oh, right, it's not a cultivation technique, so it doesn't require as much spiritual energy. Well, I shouldn't perform too well. Since the old man memorized this book in 10 days, maybe I should do it in half a day? Han Fei shook his head. No, that's too cruel for the old man. What about 1 day? Yes, 1 day is long enough, or else I'll have to find ways to kill time. Okay, I'll memorize it in 1 day. The next morning, dawn was just breaking. Jiang Qin went out to go to work as usual. The old man was sleeping as usual. Han Fei squatted beside the old man's bed as usual. When the old man woke up, he scolded, "You damn brat, I told you not to do this again. Were you deaf? Grandpa, I've memorized the contents of this book." What do you mean? Do you mean you've memorized the contents of the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants? Jiang Qin retracted her foot that had just stepped out of the door and looked stunned. Are you serious? Are you a monster? The old man shouted, "Don't lie to me, it's only been a day." I'm not lying, I'm gifted with an extraordinary memory. The old man just wanted to slap him. Damn you. Damn your extraordinary memory. I said 10 days. Why did you do it in a single day? I would have felt better if you could accomplish it in 9 days. But on the surface, the old man just said calmly, "Well, let me test you. Triple-leaf purple night flower, tell me about it." Han Fei answered fluently, 3-leaf purple night flower, a spiritual plant that is good at ensnaring prey and grows on the bottom of the sea. It usually coexists with triple-head purple night fish. But when any fish wants to eat it, triple-head purple night fish will swallow it in 1 bite. Triple-leaf purple night flower can ingest the essence from the heads of triple-head purple night fish. So if it's used to refine medicine, it can attract spiritual energy of the outside world and increase the success rate by 30% when a fishing master makes the breakthrough to become a great fishing master. Jiang Qin was dumbfounded, and the old man was still struggling. Then tell me about Kaiankao fruit. Han Fei recited, Kaiankao fruit is usually born in sea anemone bushes in the fisheries above level 2. When anemones eat too much, the indigestible substances produced by them will be excreted in one place. And as time goes by, Kaiankao fruit will be produced there. But this plant contains highly toxic substances, and ordinary people may vomit blood and die if touching it. However, if it's taken together with coral fruit, its toxicity will be assimilated. It can be used to build up a body immunity to poison. The old man asked 7 or 8 questions in a row, and Han Fei answered fluently at a stretch, which almost drove the old man crazy. Both he and Jiang Qin were thinking, shouldn't this guy be taken to the city? Why did the stupid Fang Zi fail to find out about this boy's talents? Jiang Qin left with shining eyes. The old man didn't continue with the test. He had a feeling that if he went on, he might die in shock, and he didn't want to die that way. So the old man simply said to Han Fei, "Go dig the ground." Chapter 68, Beating the Village Leader. Han Fei's face turned purple. I can cheat in reciting books, but how can I cheat in digging? Of course, digging the ground wasn't its literal meaning. Han Fei needed to weed the thousands of acres of land in the plantation first, which was a ponderous job. Although he was a cultivator, it still took him 3 days to do this job and another 3 days to turn the soil for arable land. 7 days later, Han Fei asked, "Grandpa, so I should start tilling the land now?" The old man replied, "No, it's not time yet. Since you've learned the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants by heart, trim all the spiritual plants in the plantation first." What? Han Fei almost cried. "Grandpa, you can't bully me like this. Will trimming the spiritual plants help my cultivation?" The old man smiled. "Sure, You need to feel the natural beauty of spiritual plants intuitively so that you'll have a good mood for tilling the land. Hanfei thought to himself, I don't know if spiritual plants are beautiful or not. What I know is that I'm in a bad mood. Do you know how much spare time I sacrificed to till the land? Now you want me to prune flowers and plants? Are you kidding me? 10 days after Hanfei learned spirit concentration art, he finally started to till the land. It didn't matter what kinds of spiritual plants grew. What mattered was the effect of spirit concentration art on the growth of plants after they were planted. Hanfei planted a field of roses, a field of garlic, and a field of strawberries as a test. He had planned to grow wheat or rice, but he didn't find them, so he had to give up. Hanfei could apply spirit gathering art very well now. After sending spiritual points drifting outside into the land, he was faced with another problem: how to apply spirit gathering art over all the fields. The old man didn't give him any hints. Hanfei's first idea was to send a cloud of spiritual energy over the land, but the spiritual energy exploded and blew a big hole in the ground. But this time, the old man didn't laugh. In fact, Hanfei's logic was correct and even very precise, which showed that he was really a genius. Hanfei also found that although a hole was blown up in the ground, there were spiritual plants sprouting in places that hadn't been bombarded. I've got it! The spiritual energy explosion originated from the non-dead corner explosion from a central point. If I can control the spiritual energy to spread only laterally, it won't explode. After dozens of experiments and explosions, Hanfei finally managed to control the spiritual energy, so tilling land could actually improve his ability to control spiritual energy, which was really a useful experience for him. One day, Hanfei had gained some experience with spiritual energy explosions and was about to try it again when the village leader suddenly came to the plantation. As soon as the village leader came in, he saw the old man drinking and eating barbecue. He sniffed and ignored the old man, calling straight to Hanfei standing in the ground. Hanfei, come here. Hanfei ran over covered with mud. Leader, what can I do for you? The village leader is the leader of the Heavenly Water Village. If it weren't for the fishing trial, he wouldn't have even remembered me. Why has he come to me here? The village leader said, Hanfei, our village wants to select some outstanding students to study in the town where there are better schools. Although the selected student can only be auditors temporarily, it's still a great chance. I specially reserved a place for you. Hurry up, go back home to pack and get ready for setting off. Huh? Hanfei scratched his head, glanced back at the land he hadn't finished tilling and thought about it. What can auditors learn? The village leader laughed. The schools in the town are not the same as those in the village. That's where elites stay. You just have to stay there for 3 years, and then you can learn about the 5 major professions or even get started. Do you know what the 5 major professions are? Let me tell you. Hanfei looked blank. He pointed a finger at the village leader, and a string of spiritual energy was sent into his body. Like this? The village leader, unknown. The village leader looked at Hanfei stunned, and then looked at the old man whose mouth was slightly curved in a smile. He stuttered, Spirit. Spirit gatherer? Hanfei said seriously, Leader, if I have to be in the town for 3 years just to learn about the 5 major professions, then I'd rather not go. Recently, I find farming particularly interesting, and I plan to continue to study in the Heavenly Water Village. When I go to the town one day, I'll startle them with what I'm capable of. The village leader, unknown. Study? Do you mean farming? The old man on the side suddenly pounded the table and jumped to his feet, throwing a prawn at the face of the village leader. What's wrong with farming? Do you have a problem with farming? The village head frowned. Old Jiang, you gotta show me some respect. The chance to go to town is something that many young people are desperate for. Hanfei has a great gift for being a spirit gatherer. How can you just keep him here farming? What else can your spiritual fruits be used for, besides being able to make some barbecue? The old man's face darkened. Do you despise planting spiritual fruits? Big-headed Zhao, you ignorant idiot. The Tao of spiritual fruits planting will bring you lifelong benefits. That'll be a waste of his time to be an auditor in the town for 3 years. Was your head hit by an iron-head fish? The village leader yelled. Don't call me idiot, you idiot. The Tao of spiritual fruits planting? Why didn't I see you grow a single piece of spirit fruit? If it weren't for the fact that every hanging island needs someone to study spiritual fruit, I would have flattened your plantation." The old man immediately threw a small white fish at him. "Flatten my plantation? Yes, in your dreams. I'd like to see how you can flatten my plantation. Dare you shovel a piece of soil? Let me show you whether I dare or not. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Han Fei couldn't get a word in as the two old men were too irritable. The quarrel between them soon escalated into a fight. They were getting angrier and angrier. As the village leader burst into a roar, his body suddenly bulged with muscles, and he threw a punch at the old man. Han Fei was dumbfounded and couldn't believe what he saw. "Leader, didn't you always tell us to be kind and get along with others?" The old man didn't flinch at all. Casting a sardonic glance at the village leader, he reached out and grabbed in the air, and then a water shield appeared in front of him. Bam! The water shield exploded, and the two old men were both sprinkled with water all over. The village leader kept punching, forming a dragon shadow in the air. A fierce battle was imminent. The old man stood still, summoning a lot of water from the void, which turned into a chain and then into a whip. Han Fei was dumbfounded. "That's awesome. The old man looks so cool. He can actually grab anything out of the air as he wants. How eye-opening." Han Fei squatted on the ground not far away, watching the two of them fight. The village leader roared, "Old Jiang, do you really think you can beat me?" Buzz. A cloud of spiritual energy appeared on the village leader's fist. Han Fei shivered when he saw the village leader initiate a spiritual energy explosion, which was an extremely terrifying force. But the old man just sneered. "You want to play spiritual energy with me? Are you still in your dream?" He reached out and grabbed at the mass of spiritual energy, which immediately diffused and broke into spiritual points. After dozens of seconds, with a whoosh, the village leader was thrown out of the plantation. The old man pointed at the village leader and cursed, "Big-headed Zhao, who do you think you are? If you dare to set your foot on my plantation again, I'll beat the hell out of you." The village leader was very angry. "You damn farmer, I can't even communicate with you. Han Fei, I've asked you to go to town for your own good. Since you have already started as a spiritual gatherer, you don't have to be an auditor. Besides, although Li Ju was almost disabled, it is possible for him to recover in advance. Think it over for yourself." Han Fei waved his hand in embarrassment. "Li Ju? It's only been half a month and Li Ju has shown signs of recovery." He had thought that there was still a lot of time left for him. Now being reminded by the village leader, he realized that he wouldn't be able to spend all his time and effort on farming. Just now, old Jiang showed great power in the battle when he grabbed water from the void and transformed it into any weapon he wanted. Was it a different skill of a spirit gatherer? If this was the case, a spirit gatherer was powerful indeed. He wanted to learn this skill. Old Jiang turned his head, watching Han Fei's expression changing, and asked grumpily, "Did you change your mind?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, but I think I have to take a few days off, Grandpa." "Oh, for what?" "I've felt signs of a breakthrough recently, and I want to prepare for my breakthrough." Cough, cough. Old Jiang was speechless. "Didn't you just make a breakthrough not long ago? Why are you going to make another breakthrough so soon? Is a breakthrough as simple as eating and drinking for you?" Chapter 69, He Xiaoyu, also leaving. The tigers. "Father, I heard that Han Fei was doing odd jobs in the plantation of the Heavenly Water Village." "Ha, short-sighted bastard. Tang Ji has left now. No one knows whether he'll come back or not. Father, if we don't get rid of Han Fei now, we won't have another chance if he goes to town." A vicious gleam flickered in Li Hu's eyes. He had almost lost all of his force because of Han Fei. Although his force had restored by 70% or 80%, it would still take him at least a few months more to fully recover. Han Fei was the culprit of his sufferings. He certainly wouldn't let him off. Li Ju was also full of hatred. Because of Tang Ji, his strength had diminished by more than half. Now, even though he took various kinds of spiritual drugs every day, his injury hadn't recovered yet. Li Ju gnashed his teeth. "Humph, Tang Ji wanted me to make the tiger's Han Fei's whetstone, but does Han Fei deserve it? How is a piece of junk, whose spiritual beast is a spirit-swallowing fish, worthy of treating me as a whetstone?" Li Ju mused and said, Bear with him for a few more days. The tigers haven't recovered from this setback and are now outshone by the Wang family. If it weren't for the fact that killing is not allowed on the floating island, I am afraid I might have been killed by them." Therefore, I must not leave the floating island before I fully recover, so you'll be in charge of hunting Han Fei." Li Hu said, "Father, I see. Please wait a few more days. When I recover, I'll watch for a proper moment to kill Han Fei at sea with our tiger brothers." Han Fei had yet again gone to the most delicious barbecue stall in the world. Li Gang asked, "Young master, are you bored again?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Can't I come if I'm not bored?" Li Gang grinned. "You can come any time." Li Gang and Xiao Hong once discussed privately why Han Fei always came here to process the fish, as Li Gang thought Han Fei must have some indescribable feelings for these fish. Han Fei summoned the twin yin-yang spirit-swallowing fishes. The two little guys should start to upgrade. Before Han Fei started to feed them, however, he saw Little White spit out a cloud of spiritual energy. Han Fei looked around and then quickly drew the spiritual energy to his fingertips. But as soon as the cloud of spiritual energy came into contact with him, he widened his eyes. What pure spiritual energy! Han Fei felt comfortable all over, though this small cloud of spiritual energy was only 500 points. Han Fei wondered if there was something wrong with the two little fishes as they spat out spiritual energy. He immediately examined them. Spiritual beast name: Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish Introduction. They're the descendants of the mysterious primitive yin-yang sky-swallowing fish. The black and white fish accompany each other. The white fish is docile, whereas the black one is cruel. They are symbiotic. As long as one lives, the other won't die. Level 1 quality, mysterious spiritual energy. 0 points food, omnivorous. They can swallow everything. Note: the black fish is not visible. Except for the owner, only people with naturally born yin-yang divine eyes can see it. What? The stored 1,000 points of spiritual energy disappeared? Han Fei's heart shivered. Did the two little guys simply purify the spiritual energy? Was the purified spiritual energy better? Of course. For an analogy, within the tolerance range, the higher the oxygen concentration, the better. In the era of the Big Bang, mosquitoes could be the size of a human fist, and all marine life, land life, and plants were gigantic. In short, if Han Fei had been ingesting this high-purity spiritual energy, it could help broaden his meridians and strengthen his bones and flesh. The purer the spiritual energy he absorbed, the stronger his combat power would be. Wow, great! Han Fei was overjoyed, and Li Gang and Little Red glanced back at him from time to time, wondering what was wrong with this young master who sometimes seemed to be smart, but also sometimes looked like a fool. Han Fei fed Little White 1,000 points of spiritual energy once again, but the latter made no breakthrough, so he fed him another 500 points. This time, Little White refused to eat it. He knew that he was already full. So Han Fei started absorbing spiritual energy, but he still felt it was too slow, and he tried to work out other ways to earn spiritual energy. Gang, young master, what's up? Put ads that the barbecue stall will be selling all products half price within the next 3 days. Li Gang was confused. Huh, why on sale again? Han Fei said impatiently, just do it. This is the way of doing business. You don't understand. As he expected, no sooner than the discount ads were released, the number of customers had almost doubled. Han Fei gained a total of 33,200 points of spiritual energy, plus the 41,806 points that he already had, which was enough for him to upgrade his spiritual heritage. Upgrade? With a swish, 20,000 points of spiritual energy were gone, but Han Fei didn't grudge at all. Instead, he was beaming with a smile. No wonder the upgrade this time required 20,000 points of spiritual energy. With this breakthrough, his spiritual heritage was upgraded to level 3 low quality, which raised his strength by a whole level. But soon Han Fei's face turned green when he found out it would take 100,000 points to make the next upgrade. He suddenly had an impulse to curse. 100,000 points per each improvement in quality. Wouldn't it mean that if he wanted to upgrade the level 3 spiritual heritage to level 4, he would have to spend 400,000 points of spiritual energy? This will be too slow. Even if I give discounts to customers of the barbecue stall every day, it will still take 50 days, he thought to himself. Han Fei wondered if he could talk to old Jiang and open some more barbecue stalls on the floating island. But then he dropped the idea because he couldn't be in several places at once, so it wouldn't get him more spiritual energy to open more barbecue stalls. Forget it. Let me raise my upper limit of spiritual energy first. Han Fei was now a fisher at the peak of level 8. Although he could break through to level 9 at any time, he had to lay a solid foundation first. Anyway, he preferred quality over speed. 5 days later, Han Fei lay on the ground like a dead dog. Although he was already familiar with the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing, he still felt extremely tired every time he practiced it. If it weren't for the fact that it worked quite well, he would have given up on it long ago. Han Fei looked at the data. Owner, Han Fei, level 8 Advanced Fisher, Spiritual Energy, 19,203 379. Spiritual Heritage, level 3 Low Quality Upgradable, Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fishes, Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod Main Art, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss, Mortal Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei was very satisfied with the data. After the comprehensive cultivation of this time, he felt stronger. If he met Li Hu again, he would be able to knock him down easily. An ordinary level 8 fisher would only have 160 points of basic spiritual energy in the beginning. Even after repeated tempering, his spiritual energy would be no more than 200 points or so. He had been several times stronger than ordinary level 8 fishers. Since I've got so many days off, why not go to sea? Han Fei didn't dare to use the less than 20,000 points of spiritual energy he had left. He found that spiritual energy soon ran out. When he broke through to level 8, he used more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy. But if he wanted to reach level 9, he would need at least 20,000 spiritual points. The barbecue stall. Han Fei said, "Hey gang, don't forget to deliver liquor and barbecue to Grandpa Jiang. I'm going to sea for a few days." Li Gang was surprised. "How many days? Young master, the sea is dangerous." "I know, don't worry." "Oh, by the way, young master, he Xiaoyu came to you 2 days ago. I said you were cultivating, and she said that when you were done cultivating, go find her." Han Fei wondered. He Xiaoyu went out with her father to upgrade her spiritual beast. Did she come back so soon? Han Fei had always felt that upgrading a spiritual beast was not a simple matter, but it seemed that she had succeeded to some degree. "Okay, I see." At He Xiaoyu's home, Han Fei just arrived at the door of her house and happened to meet He Mingteng, who was going out. Seeing Han Fei, He Mingteng questioned, "Hi, Han Fei, I heard that you rejected the village leader. Young man, you should seize the opportunity. Not everyone can go to the town. Besides, I heard that Li Hu had recovered and seems to have even made a breakthrough, so be careful." Han Fei grinned. "Don't worry, Mr. He. I'll protect myself." He Mingteng nodded. "Good, glad to hear that. Xiaoyu has just finished cultivating. You can go straight in." "Okay, take care, Mr. He. Don't take my daughter to fool around with you, and don't touch her." "Okay, now you can go in," He Mingteng said abruptly, turning round after taking 2 steps. Han Fei, unknown. Han Fei was speechless. "Why do you think I'd be interested in a 12-year-old girl? I am not a pedophile." He entered the door, only to see a middle-aged woman who asked as soon as she saw him, "Are you Han Fei?" "Yes, Auntie." "Come on in, I just made dinner. Xiaoyu is having dinner. Let's have dinner together." When Han Fei saw He Xiaoyu, the girl was holding a skewer of barbecue in her hand and eating it with an apparent appetite. Han Fei asked, "How can you eat barbecue every day? Don't you think it's too greasy? I heard that greasy food will make you fat." He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "No, as long as you don't eat too much." Han Fei stared at the dozens of skewers on the table. "You called this not too much." He Xiaoyu was offended. "Shut up, you know what, I'm going to the town. Are you going too?" Chapter 70, Grumpy Little Black. Han Fei asked her to be an auditor. Han Fei grunted. "I enjoy my life in the Heavenly Water Village. My life here is stress-free and my strength is getting better and better. I even have a feeling that here, I am going to reach the peak of life. I don't want to go to the town school at all." He Xiaoyu was shocked. "No, I'm going to be a full-time student, not an auditor." Han Fei, unknown. "Really? So I can only be an auditor, whereas He Xiaoyu will be a full-time student. Village leader, you old bastard. Fortunately, I didn't listen to you. Then go, perhaps you can cover me when I get to the town." He Xiaoyu chuckled. "Why not go with me? I heard that the students of the town school are the most talented selected from all the villages. Technically, only those with level 2 good quality spiritual heritage or above are eligible to enter the school, but there are exceptions, such as you, who have unusual physical strength. Han Fei shook his head. I'm not going there, he Xiaoyu said, but you can learn something useful. Do you know the 5 major professions? Han Fei exclaimed in his heart, oh, not this again. Did you forget the spirit-gathering art Fang Zi gave me? I can cultivate with that too. Maybe you won't learn as much in school as I self-taught myself. He Xiaoyu pouted. Bah, you're bragging. It is said that even the best genius in town has to learn for several years. Well, forget it. Have you heard that Li Hu has recovered and even made a breakthrough? Han Fei replied, yes, your father told me, but it doesn't matter. Li Hu is like a salted fish. Since he has fallen down, he can no longer get up. But there are many strong men in the tigers, and your spiritual beast has no combat power. Once those people fuse with their spiritual beasts, you will hardly be able to defend against their attacks. Han Fei was confused. Fuse with their spiritual beasts? Don't tell me that you haven't started cultivating your spiritual beast yet. He Xiaoyu was shocked. Is that urgent? He Xiaoyu said anxiously, sure. Almost everyone will have their strength rise after they get their spiritual beast. The stronger your spiritual beast is, the stronger you will be after fusing with it. Han Fei was interested. Will my cultivating speed increase dramatically after I fuse with my spiritual beast? Doesn't a spirit swallowing fish like swallowing spirit best? Then he smiled. Little girl, when are you going to the town? He Xiaoyu was annoyed and questioned, why do you call me that? I'm older than you. But you look much younger than me. But forget it. It's not bad staying in the heavenly village. At least you won't meet so many geniuses here. Your strength is not weak. Maybe we can meet at the level 1 fishery after we become fishing masters. Han Fei asked, are the town and villages using the same level 1 fishery? He Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, all the villages use the same one. At this time, He Xiaoyu's mother brought fish soup and Han Fei tasted it. In addition to the rich umami taste it had, there was nothing special about the soup. He Xiaoyu's mother joined the conversation. Lad, you shall work hard. When you become a fishing master, your father will not object to your marrying Xiaoyu. Pooh, cough, cough. He Xiaoyu's face instantly turned red. Mother, what? What are you talking about? We're just friends. I'm going to cultivate. He Xiaoyu clattered upstairs and Han Fei embarrassedly said to her mother, Auntie, I think I have to go too. He Xiaoyu's mother was warm with her response. Okay, no rush. Cultivation goes first. Xiaoyu is leaving the village in 2 days. The village leader will send her to the town. Han Fei, Xiaoyu's father said that you could actually go too. Auntie, different people have different aspirations. I still have a lot of things to do in the heavenly water village. I'll go to town one day, but not now. After leaving He Xiaoyu's house, Han Fei went straight to his house. The white fishing boat Fang Zi gave to him remained tied to the edge of the cliff next to his house. Han Fei jumped onto it and sailed straight to the sea. The tigers not long after Han Fei left. Young master, Han Fei has gone to sea. Li Hu frowned. Going to the sea at night, he pondered. Let Uncle Wolf deal with him. A dark night, a killing night. How dare he, a minor fisher, go to the sea at night? He is simply courting death. Yes, young master. Gee, the boat used by city people is really different, so fast and stable. With this boat, I don't have to go to the port to rent one, which was much more worthwhile than a piece of spiritual fruit. Coming to the sea again, Han Fei pondered spirit-swallowing fish are from level 1 fisheries. If they are put in a common fishery, would there be no fish able to kill them? He Xiaoyu once said that only very special creatures or spiritual beasts could kill spiritual beasts. With a thought from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White appeared. Seeing the endless sea, even without instruction from Han Fei, Little Black jumped straight into the seawater. Han Fei called to him, Little Black, why are you in such a hurry? Come out of the sea. However, Little Black ignored Han Fei, and Little White also jumped into the sea. The 2 small fishes, one black and one white, jumped out of the sea and then dove back into the water, seeming to be playing. Han Fei covered his face helplessly. Most people have their spiritual beasts as fighting pets, whereas mine are 2 cute pets. Something suddenly drew his attention. A blade fish jumped out of the sea and rushed straight to Little White. "Little White, watch out." With a twinkle and swish, Xiao Bai dove into the seawater, leaving a white flash. In the blink of an eye, he had swum behind the blade fish and seemed to be curiously observing this big fish. But Little Black was not so curious. He thought to himself, "You want to eat Little White? Then I will eat you first." Then Han Fei saw something that shocked him. Little Black rushed up, and as he kept revolving around the blade fish, the latter became a fishbone. "Wow, so strong? You, a level 1 small fish, ate a blade fish leaving only the bones." The water glittered like frost, and the fin blade of the blade fish fell into the water. Han Fei was about to get the blade out of water when he saw Little Black rush up again and bite at the blade. Han Fei's jaw almost dropped. What did he just see? Little Black actually ate a blade. "Come here, Xiao Hai." Little Black jumped out of the water and swam around Han Fei in the air. Han Fei found that this little guy was not hurt at all. "That's a blade, not fish meat. Don't your teeth hurt when eating it?" However, Xiao Hai didn't seem to understand what Han Fei was saying, or he didn't even give a damn. He jumped back into the water. Because Little Black was his spiritual beast, Han Fei could sense that Xiao Hai was still eating. What was he eating? He had no idea, but he found that his spiritual energy was increasing. "Oh, directly increasing my spiritual energy." When Han Fei saw the 3 moons rising in the sky, he knew it was almost time. He immediately called Little Black and Little White back, only allowing them to wander around him. Han Fei sat with his legs crossed and began to cultivate, and suddenly, the spiritual energy around him surged. There seemed to be rolling spiritual energy wherever the bright moonlight fell. As Han Fei was cultivating, the sea around him violently stirred, and a large number of fishes emerged and writhed from time to time. As in the past, the moment when spiritual energy was present, no fish fought one another, not even the cruelest snake belt. They were immersed in absorbing the essence of this world as if on a pilgrimage. Little Black, who was agitated and wanted to jump into the sea again, was also quiet at this moment. It stayed suspended in the air and slowly revolved around Han Fei. The black and white spots respectively on the 2 fishes' heads were shining and seemed to be breathing. As time went by, however, Han Fei felt that the spiritual energy he absorbed was getting less and less. He opened his eyes and found that the calabash was flashing. Little Black and Little White were absorbing spiritual energy, so were the fishes in the sea. Han Fei gave a wry smile. "So the spiritual energy I attracted in cultivation was mostly absorbed by you guys. But fine, anyway, I still grew stronger." After more than an hour, the sea surface gradually began to stir. Some fish began to flop about, and a white fish jumped on board, almost hitting Han Fei. But at the moment the white fish jumped up, Little Black rushed over and threw it into the sea after a few bites. Soon, there were more and more fish starting to flop around, mostly just yellow fish and white fish. Fishes like blade fish didn't jump on board, though. Little Black was relatively grumpy. He seemed to realize that his owner was cultivating, so any fish who dared to approach the deck was killed by it. As he was busy biting and chewing, suddenly both Little Black and Little White's body flashed, and they actually upgraded. All of a sudden, Han Fei felt Xiao by bumping on his body. He turned his head, only to see that a ship shadow suddenly appeared in the distance. There are people at sea at this time. Are they coming for me? Chapter 71, Fighting a Fishing Master. Han Fei frowned. The first idea coming to his mind was that he was followed, but he didn't stop cultivating. Well, if I stop cultivating at this time, the sea would go violent. It was for this reason that he asked Fang Zi for this high-end fishing boat, but to his dismay, there was always someone trying to disturb him. Li Lang, one of the founders of the Tigers, a very strong man, was about to break through to be an intermediate fishing master. He was in the top 5 of the Tigers in strength. When he was assigned this task, he was full of disdain and even assured Li Hu that he would slash Han Fei's head off within 2 hours. He felt that it was a little insulting to ask him to kill an insignificant fisher. However, he knew that this guy almost had leader and young master killed, so he was very eager to kill this guy to get the credit. At this moment, Li Lang was only 500 meters away from Han Fei's fishing boat. He figured that he was too busy cultivating and didn't notice him. The spiritual energy here seems to be more intense than other places. Is that guy getting a chance to cultivate? When Li Lang was 300 meters away from Han Fei, he heard a flapping sound under the ship, and he took a look at it only to find that many yellow fish and white fish were bumping against the ship. A school of fish? This guy is lucky to meet a school of fish at night. When Li Lang was only less than 100 meters away from Han Fei's white fishing boat, he felt something was wrong. No, it's not a school of fish. The spiritual energy here is exceptionally rich. This guy must have won a treasure. No wonder he dare go to sea at night. But Elm, afraid your treasure will be mine. I can give your head to young master, but your treasure, ho-ho? Swoosh. Just when Li Lang was about to reach Han Fei, he pulled out his fishing rod, planning to hook Han Fei's white fishing boat with his fish hook so as not to let him escape. But before he cast out the fish hook, he saw the white fishing boat darting towards him. Damn it, do you want to die? Li Lang certainly wouldn't think his fishing boat was stronger than the one Fang Zi gave Han Fei. If the two boats collided, the one destroyed must be his fishing boat. Roar, do you think you can kill me by destroying my boat? You wish. Li Lang retracted the fishing rod, carried it behind his back, and picked up a long rod. This was an iron rod made of iron trees on the seabed, which was at the same level as Xiaoyu's bamboo rod and Han Fei's purple bamboo rod that was not yet refined. Ah, Li Lang was about to jump onto Han Fei's ship, but what did he see in the next second? The sea was roaring and rolling, and hundreds of thousands of fish were flying out of the sea. He saw countless snakebelts, blade fish, green turtles, and even 2 tentacle lobsters. Li Lang's face changed dramatically. Damn it, is this a small fish tide? A fishing master as he was not invincible. He might be very strong in a one-on-one fight, not a single fish here could beat him, but there were too many of them. The fishes flopped violently and jumped out of the water in succession. Han Fei hid into the cabin as soon as he saw the fishes jumping up, leaving his boat drifting by itself. Bang! The bow of Li Lang's fishing boat was knocked askew and sawdust flew around. The fishes couldn't find Han Fei, so they all swarmed up at Li Lang. At this time, Li Lang had no time to deal with Han Fei and could only clench the rod in his hands. Han Fei steered the fishing boat a bit away as he watched. Huh, this man is so strong. Is he a fishing master? Han Fei saw Li Lang waving his hand, and he easily broke a green turtle, which flew away with a ruckus. 5 or 6 big blade fish darted their fin blades at him, but Li Lang immediately blocked their attacks and hit 2 of them hard with his rod. Humph, Li Lang suddenly groaned. He was hit by a blade fish that had lost its fin. This would not have hurt him, but a tentacle lobster climbed up behind him and whipped him hard on the back with its tentacle at the same time. Go to hell. The long rod in Li Lang's hand flashed, and he dented the lobster's head with a blow of his rod. Wow, he is really a worthy fishing master. Look how observant and alert he is in the fight. But how many fishes can he beat alone? Han Fei wondered. Li Lang was in trouble at the moment. If the fishes that jumped up were all swordfish and tentacle lobsters, he was confident that he could easily kill them. But what he faced up with was hundreds of thousands of white fish and yellow fish who madly darted at him. It didn't make sense to beat these fishes because they couldn't wound him anyway. But if he didn't get rid of them, his sight was completely blocked. He couldn't see anything but white fish and yellow fish. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been whipped by a tentacle lobster. Li Lang yelled angrily, Han Fei, you insidious coward. Did you use your treasure to cause this fish tide? Do you know how many people will chase after you if I escape? Then escape. Show me how you can escape with the bow of your boat wrecked. You coward, just keep hiding in your cabin. As Li Lang's iron rod whistled through the air, countless white fish, yellow fish, and green turtles were sent flying. Ouch! A fin blade flew across Li Lang's chest, and his chest was immediately dripping with blood. When he finally jumped from his ship to Han Fei's, he had 4 blades in his body, and the wound on his back was still burning. In addition, his face was also swollen from bumping into a green turtle. Little Black, bite him. The moment Li Lang set foot on Han Fei's fishing boat, Han Fei immediately ordered Little Black to attack Li Lang. Oh, caught off guard, Li Lang felt that his calf was bitten by something that ripped a bloody piece of flesh off his leg. He tried to find the thing that bit him, but there were only white fish and yellow fish under his feet. He thought it was a coincidence, but when he took a step forward, he felt that his forearm was bitten too, and a piece of flesh was bitten off. What the hell is that? Li Lang hurriedly refilled his body with spiritual energy, and at the moment when his body was flooded with spiritual energy, With a thought from Han Fei, Little Black quickly came back to his owner. Han Fei sneered. Now it's time. The fish cabin was knocked open instantly. Han Fei struck Li Lang with his purple bamboo rod. With a flash from purple bamboo rod, Han Fei shouted, "Explode!" Bam! A turbulent airwave erupted between them, throwing hundreds of fish away. Li Lang was knocked back 3 paces by the attack. His arms were numb and he was shocked. That's not right. Han Fei's strength is not right. Isn't Han Fei only a level 7 fisher? Liar, he is clearly already a fishing master. Explode! Li Lang had hardly stabilized his body when Han Fei hit him with the rod again. Bam! Li Lang felt that as his shoulders were hit hard, his blood was rolling, and the spiritual energy in his body finally exploded. After taking 2 consecutive spiritual energy explosion attacks, he could hardly stand. Han Fei sneered, "You want to kill me? I will drain your spiritual energy first." Although Li Ju was seriously wounded, he still clenched his fishing rod and he lashed at Han Fei with it. Han Fei was sent flying through the air and bumped into a passing green turtle. Fortunately, he was not wounded, and in the blink of an eye, he filled his body with spiritual energy again. Han Fei grinned. "Brother, come and kill me." Li Lang stared at him ferociously, then quickly grabbed a spirit refilling pill and swallowed it. However, as soon as he threw the spirit refilling pill into his mouth, his belly was suddenly bitten by something twice, and a bloody hunk of flesh was bitten off. Damn, what the FCK was that? Li Lang hurriedly refilled his body with spiritual energy again and tightly covered the wound on his belly with his clothes to stop the blood from flowing out. What the heck is that? He didn't even know what bit him. However, when he had just dressed his wound, he saw Han Fei sneering and his rod flash again. Is he going to give him another spiritual energy explosion attack? Fuse! Just when Han Fei's rod was about to hit Li Lang again, Li Lang roared, and instantly, a shadow covered Li Lang's body. No sooner than purple bamboo rod hit Li Lang again, Han Fei's shoulder had a sharp pain and seemed to be pierced by something. Pooh! Li Lang spurted blood. Even if he had fused with his spiritual beast, half of his body still went numb, and his shoulders were dented when he was hit by Han Fei. Han Fei was knocked back and quickly looked to his left shoulder, only to find that blood was streaming out of his shoulder as if penetrated by a sword. Li Lang seems to have become stronger. Bastard, do you know that my spiritual beast is a swordfish, the most aggressive fish from level 1 fisheries? I'm gonna kill you. Chapter 72, Desire to Kill. Han Fei blinked, jumped back quickly to block a fin blade darting at him with his rod, and then caught the blade fish to throw it at Li Lang. Li Lang easily smashed the blade fish, but the moment he smashed it, his palm was pierced. He turned his head to look, only to find that it was not a blade fish, but a palm-sized knife. It was one of the small flying knives Han Fei made with a blade fish's fins. When he was first engaged in refining, he laughed at himself for making rubbish, but now it seemed that he could use them as hidden weapons. Li Lang was shocked. This bastard had so many means. He hadn't even figured out what this guy released to bite him yet and was injured by his flying knife again. Before Li Lang came back from the shock, he saw Han Fei reach out, grab something from the air, and throw it over. He thought it was another knife, but the next second he found that there was nothing at all. Explode! It turned out to be another spiritual energy explosion attack. Li Lang hurriedly held his stick to block it, shocked and angry. Is this guy's spiritual energy endless? Even if he could gain spiritual energy by drinking spirit-swallowing fish soup, there was no damn soup here for him to drink. Where did he get so much spiritual energy? Boom. Hundreds of fish were sent flying through the air by the explosion, and a tentacle lobster that had just climbed halfway onto the boat was shaken off, knocked into the water. Han Fei felt that his body was pierced again. This time it was his right hand. He quickly backed away and looked at his right hand where a long cut appeared. Little Black, bite him? Han Fei gritted his teeth. He shattered Li Lang's spiritual energy once again. I don't believe you can keep refilling your body with spiritual energy. Sure enough, the next second, Li Lang was bitten in the back of his neck, and another piece of flesh was bitten off. Li Lang was going crazy. What the heck is it? Once the spiritual energy in his body disappeared, he would be bitten. Enough is enough. Li Lang was forced to refill his body with spiritual energy again. He knew that if he couldn't kill Han Fei this time, he would be doomed. At this moment, On the white fishing boat on the sea, two people, whose bodies were shimmering with spiritual energy, were fighting fiercely, and clangs were heard from time to time. Han Fei retreated one step after another, not because his strength was inferior to Li Lang, but that Li Lang seemed to be able to emit sword qi that left many cuts on his body. Bam! Being thrown backward, Han Fei hit the rail guard and vomited blood. Very good. Do you think only you know how to fuse with your spiritual beast? Han Fei was irritated. He knew that the tigers wanted to kill him, and there was a fishing master in the tigers. But he didn't expect the tigers to send a fishing master to ambush him on the sea at night. Even though the sea at night was considered a horrible place and fishing masters were reluctant to come, he had come. And this person was quite strong. If Han Fei guessed right, he may be a junior fishing master before fusing with his sword fish, but after the fusion, he probably became an intermediate fishing master. Little white, little black, fuse with me. It was not difficult for Han Fei to kill his opponent by draining his spiritual energy with spiritual energy explosion attacks. But Li Lang was too close to him, and he couldn't resist his sword qi that easily and seriously wounded him. So although Han Fei had not yet tried to fuse with his spiritual beasts, he had to do it now. Even if Little Black and Little White were still at a low level and couldn't boost his strength much, at least they would improve his strength somewhat. The next moment, Han Fei saw the black and white fish appear in front of him, circling around him, and then they entered his body like a tai-kai pattern. Roar! As soon as Han Fei finished the fusion, Li Lang couldn't help but take a step back. What did he see? At the moment, one of Han Fei's eyes had turned pure white against the dark sky, which meant that Han Fei had one black and one white eye. Li Lang had never seen such a creepy scene and was a little scared. Isn't this guy's spiritual beast just a spirit-swallowing fish? Who the FCK said that to me? I'm gonna kill him. Han Fei felt that he had become a lot stronger and probably had the power of a level 9 fisher, which might be nothing to a fishing master. But at the moment, Han Fei became extremely calm and there was a bloodthirsty desire in his heart. The sight of Li Lang aroused an urge from his heart to bite him. In addition to that, the world in his eyes had changed, and Li Lang's movement suddenly slowed down. Li Lang knew that there would be no chance for him to kill Han Fei if he didn't kill him right now. Without any hesitation, he covered his iron rod with the last bit of spiritual energy he had. He didn't think Han Fei could defend himself against the spiritual energy explosion attack of a fishing master. But this time, to his surprise, Han Fei just stood still. When his iron rod was about to hit him, he suddenly twisted his body in a strange angle and dodged his attack. Pooh, Li Lang only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then the strength of his whole body seemed to be fading. The fusion effect gradually dissipated, and his strength was gone. Li Lang looked down, only to see a knife in his chest. Han Fei had no expression on his face and looked calm. He looked at Li Lang, who was kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath, suddenly opened his mouth and bit at Li Lang's neck. One bite after another. Ah! Li Lang died miserably, and his widened eyes were filled with terror. However, Han Fei didn't terminate the fusion. Instead, he carried purple bamboo rod and started to hit the fishes who wanted to jump on board. The tentacle lobster that was shaken off started to climb back on the boat, but a rod hit down, smashing its head. 15 minutes later, the ship had been covered with dead fishes, and a struggling look gradually appeared on Han Fei's face. Terminate the fusion. Bam! Han Fei sat down on the deck, breathing heavily, and two small fishes in front of him, black and white, were happily revolving around him in the air. Han Fei threw up violently to the ground. He knew exactly what he had just done. He knew he had just bitten Li Lang to death. But at the moment he killed Li Lang, he felt extremely excited. Both his body and his spirit were in a state of extreme excitement. He wanted more killing and wanted to appreciate the pleasure. That's horrible. What the hell are you, Little Black? Han Fei knew that this was Little Black's masterpiece. This guy didn't like to absorb spiritual energy from the beginning. Whenever he saw a fish, he would rush up to bite it. He was only at level 1 but had already nibbled a swordfish to death. When he fused with him just now, he felt his desire to kill was skyrocketing. Han Fei decided, unless his life was in danger, he would never fuse with them again. Just now, he felt like he was crazy, yes, like a madman who was crazy and extremely high. Although he knew that his state was not right, he was reluctant to terminate the fusion. After gasping for quite a while, Han Fei kicked Li Lang, who was already dead, rummaged through his person, and found nothing but a rod. He looked at it and thought, not bad. It was not destroyed when hit by my purple bamboo rod, so it should be a weapon of the same level as purple bamboo rod. Tossing Li Lang's body into the sea, Han Fei thoroughly cleaned up the boat. After he absorbed all the spiritual energy, his spiritual energy had exceeded 22,000 points. After a little hesitation, Han Fei chose to break through immediately. Otherwise, if another master about the same level as Li Lang came, he might not be able to defend himself. And if two came, he would definitely die. Little black, little white, guard my side. Watching the two little fishes circling happily around him, Han Fei gave a wry smile. Little guys, do you know you almost drove your owner into madness? Make the breakthrough. Spiritual energy was surging around Han Fei, and his momentum was constantly rising. Crack! In a split second, Han Fei accomplished the breakthrough. Of course, he was still far from the peak of level 9, so spiritual energy was still surging. After more than an hour, Han Fei opened his eyes. Whew! I was too weak before the breakthrough, but now my strength has increased by thousands of kilograms. Han Fei got up and found that the wounds on his body had begun to scab. Although it was not as fast as his previous recovery speed, it was still fast. He wondered whether it was because of the breakthrough or other reasons. He looked at his data again. Owner, Han Fei, level 9 Advanced Fisher, Spiritual Energy, 1023 399 Spiritual Heritage, Level 3 Low Quality Upgradable Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fishes, Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod Main Art. Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss, Mortal Level, Divine Quality. Chapter 73, Like a Fish Hopping in the Sea. Han Fei was relieved to see that he still had 1,023 points of spiritual energy left. He had been worried that his spiritual energy was not enough, but now it seemed that it was enough. However, it was certain that the amount of spiritual energy consumed for each breakthrough was increasing. He could be sure that 20,000 points of spiritual energy would not be enough for him to accomplish his next breakthrough, which might require 30,000 or even 40,000 points. He was struggling in his heart whether he should continue to cultivate or to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. He felt that, however, in this breakthrough, the increase of his upper limit of spiritual energy was not as much as he expected. He seemed to encounter a small bottleneck, so he needed to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing to help himself advance. Well, the tigers won't stop unless I die. This amount of spiritual energy may not be enough. At the same time, the tigers, young master Li Lang has been gone for 3 hours. Li Hu waved his hand. Perhaps he hasn't found Han Fei. Even an ordinary fishery covers hundreds of kilometers. It is not easy to find a certain person there. I order all people who are not yet fishing masters to go to the ordinary fisheries tomorrow to search for a white fishing boat. Yes, young master, Li Hu sneered. Han Fei, are you an idiot? You got the white fishing boat from the angel. It's just like the brightest star in the night sky. We can easily find you with this boat. The next morning, dawn came, and as Han Fei's cultivation came to an abrupt halt, the sea surface immediately stirred. Although Han Fei had reached level 9, he still hid in the cabin. Come on, even a fishing master like Li Lang could hardly handle the fishes. I don't think I can do better than him if I go out. After less than half an hour, Han Fei threw the great amount of dead fish, whose spiritual energy had been absorbed by him, into the sea and checked his own spiritual energy with a frown. It was only 4620 points. Damn, the fish's spiritual energy is too low, not even 5,000 points. If I meet a master like Li Lang again, I'll need at least 2,000 points to beat him. If 2 of them come, I will be in danger. Little Black, go hunting in the sea by yourself. I don't care what you do, but you must upgrade to level 3 today. Upon hearing this, Little Black jumped into the seawater. Now Han Fei was already on the edge of ordinary fisheries where there were very few people. He was now a level 9 fisher, and his strength was completely different from before. Perhaps this time, he could give it a try on the seabed. Suddenly, Han Fei was shocked by his bold idea. A fisher is thinking about going to the seabed to earn spiritual energy? If it were known by fishing masters, they would probably slap me to death. Anyway, fortune comes from danger. When I was still an ordinary person, I dared to dive into the sea in a diving suit and play with sharks. Why should my courage diminish now? With a flop, Han Fei jumped into the sea. As soon as he entered the sea, he exercised the wandering dragon art, and then he saw that Little Black was nibbling a snake belt while Little White was circling around him. Wow, do you guys have any idea that you're only level 2? Seeing Han Fei appear, Little White quickly swam over. He seemed to ask him, "Master, why are you here?" Little Black also swam over reluctantly. "Didn't you tell me to eat fish here? Are you here to take me back?" Han Fei carried purple bamboo rod in his right hand with a blade fish dagger on his waist and an iron fishing rod hanging on his back as he dove into the seabed. A blade fish wanted to swim over to see what Han Fei was. However, he felt a bite on him before he approached, and he hurriedly struggled and searched in anger for the thing that attacked him, but he found nothing after searching around. Then its tail disappeared, so did its belly. Han Fei clicked his tongue. It's really horrible to be attacked by an invisible creature. He still remembered the way Li Lang, dripping with blood from bites, desperately searched for what was biting him. As Han Fei dove into the sea, there were schools of fish coming over and swimming around him. No matter how powerful Little Black was, he had only one mouth and could not eat this many fish at the same time. It was only when the fish in the schools found that they had a companion who suddenly became bones that they ran away. It was not as dangerous as last time for Han Fei. Although snakebelts swam over occasionally, he was not afraid at all. It was just that once he killed a fish in the sea, a school of fish would be attracted. This was very troublesome because he had to escape before absorbing enough spiritual energy. On the seabed, Han Fei didn't see coral reefs this time but a gray muddy ground and some jagged stones. As an experienced fisher, Han Fei knew very well how many dangers hid under the mud. Shit, what the hell is this place? There is no coral reef here. How can I get an opportunity for a breakthrough? At this moment, Han Fei was suspended 5 or 6 meters above the mud, and his body was agile like a swimming fish. Little Black and Little White were flanking him. As 2 snakebelts quickly swam over from a distance, Han Fei's eyes lit up. An opportunity has come. In the icy waters, Han Fei was a heat source, which quickly attracted the attention of the fishes. At the same time, under the stones, some green crabs began to show up. Pachai! A snakebelt frantically darted towards him, and Han Fei dodged in a strange angle, pulling out the blade fish dagger from his waist and killed the snakebelt. On the other side, Little Black was nibbling a snakebelt that struggled fiercely and twisted its body in pain, though it didn't know what was biting it. Without any chance to escape, the snakebelt was bitten into 2 pieces and it sank. As soon as the 2 snakebelts died, the mud stirred. For a moment, it seemed as though hundreds of sticks had shot out of the dirt, which startled Han Fei. Wow, sea snakes. Name, green scale sea snake level. 7 quality. Regular spiritual energy. 21 edible effect. Drinking snake blood for a long time can supplement your chi and blood and enhance physical fitness. Collectible, green scale snake gall, absorbable. Han Fei hurriedly drifted up a bit. His blood almost froze. These sea snakes rooted their tails in the soil. Once a prey came in sight, they would swarm out. They looked exactly like sticks. If they hadn't tilted their heads, ready to attack the enemy at any time, he might have been fooled by their mimicry. Did I enter a snake pit? Han Fei's face was all black. How can I deal with these snakes? They don't come out and I dare not go down. While Han Fei was hesitating, he saw Little Black rush past with a swish and bit a sea snake into 2 halves. Yes, how can I forget Little Black? These sea snakes can't see Little Black. He can just drill into the snake pit and eat them slowly. Therefore, Han Fei just drifted in the air, occasionally killing 1 or 2 snakebelts and throwing them down to the bottom of the sea after absorbing their spiritual energy. Even the big green crabs under the stones came up and ate the bodies of the sea snakes. Soon, the bloody smell began to thicken. Han Fei saw rotating starfish flying over like darts, and hermit crabs that seemed to have snail shells on their backs came out of the mud in all directions. The sea snakes seemed to have been angered. "We don't eat you shelled ones. Why are you attacking us? You've gone too far," so a fight began. More and more snakebelts appeared in the distance, as well as green turtles, blade fish, and ironhead fish. For a time, cold lights flashed and crashing sounds were heard without end. Han Fei found that the calabash on his wrist was shining and seemed to be swallowing spirit. And not only the calabash, Little White was also absorbing spiritual energy in this bloody scene like an elf in the water. What? Can Little White absorb spiritual energy from 20 meters away? Han Fei immediately swam onto a stone, letting the calabash slowly absorb spiritual energy. From time to time, snakebelts swam over to siege him but were all killed. The battle had been very fierce and dead fishes were everywhere. Han Fei could occasionally see little black shuttle under the water. Suddenly, Han Fei frowned. The Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants said that snake fruit would produce in the gathering place of sea snakes, especially green scale sea snakes. This snake fruit was a spiritual fruit and was recorded in the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants. Snake fruit was a low-level spirit fruit. As snakes wouldn't move their nests for a long time, their saliva would accumulate and nourish an associated spiritual fruit. Eating this fruit could help restore a small amount of spiritual energy and heal wounds. However, its core value lay in alchemy. The snake pill fruit refined from snake fruit had a great restoring effect and contained a lot of spiritual energy. Little White, Little White. Little White swam to Han Fei while he was absorbing the spiritual energy. Han Fei pointed at the ground and tried communicating with him. Little White, go see if there is dark green fruit. If there is, bring it to me. Don't eat it. Little White immediately swam away and disappeared in the mud in a blink of an eye. Chapter 74, Marching Sea Leeches. Little White went away for about 10 minutes and swam back to Han Fei with a string of snake fruit in his mouth. Han Fei was overjoyed. He didn't expect such a benefit in studying the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants. He looked at the green scale snake fruit in his hand and a string of data appeared. Name: Green scale snake fruit introduction. A spiritual fruit coexisting with green scale sea snakes and nourished with the snake's saliva. It can increase the spiritual energy of snake pits. Level: low-level spiritual fruit, quality, bad spiritual energy. 500 points. Effect: directly eating it can increase a small amount of spiritual energy. Fishers can build up their bodies if taking it, but it's ineffective for fishing masters and above. There were 7 or 8 pieces of fruit in this string, which were all thumb-sized, but according to the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants, a snake fruit was as large as a fist. Was it because these sea snakes were too low of a level? Yes, this was just an ordinary fishery. How could there be so many treasures? Otherwise, fishing masters would all rush to ordinary fisheries for hunting. Han Fei swallowed all the pieces of fruit, one fruit at a time. He wouldn't bother to save them for alchemy. That would be too much work, let alone that he knew nothing about alchemy. It had been about half an hour, but the fighting showed no sign of stopping. The sea snakes had all been killed, and the crabs were busy scrambling for the dead bodies of the sea snakes and fighting one another like mad. Ironhead fish crashed against the crabs, smashed their shells, and ate the crab roe inside. Snake belts were nothing here. Han Fei saw some snake belts swim over, but only a few seconds later, they were cut into countless pieces by crab claws and eaten by the crabs. But during this time, Han Fei had absorbed nearly 5,000 points of spiritual energy. This was the bottom of the sea, where danger and opportunity coexisted. Ouch! Han Fei suddenly felt a pain in his leg. He patted his leg unconsciously and looked down, only to see his hands covered in blood. FCK, what is it? Name: Marching Sea Leech Level. 1 quality, regular spiritual energy. 1 point introduction. A submarine mollusk that can be used as bait. When they breed, they forage in swarms and need to eat a lot of food, so everywhere they march over, nothing is left. When they're marching in swarms, they are invincible at level 3 fisheries and below. Han Fei's expression changed drastically. He picked up one of these finger-long leeches. The slippery worm was slapped to death by Han Fei, leaving a pool of blood and mucus. You! Suddenly, Han Fei shuddered and looked back quickly. The scene he saw almost froze his blood. Dozens of leeches were drifting over, and behind them, it was a dark and dense mass of leeches. Han Fei almost peed. If there were only hundreds or thousands of them, they might have been eaten up by the fishes along the way. But marching sea leeches, just like marching desert ants, usually came out in swarms, and everywhere they went, not even a single blade of grass was left. Run. Little black and little white, run. Having no time to care about the fighting fishes, Han Fei ejected like a rocket and didn't dare to delay at all. Even a fishing master would be turned into a mummy if trapped by marching sea leeches. Han Fei exercised the wandering dragon art and quickly slipped away. Little Black followed behind him and swallowed a marching sea leech from time to time. You foodie, are you still eating? Do you think marching sea leeches won't eat you because you're invisible? No, they will devour everything in their path. Han Fei turned his head, only to find that the crabs, blade fishes, and ironhead fishes that were fighting fiercely had all disappeared. All he could see was a dense cloud of marching sea leeches. Shit, so fast? Han Fei speeded up, and at the same time refilled his body with spiritual energy and accelerated to swim towards the surface of the sea. Clash. Han Fei jumped out of the water, only to find that his white fishing boat seemed to be thousands of kilometers away. He quickly got into the water again and rushed towards the fishing boat. But as soon as Han Fei jumped into the water, he saw a swarm of marching sea leech a few hundred meters away. He was stunned, damn it. My fishing boat is on the other side of these marching sea leeches. Han Fei almost burst into tears. Are you kidding me? Without a fishing boat, do I have to have a swim race with these leeches? Fortunately, I still have the wandering dragon art anyway. Marching sea leeches won't necessarily win against me. Without any hesitation, Han Fei swam crazily in the opposite direction of his fishing boat. Han Fei really regretted that he came to such a remote place. If there were someone else with him, they could jump into his boat, but now no one would save him from the swarm of worms. Of course, it was not just Han Fei who was running for his life. There were blade fish darting forward around Han Fei, and behind him, there were white fish and yellow fish. He even saw a big meat turtle rise to the surface and run for its life, but the meat turtle seemed not to be confident with its speed, so it shrank its head into its shell. Han Fei couldn't help but worry. Do you think you'll be safe to shrink into your shell? The leeches could easily devour your shell. At this time, no fish was attacking Han Fei. After all, life was more precious than the stomach. Even fish knew this. At the same time, dozens of miles away, dozens of fishing boats were slowly approaching. Li Hu looked gloomy. How could Han Fei defeat Uncle Wolf? Tang Ji must have given him some special treasures. A person standing behind Li Hu said, "Young master, Li Lang's ship is badly devastated. It seems that he had encountered a small fish tide. Maybe he was not killed by Han Fei." Stupid. Can a small fish tied in an ordinary fishery kill a fishing master? Besides, Uncle Wolf can become an intermediate fishing master after fusing with his swordfish. How can the demonic fishes in a common fishery kill him? Li Hu was very angry. A fishing master, how valuable a fishing master is. The tigers only had 5 fishing masters in total. Now they had lost one. Suddenly, one of his men shouted, "Young master, we seem to have encountered a school of fish." This person was looking and pointing at the distant sea with excitement. For fishermen, encountering a school of fish was a good thing. Almost every fisherman hoped to come across these schools every day. Li Hu froze for a moment, wondering if the closer to the border, the luckier one would be. But he still shook his head and said, "Don't forget our purpose. Find Han Fei and kill him. Uncle Wolf is dead, so Han Fei can't be safe. Otherwise, he would have returned to the village long ago." Soon, the fleet led by Li Hu and the school of fish met. Most of the fishes floated on the surface of the water and swam quickly, with no intention to stay. Some people looked at the sea surface and wondered, well, did you find that the fishes didn't look right? They are all different species of fish. Why do they appear together? Someone pointed to the sea. What is there? There is a strange big fish jumping on the sea surface. It looks like a swordfish. Huh, how can a swordfish appear in an ordinary fishery? Suddenly, someone shouted, "Not good, the fishes are not foraging but escaping. Something is chasing them." Before this man finished his words, another man shouted, "Look that's not a swordfish but a person." Everyone was stunned. Are you f-seeking kidding me? Someone was swimming in the sea. Did he want to swim to hell? In the next moment, they found that that was a person indeed, but he swam faster than many fishes. Then the crowd noticed that there was a black, dense swarm of some creatures, but they couldn't see clearly what they were. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Run! Young master, run! Those are marching sea leeches." The fleet was instantly in an uproar and everyone was frightened. How could marching sea leeches appear in an ordinary fishery? There was a 1 in a million chance to encounter marching sea leeches in a level 1 fishery. Don't they mostly appear in level 2 fisheries? Li Hu was also panicked. Having no time to think where Han Fei was, he shouted, "Everyone, run!" Han Fei hadn't thought that he would swim faster than the marching sea leeches. After all, each man had his limits. He was not a real fish and couldn't swim as easily as fish. But at this moment, he saw hope. There were fishing boats. He immediately refilled his body with spiritual energy and his swimming speed skyrocketed. Swoosh. Before the fleet fled, Han Fei caught the stern rail with his fishhook. He glided as fast as he could on the sea surface to catch up with the ships while shouting, "Run, marching sea leeches are coming." The members of the Tigers were all stunned, including Li Hu. He looked back only to find that it was no one else but Han Fei. Han Fei was also dumbfounded. Li Hu? In an instant, Han Fei realized that this fleet was here to kill him. Haha, that's really interesting. What a small world. Bam, Han Fei landed on a fishing boat. Before Li Hu said anything, Han Fei had hit a member of the Tigers with his purple bamboo rod. Clang. The level 9 fisher quickly blocked Han Fei's blow, pondering how he should quickly kill this guy and claim the credit. But as soon as his rod met purple bamboo rod, he felt a great force fall upon him, which bent his rod and almost shattered his insides. Poof, without hesitation, Han Fei grabbed this person in one hand and threw him into the sea. "No, help, young master," Li Hu shouted. Kill him for me." Li Hu shouted at the crowd and steered the fishing boat in panic, trying to make the ship take off. There was certainly more than one person on this fishing boat, and the other 3 all rushed towards Han Fei. Go to hell. Explode. Chapter 75, A Narrow Escape. Han Fei launched a spiritual energy explosion attack at them, but everyone here had acquired this simple combat skill. So at the moment he launched this attack, the 3 level 9 fishers on the opposite side shouted and also launched spiritual energy explosion attacks at him. Shit! Han Fei was smashed out of the fishing boat by their attacks, and the 3 people were also shaken off the boat one after the other. The huge collision force of the spiritual energy explosions caused a gust of wind. In midair, Han Fei saw that the marching sea leeches were only less than 100 meters away. If he fell into the water, he would be turned into a mummy soon. Swish! With a twinkle, he exercised the hook kiss technique and hung onto Li Hu's fishing boat. Yanking the fishing boat, Han Fei flew towards Li Hu's fishing boat. "Young master, watch out! Protect young master." On Li Hu's ship, there were as many as 5 people protecting him, all of whom were level 9 fishers. Before Han Fei boarded the ship, the 5 people had all stood on the bow, shielding Li Hu behind them. FCK? Han Fei wasn't afraid of the 5 people. None of them were fishing masters. If he fought them on the flat ground, he could surely beat them. After all, although he was also a level 9 fisher, he could kill a fishing master. But now suspended in the air, he couldn't play to his full strength. If the 5 of them launched spiritual energy attacks at him like before, he would be hit down into the sea. "Li Hu, you little maggot, I swear, I'll kill you if I survive." With a shout, Han Fei withdrew the fishing rod and threw the fishhook at the fishing boat with the fewest people on it. But there were still 3 people on that fishing boat, and one of them was steering the boat. Li Hu shouted, "Han Fei, you're dead meat. Although you won't be killed by me, I'll still be very happy to see you killed by the marching sea leeches, ha ha ha." Han Fei said nothing. 2 fishing boats that hadn't taken off yet were already crawling with marching sea leeches. The purple bamboo rod flashed in Han Fei's hands, and he was ready to launch another spiritual energy explosion attack. Little Black, bite him? The 2 people who were going to intercept Han Fei were wondering, who is Little Black? Suddenly, one of them felt that something had bitten their thigh. He thought that the marching sea leeches had got on the boat and quickly looked down in fright. Han Fei gave a cold smile and threw a flying knife at him. Ah! Before the person looked up, Han Fei had launched a spiritual energy explosion attack, and the 2 of them flew upside down by the blow, blood spurting out of their bodies. The flying knife had inserted itself into the eye of the person who was bitten by Little Black. "Hey, you shouldn't have let me get on board." "Die. Explode." The man who was steering the fishing boat panicked. "Is this guy the waste young master spoke of?" "Bullshit. Can a waste beat 2 level 9 fishers with one blow? Can a waste continuously launch such powerful spiritual energy explosion attacks? Han Fei launched another attack, and one of the level 9 fishers was sent flying through the air, falling heavily into the sea with a bang. Help! Me! Before he finished speaking, he had been covered with leeches, and in the blink of an eye, his face quickly shriveled. Another person was also seriously injured and both arms were broken. Han Fei casually poked him into the sea with his rod, not even looking at him. The only person left widened his eyes and shouted at Han Fei, "If you dare to come over, I will destroy this fishing boat." Han Fei frowned and just wanted to kill the guy, but he still said calmly, "I can spare your life. You can go to another fishing boat. What do you think?" The man glanced around in panic and frowned. There were only 5 fishing boats that managed to take off. Among them, Li Hu's boat flew the highest and furthest away. The remaining 3 fishing boats were all at least 100 meters away from him. He would fall into the water if he was not careful. How could he go to another boat? So the man said, "Even if I escape to another boat, the tigers won't let me off. Rather than this, I might as well die with you. Maybe leader will take care of my family for me." Han Fei said coldly, "Are you a fool? Are you sure Li Ju will treat your family kindly if you die? From what I know of the tigers, if you die, your wife will be given to another man as a gift, and your child will have to call another man father. Who knows how they'll be treated? You'll kill me anyway. What can I do?" The man roared and his eyes turned bloodshot. Han Fei shook his head. "Who said I will kill you? Do you know Li Gang? He tried to kill me twice but failed. I gave him the opportunity to follow me. Now he is in charge of the most delicious barbecue stall in the world in the port, making tons of money. And I believe it won't be long before he becomes even richer. Since I can take him under my wing, why can't I take you?" This man froze and seemed to have an inner struggle. Obviously, he knew Li Gang and knew that Li Gang was doing well now, so he was moved by Han Fei's words. Han Fei quickly added, "Look, Li Ju is now seriously wounded and has lost half of his strength. Li Hu is a waste. I can easily kill him. I was a level 2 fisher a month and a half ago, but now I can kill a level 9 fisher as easily as killing a yellow fish. I will wipe out the tigers soon. If you don't yield to me now, you will die. I think you know what to choose, right?" At this time, Li Hu was looking here in his fishing boat that was a few hundred meters away. He seemed to be shouting something at this man. His voice came with the wind, and it could be vaguely heard that he was telling this man to kill Han Fei. Han Fei laughed. "See, this is your young master. He just wants you to kill me and doesn't care about your life at all. But why doesn't he come by himself? Because he doesn't dare. Once I board his ship, he will be dead meat. Now tell me, what's your choice?" The man seemed to be having a fierce struggle inside. He looked at the black, dense mass of leeches under the boat, took a deep breath, and looked back at Han Fei. "Can you promise not to kill me?" Han Fei smiled. "Do you believe my promise? You have no choice, but I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Otherwise, I would have killed Li Hu in that fishing trial. Then I wouldn't have been in this trouble." The man asked, "Did you kill the fishing master, Li Lang?" "Li Lang, the fishing master who tried to assassinate me last night? Yes, I killed him." "Okay, I'm on your side now. The marching sea leeches will soon pass. There are 13 level 9 fishers with young master, on Li Hu's side, including himself. How can we escape?" Han Fei instructed. "Steer the boat over there. The fishing boat that the angel, Fang Zi, gave me is over there. Once we get on my fishing boat, nobody can catch up to us." "Okay." The man immediately steered the fishing boat to fly towards Han Fei's white fishing boat. From this moment on, he had betrayed the tigers. The only thing he could do was to count on this man. He can kill a fishing master. What horrible potential he has, even though he is only a level 9 fisher now. The middle-aged man remembered what Li Hu said before coming, who said that Han Fei was just a level 7 fisher. Now he just wanted to give Li Hu 2 slaps. "Idiot! Do you have any idea what kind of enemy you have made?" Han Fei asked the man, "What's your name?" "Li Qing, master." Han Fei waved his hand. "You don't have to call me master. I won't treat you as a subordinate. When we're done here, you can go to manage the barbecue stall with Li Gang and you can keep 10% of the profits." "Huh." The middle-aged man couldn't believe his ears. He could keep 10% of the profits. He knew how rich Li Gang was now, who could earn 10 mid-quality pearls a day. Many members of the tigers envied him, and everyone said that the fatty had changed from a pheasant into a phoenix. Suddenly, Li Qing's face changed. Not good, they are coming at us. Han Fei just smiled. Don't worry, even if they come over, so what? There are all level 9 fishers. We don't have to be afraid of them. Soon, Han Fei saw his white fishing boat. At this moment, the marching sea leeches had come over and the white fishing boat was also covered with a layer of leeches. Han Fei said, "Let's rush over. There are only a few worms. We can easily deal with them." Li Qing nodded. The two instantly jumped into the white fishing boat. Han Fei released spiritual energy to shake the leeches off the boat before steering the fishing boat to quickly leave. 100 meters behind him, Li Hu was roaring angrily. "Li Qing, you bastard! How dare you betray the tigers? I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill your entire F-seeking family." Seeing Li Qing's face turn gloomy, Han Fei smiled. "He can do nothing but yell at you, or can we leave them here forever, can we?" Chapter 76, A crushing defeat for Li Hu. Li Qing was shocked. How is that possible? There are 14 of them, including Li Hu. Even if you have the strength to kill a fishing master, once you're trapped by them, no one knows what will happen. Han Fei nodded. Yes, there are quite a few of them, but we can solve them one boat after another. I guess you have no idea how good a quality my fishing boat is. Oh. As a frantic gleam flicked in Han Fei's eyes, the white fishing boat suddenly took off and turned around, darting at one of the fishing boats. Li Qing was terrified. Is he actually hitting a boat with his own? Han Fei said, "Get ready to take over the fishing boat at any time. If they dare to jump into my boat, I'll beat the hell out of them." The 4 fishing boats accompanying Li Hu were chasing the white fishing boat frantically. Seeing the boat running further and further away, they had almost given up. Who would expect the white fishing boat to suddenly turn around and rush straight at them? On one of the fishing boats, someone exclaimed, "Not good, he is hitting our boat with his." The 3 people wondered if Han Fei was crazy. Once the keel of his boat broke from the collision, he could only wander at sea. But immediately they realized that this was not some garbage fishing boat produced in the heavenly water village. It was a fishing boat from the city. That kind of fishing boat was prepared for a journey to unknown places outside of level 3 fisheries. How could it be on the same level as their fishing boats? Before they had time to think about it, they saw the white fishing boat crashing into their boat like a big bird. Bam! Han Fei shouted, "Li Qing, take over this boat." Li Qing immediately took over the white fishing boat. Now he had no turning back. Since he had fled with Han Fei, he had already betrayed the tigers, and they certainly wouldn't let him off. Fortunately, this white fishing boat was really sturdy. It easily left a big hole in the other party's fishing boat and bent its keel. Damn, let's kill them. Except for the man who was controlling the fishing boat, who fell to the sea with the boat, the other 2 jumped into the air and tried to board Han Fei's fishing boat. Han Fei sneered, "How did you treat me just now? Now you want to board my boat? Get down." Explode! With a loud bang, spiritual energy scattered and rolled forwards, and the 2 people fell uncontrollably to the sea. "No," Li Hu roared. Li Hu gnashed his teeth in resentment at the sight of the scene. He said to the people on the other 2 fishing boats, "Let's trap him and see how he can deal with 3 fishing boats at the same time." Han Fei quickly turned around. "Li Qing, pick one boat and hit it." In fact, before Han Fei issued the order, Li Qing had already steered the white fishing boat to crash towards the furthest fishing boat. The 3 people on that fishing boat became anxious. They were the furthest away, but not as fast as the white fishing boat. If the white fishing boat rammed their boat, they would have no chance to survive. "Run!" Han Fei sneered. "Do you think you can get away?" 100 meters away, Li Hu shouted, land on the sea. Let's deal with him together." A cold light flashed across Han Fei's eyes, and he said coldly to Li Qing, "Kill the 3 men first." Bam! The 2 fishing boats collided again. This time, the white fishing boat precisely hit the place where the driver was located and tore open a big hole, making it fall uncontrollably. The 3 people had to give up on the fishing boat as they tried to jump into Han Fei's fishing boat. Little Black, bite them. One of these people suddenly lost a piece of flesh from his neck. He froze in the air for a moment before dropping to the sea. Ah! The other 2 were terrified and greeted by a spiritual energy explosion attack. Unable to resist it at all, they were sent flying and fell into the water. Unfortunately, Li Hu and another fishing boat had landed. The 2 fishing boats joined together and chased down to the place where the other boats fell. Han Fei clicked his tongue. What a pity! If we had moved faster, we could have destroyed one more boat. Li Qing felt a chill down his spine. How many ships do you want to destroy? 40 or 50 of us with more than a dozen ships came to kill you, but how many people are left? There were only 8 people left on the 2 fishing boats, including Li Hu. The elite members of the Tigers were almost wiped out. And you think it's not enough? At this time, a person stuck his head up from the water. Wow, he is still alive. Han Fei was surprised. This man was really lucky to survive, but it was not strange. Although he was injured, there weren't many fishes in the sea at this moment. After all, the marching sea leeches had just passed by. But although the man climbed into the boat, he was covered with leeches and had almost been sucked dry. There were still some leeches left in the sea, although most of them had left. No one knew how many leeches were hidden in the sea. This man was lucky not to be sucked to death by them. Li Qing asked, "What should we do now?" "Follow them. Don't give them a chance to escape. Once the boats separate, hit them separately." Li Qing fell silent. It seemed that Han Fei was determined to kill Li Hu, but he didn't object to that. If Li Hu went back, he would definitely take revenge on him. Unlike Li Gang, who was expelled out of the Tigers, he betrayed them, which was completely different. "Young master, now what shall we do? Our fishing boat can't stand the impact of the white fishing boat. If we separate, I'm afraid that they will destroy us one by one." Li Hu's face was gloomy. "What if we take off at the same time and fly back to the village?" Someone analyzed, "Young master, this is not an appropriate move. I think Han Fei's strength is not weak. I am afraid that he already has the combat power to be at the peak of level 9. If he hits us with his boat, we can't all jump into his ship in a short time. If so, I'm afraid half of us would die. Go to the central fishery, go to a crowded place, and turn to an inspector for help." Han Fei was standing on the bow of the boat, not worried at all. He was looking at the sun in the sky, wondering if he would be burned to death if he drew spiritual energy from the sun. He abandoned this idea in a flash. That'd be too painful. I'm afraid that I'd be roasted within seconds. "Little Black, did you see those 2 ships? Go bite the people on them, show no mercy to them." Han Fei thought to himself, even Li Lang, a fishing master, couldn't resist Little Black's sharp teeth. How can these level 9 fishers defend themselves? Little Black swam out quickly, and after a while, screams were heard from afar. At first, only one person was screaming, but soon, they began to scream one after the other. Han Fei sneered, standing on the bow. "Just fill your bodies with spiritual energy. Otherwise, you'll end up being bitten to death." Sure enough, after a while, someone began to fill their body with spiritual energy. At first, it was only 1, then 2, and in the end, everyone there had filled their bodies with spiritual energy. Even Li, who had lost a few pieces of flesh before he filled his body with spiritual energy. Li Qing's heart trembled. He didn't know what kind of hex Han Fei had used to attack those people from a few hundred meters away that forced them to exhaust their spiritual energy to protect themselves. He knew that he had discovered Han Fei's secret, so he must keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, he would be killed. Li Hu stood on the bow of the ship and roared, "Han Fei, what demonic trick are you using? You're really vicious." Han Fei responded, "Wanna know? Beg me." In less than half an hour, the people on Li Hu's side had almost run out of spiritual energy and could no longer fill their bodies with spiritual energy, so soon, someone screamed again. "What the hell is biting me? Why can't I see it?" A man waved around with his rod like crazy, but the next moment, a piece of flesh was bitten off from his wrist. 1 hour later, 2 people were bitten to death by Little Black. One was the guy who climbed up after falling into the water, and the other was the only level 8 fisher brought out by Li Hu. Han Fei said indifferently, "There are 7 people left. With 2 more dead, you won't be able to go back." Hearing Han Fei's muttering, Li Qing didn't dare to say a word for fear that Han Fei regretted sparing his life and would turn around to kill him. After a moment, Li Qing stuttered, Young Master Han Fei, I'm running out of spiritual energy." Li Qing was helpless. If this was an ordinary fishing boat, he would have no problem controlling it for such a long time. But this was not an ordinary one, and his spiritual energy was consumed fast. Han Fei casually waved his hand, and a column of spiritual energy was poured into his body. In an instant, Li Qing felt that his spiritual energy was restored quickly. Li Qing was shocked. "What is this? A spirit gatherer?" Han Fei said coldly. "Don't tell anyone about this for now. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." Li Qing hurriedly bowed his head. Yes, I'll keep a tight lip and never ever tell anyone about it, not even my wife and children. Chapter 77, Shoot to Fame. Li Qing was trembling. The entire Heavenly Water Village knew where Han Fei got the spirit concentration art, which Fang Zi gave to him after the fishing trial. But how long had it been since the end of the fishing trial? Had he acquired this art so soon? Now Li Qing just wanted to slap those who said that Han Fei was a waste. If a person like Han Fei was a waste, then who could be called a genius? Now he was very glad that he had betrayed the tigers. Otherwise, he would have ended up in the stomachs of those leeches. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He looked at Li Hu with a smile. The fishing trial means to show us the cruelty of the ocean, doesn't it? Huh. Li Qing didn't know what Han Fei meant by that, but he vaguely felt a trace of terror. At this time, the fishing boats were already close to the central fishery. Some fishing boats appeared in the distance, and occasionally 1 or 2 fishing boats flew in the sky. Han Fei smiled. Ha. They may have a chance to survive if they fly to the sky, but they chose to lead me to the central fishery. What can they do here? In the near distance. On the 2 fishing boats, the others had almost exhausted their spiritual energy, whereas Li Hu still had enough. He probably had taken multiple spirit refilling pills. Li Qing hit Li Hu's boat. Now, after all, killing is not something pleasing to watch, just hit it. Li Hu said nothing more and began to slam into Li Hu's fishing boat at full speed. Just then, Li Hu suddenly shouted, "Abandon the boat." Han Fei played with his purple bamboo rod and sneered, "What an idiot. If it's useful to abandon the boat, why did I bother to wait for so long?" Li Hu abandoned his fishing boat, and all the 7 people gathered on the other boat. Some of them were still waving their rods and hitting the air. They had discovered that there must be something invisible biting them. At the moment, except for Li Hu, the other 6 were all drenched with blood. Li Hu sullenly said, "Get ready to fight." At the moment the 2 fishing boats collided, Han Fei roared and rushed forward. With a flash of the purple bamboo rod, he was ready to launch another spiritual energy explosion attack. 3 people were standing in front of Li Hu to protect him, and another 3 clenched their rods in their hands, trying to ignore the thing biting them. However, only one of the 3 made a spiritual energy explosion attack, because the other 2 had exhausted their spiritual energy. Han Fei squatted down, holding the railing with one hand and dodging the attack with a strange posture. Then he turned around and kicked, and with a boom, one of the people was kicked into the sea. Then, as ordered by Han Fei, Little Black jumped into the sea. "Since you've fallen into the sea, then stay there forever." "Explode again!" Han Fei jumped and hit one of them with his rod, breaking the iron rod in this man's hand and denting his head. As blood oozed from this man's eyes, nose, and mouth, he fell stiffly backwards. Li Hu yelled, "Brothers, together up," but he was already horrified. He didn't know how Han Fei had become so strong. Although Han Fei was strong during the fishing trial, he was not as strong as now. At that time, he even blocked the 3 attacks of Han Fei. But now, he killed 3 people with 2 blows, which was horrifying. At this moment, Li Hu had no doubt that Li Lang was killed by Han Fei. This guy was a mystery. He must have some big secrets. Han Fei was about to behead the next one, but behind him, Li Qing suddenly swung his rod at that guy, shouting, "Young master, I will solve this person." Li Qing felt he had to show his allegiance to Han Fei now. He could feel the murderous intentions in Han Fei. He was only a 12-year-old boy now. Why was he so scary? He doubted that if he didn't take action right away, he would be killed too. Li Hu was furious. "Li Qing, you traitor. Humph, the tigers committed countless crimes. I have long wanted to quit." The 3 people in front of Li Hu gritted their teeth, but Han Fei launched attacks one after another. They couldn't resist them at all. After 3 blows from Han Fei, one of them was killed. One jumped into the sea, trying to go to the nearest fishing boat for help. But after swimming for less than 30 meters, he was dragged into the water by something unknown. The hands of the last one had been broken and he dropped feebly while blood dripped from his mouth. "I don't want to die. FCK off, you piece of junk." Li Hu pushed the person into the sea, shouting, "Tiger head, fuse with me." Han Fei sneered, "Hugh, does your ugly fish come back to life?" Knowing that there was no way back, Li Hu rushed towards Han Fei with a roar. "Han Fei, one of us must die here today." Han Fei took 2 steps forward, hitting him hard with his rod, and with a loud bang, Li Hu was sent flying and spiritual energy began to leak from his body. Han Fei casually shook his head and chuckled. "You're right, one of us must die here today. Guess it's you or me? Gee, I thought you would be stronger after your breakthrough. It turns out that you are even weaker than those you brought with you. They are already at the peak of level 9 anyway. But what about you? A weakling who has just entered level 9 and can't reach the peak of level 9 even after fusing with your spiritual beast. What makes you believe you can kill me?" Li Hu had no sooner stood up when Han Fei hit him with his rod again, smashing the deck. "I heard that the tigers have been running amok." Bam. "I heard that the tigers kill people like flies." Bam. "I heard that you had my fishing boat destroyed at the port and made me float for 5 days and 5 nights at sea." Bam. "I heard that you want to kill me." Bam. At this time, Li Qing had just killed a seriously injured former colleague. After seeing this scene, every time Han Fei hit Li Hu, his eyelids twitched and his heart pounded. Han Fei didn't use a spiritual energy explosion. After Han Fei hit Li Hu 7 or 8 times, a big fish rushed out of Li Hu's body and bit at Han Fei. This seemed to be Li Hu's last card. Boom, boom, boom. The tiger head fish was hurled to the deck like a dying serpent. Han Fei cursed, "How dare you bite me, you stupid, stinky fish." Shit! Li Hu's mouth was full of blood. He still tried to struggle, but he couldn't even sit up. Han Fei, stop it. In the distance, 300 meters away, a fishing boat was quickly approaching. Han Fei recognized at a glance that it was his teacher, Wang Jai, an inspector of ordinary fisheries. Han Fei waved at Wang Jai with a smile. Then, without bowing his head, he said softly to Li Hu, "Be a fish in your next life. You don't deserve to live as a human being again." With that, the tail of his rod flashed, and he thrusted the rod into Li Hu's chest with a jerk and pierced his body. Watching this scene, Li Qing was drenched with sweat and turned ghastly pale. The next moment, Wang Jai arrived. He glanced at the blood-stained fishing boat, then at Li Hu, whose eyes were still wide open, and took a deep breath. Wang Jai was shocked. In the morning, his men reported to him that dozens of fishing boats of the tigers headed for the ordinary fisheries. Wang Jai knew that something bad would happen, so he immediately went to ask Li Gang, who said that Han Fei went to He Zioyu's house. But when he hurried to He Zioyu's house, her mother said that Han Fei went to sea. Wang Jai immediately had an awful premonition. But at this moment, seeing this scene, he didn't know what to say. Someone reported that there was a fierce fight here, and when he arrived, he saw the bloody scene for himself. Han Fei just smiled. "Mr. Wang, this is what happens at sea, isn't it? Fighting with the sea, fighting with the fish, and fighting with people. Fortunately, I won." Theoretically, killing was not allowed in ordinary fisheries, but the tigers tried to hunt Han Fei first, so although Han Fei killed these people, nobody would say anything about it. Besides, Han Fei was his student, so Wang Jai didn't say anything and took Han Fei back to the floating island. Wang Jai said upon leaving, "You're not allowed into the sea for 3 months." On this day, the Heavenly Water Village was in an uproar. It was said that Han Fei, the first-place winner of the last fishing trial, killed the son of Li Ju in an ordinary fishery by piercing his chest with his rod. It was rumored that the tigers lost most of their members in that fight. It was said that the leader of the tigers, Li Ju, vomited blood in public and his eyes were bleeding. It was said that when Han Fei returned, he declared war against Li Ju. When the old enemy of the tigers, the Wang family, heard this news, Grandfather Wang laughed happily and exclaimed that Han Fei was really a worthy winner of the fishing trial. As the most outstanding one of the 3rd generation of the Wang family, Wang Beiyu gave a wry smile when hearing the news. He thought to himself, did Han Fei really get where he is today because of Tangji? The entire Heavenly Water Village was talking about Han Fei, but he didn't care at all because He Zioyu was leaving. Chapter 78, Cut Out to Be a Cook. He Zioyu's mother was all teared up and couldn't bear to part with her daughter. He Mingtang was sad too. He brought his daughter up with all his heart and was really reluctant to part with her. He Zioyu, also drenched in tears, hugged her mother and refused to get on the fishing boat. The village leader said, "Cough, cough, Zioyu, going to the town is not like going to the city, you can come back every year." He Mingtang smiled. "You can go now. Remember you are my daughter and have got an exotic spiritual beast. Even in the town, you are the best." He Xiaoyu nodded. Dad, I will study hard and strive to become a great fishing master as soon as possible. At this time, Han Fei stepped forward. Well, He Xiaoyu, I heard that the people in the town are all talented and have great strength. I guess that you will have to practice other arts while practicing rod techniques. Here you are. Tang Ji gave me this knife. Keep it. If anyone bullies you, cut them with it. He Mingtang glared at Han Fei. Is my daughter the kind of person who will casually cut people? Huh, this knife. The village leader's eyes lit up and he took the knife and looked at it. Then he pulled out the blade fish dagger of He Mingtang and hit the two against one another. Hu Mingtang's dagger broke in two in an instant. Everyone's eyes lit up, and the village leader was amazed. Is this a mortal level weapon? It's at least a treasure knife at the mortal level, mid-quality, or even high quality. He Xiaoyu also widened her eyes. A mortal level weapon? She had heard of such a thing before, but never used one. Han Fei scratched his head. It's not a big deal. It's just a knife. A knife is used to cut people, but I don't cut people, so this knife is not suitable for me. Everyone was speechless. You don't cut people? Then what about the young master of the tigers? Yes, you didn't cut him, but you did stab him to death. He Xiaoyu took the treasure knife happily and felt the coldness of the blade, asking, what is the name of this knife? A knife is a knife. It doesn't have a name. If you'd like, you can give it a name. He Xiaoyu grunted, fondling the knife admiringly. This knife is black and white and its blade is sharp and shining, so how about I call it black and white knife? Everyone. Wang Beiyu rolled his eyes and thought, what kind of shitty name is that? Han Fei said, whatever you like, it's up to you. Thank you, Han Fei. I will cover you when I come back from the town. You may not believe it, but honestly, I can kill an iron-head fish with one punch. Do I need you to cover me? Bah, go on bragging. The village leader interrupted the two of them. Okay, it's almost time. Han Fei, are you sure you don't want to come with us? Han Fei shook his head. No, leader, I still have a lot of things to tend to. The village leader just wanted to kick his ass. This kid speaks as though he is the village leader. He has a lot of things to tend to. Who does he think he is? As the fishing boat took off, everyone waved farewell. It was not until the fishing boat disappeared in the clouds that He Mingtang said, Han Fei, that knife. Mr. He, it's just a knife. Tang Ji left me more than one. He Mingtang. This knife was certainly not given to him by Tang Ji. Han Fei forged this knife with Li Lang's iron rod and the nearly 50-blade fish daggers he got from the fishing trial. Its quality was actually not mid-quality but divine quality. Han Fei walked in with barbecue and spirits. Grandpa, I'm back. The old man lifted his eyelids. You're finally back, brat. Without you here, soon the field will be lying waste. Haven't you thrown some spiritual energy to the fields? The old man sneered. I'm old, so I'm not supposed to work. Isn't it too tiring for me to till the fields? Han Fei was dumbfounded. It's tiring to me too, all right? Han Fei threw the wine jar on the table, walked to the field humming, and sat on the ground. Where did he stop last time? Oh, yes, instilling spiritual energy into the fields in a large area. Han Fei started experimenting, throwing spiritual energy into the field. The old man picked a garlic prawn, pondering while eating. Did this kid really wipe out the elites of the tigers by himself? Has he reached the peak of level 9? The old man twitched the corner of his mouth. Are today's young people all upgrading so quickly? There are no shortages of 12-year-old level 9 fishers or even 12-year-old fishing masters in the town, but there are no 12-year-old level 9 fishers in the town who can kill a fishing master. A month later, Han Fei and Old Jiang were standing in front of a large vat covered with thick fish skin. Old Jiang asked, "Are you sure you succeeded?" Han Fei replied, "Yes, but even if it has been made, it should be exposed for a period of time after the vat is opened." "Are you sure this? What is it called?" "Vinegar, yes. Are you sure vinegar is delicious?" Han Fei explained. "It doesn't taste good on its own, but how many kinds of spiritual fruits in the plantation are delicious to eat alone?" The old man nodded. Han Fei seemed to be talented in cooking, and he didn't have any say in this field. Han Fei took out the blade fish dagger, poked a hole in the fish skin, and suddenly a sour taste floated out of the vat. The old man wrinkled his nose. "It smells really bad. Some bad-smelling things are the most delicious. Let's try this semi-finished product first. Maybe it will be half delicious. Let's have a try?" "Sure." When Han Fei began to live in the plantation, Jiang Qin started a rotation holiday. When she came from the outside, she saw her grandfather and Han Fei standing around a big vat. Jiang Qin asked, "What are you doing?" Han Fei and old Jiang said together, "Secret." "All right." Since Han Fei learned how to spread spiritual energy over the land, he no longer tilled the land but focused on his hobbies, mainly cuisine. At first, the old man despised his hobbies, but after he tried the strange dishes Han Fei made, he began to study cooking together with Han Fei, saying that it was one of the great joys of life. He was glad he had a gourmet's luck. Half an hour later, the three of them sat around a table where a large plate of seaweed salad and a large plate of drunk shrimp, as well as 3 large sweet potatoes were placed. Roasted sweet potatoes were loved by both the old man and Jiang Qin. They used to eat them raw, but they didn't expect them to be so delicious after being roasted. However, they dare not taste the other 2 dishes. Old Jiang asked, "Are you sure this is edible? Isn't this seaweed? Is seaweed edible? And this white shrimp is still alive. Look, it's moving." Han Fei tried to explain, "Is grass inedible? Bugs eat grass?" Old Jiang shot back, "That's a bug. Is a man a bug?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Bugs are tiny compared to humans, but in front of the heavens and earth, aren't human beings as tiny as dust particles? If bugs can eat grass, so can humans. As for the white shrimp, it's only delicious when it is alive and it will lose its flavor when it dies." However, neither old Jiang nor Jiang Qin touched the 2 dishes. Han Fei cast a glance at the 2 with contempt, picked up a white shrimp, and put it into his mouth. As he spat out a piece of shrimp shell, the transparent shrimp flesh had slipped into his stomach. Old Jiang and Jiang Qin exchanged a glance. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to really enjoy it, old Jiang couldn't help but pick one up and put it into his mouth. As soon as he tasted it, his eyes brightened, and then he copied what Han Fei had just done. Old Jiang questioned, "Is this vinegar?" Han Fei was curious about what he thought. "How do you feel?" Old Jiang confessed, "Very good. It's simple and fast to make, and once you make a vat of it, you can eat it for a long time." "Good, good." Jiang Qin frowned, wondering if the 2 were deceiving her together. However, she had tried the dishes made by Han Fei a few times, which were really good, so in the end she also tasted a drunk shrimp. When the white shrimp touched her tongue, it tasted so smooth and special. It felt as if life was beating on her tongue. The rich wine aroma and the sour yet delicious sauce made her narrow her eyes. "That's really delicious," she thought. "What about this seaweed?" Han Fei smiled. "Why not have a try, Sister Qin?" Thinking of drunk shrimp, Jiang Qin no longer hesitated as she tasted it. Half an hour later, most of the seaweed salad and drunk shrimp were in the stomachs of old Jiang and Jiang Qin, but the roasted sweet potatoes remained untouched. After a while, the old man lay lazily on the chair, chewing roasted sweet potatoes and seemed to be enjoying himself. Old Jiang clicked his tongue. "Boy, I think you shouldn't be a spirit gatherer. Be a cook. I bet you'll be very popular." Han Fei didn't seem to be sold on the idea. "I am not interested in cooking for so many people. I only cook for myself." Suddenly, Han Fei saw Jiang Qin winking at him, motioning him to follow her. Deep in the garden, Han Fei asked, "Sister Qin, what's up? Why do we have to sneak around like this?" Jiang Qin looked at Han Fei seriously. "Do you want to learn combat skills?" Chapter 79, Soul Warrior. Combat skills? Of course, Han Fei wanted to learn them. When he came back from the sea a month ago, he had realized this problem. His current combat skills were too scarce. In addition to attacking with his rod, all he knew was spiritual energy explosion attacks. He felt that even Little Black was more useful than him because he could bite people. Han Fei immediately said, "Sure. Sister Qin, are you going to teach me combat skills?" Jiang Qin nodded. "I can teach you, but you have to promise me something." Han Fei asked, "What is it?" "It's useless to tell you now, but you have to make a promise. If one day you become a strong soul warrior, you have to come back to the village once." Looking at Jiang Qin's serious expression, Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Strong? How strong?" "At least stronger than Fang Zi." Han Fei. Han Fei scratched his head. "Sister Qin, you're talking about Fang Zi, the legendary hidden fisher, stronger than him? Is it possible?" Jiang Qin continued, "If you can't be stronger than him, then forget about it. I can teach you for free, and you don't need to fulfill any promises." Han Fei had long felt that this grandfather and granddaughter pair were very strange. The old man was obviously very strong, which was obvious from his fight with the village leader. At that time, the village leader had done all he could, but the old man just moved his fingers and threw the village leader out. He was sure that Jiang Qin was very strong too. Han Fei scratched his head again. Then, let me have a try. Jiang Qin looked at Han Fei seriously. Think it over, please. I know that you have the talent to become a spirit gatherer. When you reach the level of Fangzi, you'll be worshipped by everyone. However, a spirit gatherer is not the one to fight in combat. Although they can control spiritual energy, it is difficult for them to achieve great results. Han Fei was confused. So, Jiang Qin explained, a soul warrior owns the strongest combat power and the best weapons. The best soul warrior can have both the great defensive ability of an armorist and the explosive power comparable to that of a hunter. So are you willing to become a soul warrior? Han Fei felt as if he were dreaming. Not long ago, he didn't even know what a spirit gatherer was. When he saw the armorist of the Wang family at the fair, he thought that man looked so cool and was envious of him. But now he had not only become a spirit gatherer, but also might even become a soul warrior. Han Fei felt his heart pounding. He swallowed and asked, "Why do you choose me? You have a kind of luck that others don't have. By rights, you should have died on the sea after having so many accidents in the fisheries, but you survived. Not only that, you are getting stronger and stronger and even killed a fishing master." Han Fei's heart had a quiver. "You knew this already?" Jiang Qin shook her head. "Although I haven't witnessed that battle, I knew Li Lang of the Tigers went to sea, but he never came back. He must be dead." "Sister Qin, do you choose me because of my talent?" Jiang Qin asked with a smile. "Do you have talent?" Well, Han Fei felt that he was being despised, but whatever. He could be a soul warrior. If he learned combat skills, he didn't have to keep knocking around his enemies with his rod. Jiang Qin said, "Grandpa opposes you becoming a soul warrior for a reason. There are very few people who can be engaged in two professions. Even if there are, few of them are proficient in both professions. Are you willing to take the risk?" Han Fei nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes, I am." Han Fei was certainly willing. He felt that a spirit gatherer of his current level was completely useless in battle. When his enemy attacked him, he could only use his rod. But once he became a soul warrior, he would be able to cut his enemies with a knife, stab them with a sword, or shoot them with a hidden weapon. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. "Do you know why a soul warrior is almost invincible in close combat?" Han Fei shook his head. Jiang Qin explained, "Because of their strong physique, good weapons, and adequate combat skills. This is also one of the reasons that I choose you. You have huge strength, which is something that ordinary people lack. I don't know what chance you have, but that must be the reason why you can advance so fast and have such incredible strength." Jiang Qin instructed, "Since you have made your choice, go to the village library to find me tomorrow." There was a library in the village, but no one took it seriously. It was said that the combat skills stored in it were all low-leveled. After the fishing trial, Han Fei was allowed to enter the library at any time to choose combat skills to practice, but he forgot about it. Now standing in front of the old building, he wondered, could there be any good stuff in this shabby building? Jiang Qin saw Han Fei's face and asked, "Why is that look on your face? Do you despise the library?" "No, haha. I just think the design of our village's library is, very simple." Jiang Qin said calmly, "Not only you, many people despise this library and don't believe there can be any books about advanced combat skills here. But who tells you that the more advanced the combat skills, the better?" Han Fei tilted his head and looked at her. "Aren't they?" Jiang Qin shook her head. "The higher the level of a combat skill, the more difficult it is to practice. In contrast, the lower its level, the easier it is to practice. For a soul warrior, any combat skill that is practical is good. Even the worst combat skill can be used in combat, can't it?" Han Fei clicked his tongue. Although what Jiang Qin said seemed to make sense, no one really wanted a junk combat skill. Besides, even if it was a low-leveled combat skill in itself, it was not necessarily a low-leveled one in his hands. He had a demon purification pot, right? Jiang Qin gave him the first task. "Now go in, choose the combat skills you are interested in and take them out." Han Fei asked, "How many books can I take out?" "As many as you want. After all, even if you take them out, I will not necessarily let you learn them." Han Fei, unknown. there was only an old man guarding the library who looked like a janitor. Han Fei glanced at him, wondering if this old man was a recluse master. But this old man was so ordinary and looked as if he might die at any moment. Han Fei shook his head. How can there be so many recluse masters? He entered the library. As he expected, it was dilapidated inside, and the wooden floor creaked when he stepped on it. The bookshelves looked as if they would fall down at any moment, and there were many clusters of spider webs in the corners. Oh, isn't there a janitor here? How come there are so many spider webs? Unlike what was said that the higher the level a combat skill was, the higher floor it would be placed on in the library, this library had only one floor. Han Fei stepped forward and found that there were fingerprints on some books. Obviously, the library still had visitors, but there was too much dust here. Each time he touched a book, it would leave a fingerprint on the book. But there were still many books full of dust and without any fingerprints. Han Fei glanced over. Rod skill, fist skill outline, fishing skill, iron fist art, iron fishing rod, and fish chopping knife. A bunch of books that gave him no desire to read were placed here. Han Fei twitched the corner of his mouth. Since the village library was like this, the town library probably wouldn't be better. Not minding the dust, Han Fei searched all the way and looked at each book's name. Whenever he found a book's name pleasing to his eyes, he took it out and threw it on the ground and then chose from these books. 7 Knife Choppings. The name looks nice. Keep it. Ho, Infinite Cudgel, nice, keep it. Sword and Sleeve, it sounds like some hidden weapon. Keep it. Windy Rod, maybe it can be useful, keep it. Rod Shaking Technique. Is it used for fishing? Can it be better than my hook kiss? Not interested. More than half an hour later, Jiang Qin was stunned to see that Han Fei came out with a stack of books that was up to his chin. Jiang Qin was helpless. Can you read all these books? No, help me choose some. I have selected a few books myself. I feel pretty good about them. Jiang Qin agreed. Show me the books you've selected. Han Fei pulled out 3 books from the bottom, which were respectively Wind and Waves Technique, The Strongest Invincible Rod Technique, and Sea-Splitting Sword Art. Jiang Qin, Han Fei was still smug. It took him a lot of energy to find these 3 amazing books. However, Jiang Qin frowned and threw these 3 books to the ground at random. So you just choose your combat skills based on the name? Did you only pick those with nice names? Han Fei replied. Yes. I think an author who can work out such an amazing name for his book must be somebody. Am I wrong? The fisher who wrote the sea-splitting sword art, was somebody indeed. After finishing this book, he went to an ordinary fishery with a sword and was killed by a blade fish. Han Fei. Unknown, Jiang Qin continued. As for the author of the Wind and Waves Technique, he wrote this book as soon as he became a fishing master. Then he went to a level 1 fishery to brave wind and waves, but ended up being stabbed to death by a swordfish. Han Fei. Unknown, Han Fei asked carefully. Then what about the author of the Strongest Invincible Rod Technique? Jiang Qin shot this one down too. Well, he accidentally knocked himself to death with his rod. Han Fei. Unknown. Chapter 80, 5 Basic Combat Skills. Han Fei felt that these authors were too unreliable as they had simply ruined their legacies. Jiang Qin wanted to look through the rest of the selection. Okay, let me see the rest. Standing in front of Han Fei, Jiang Qin picked up a book and threw it away. The author of 9-Level Sword had chi deviation when he was still studying the first level of this combat skill. Not this one. This sea cudgel is mediocre and is not as good as the sweeping stick you practiced. You can throw these away. This broken knife art is full of empty talk and isn't practical at all. Not suitable for you. Han Fei watched Jiang Qin throw away the books one by one dumbfounded. In the end, there were only 5 books left. Han Fei asked, Sister Qin, are you going to throw them all away? Didn't you say that the level of combat skill is not important? Why are you still so picky about them? Jiang Qin was silent for a moment. I overestimated your ability to choose. Han Fei. Unknown. I found that half of the books you chose are about hidden weapons. Do you know that hidden weapons are exclusively used by hunters? Han Fei replied, Isn't it a good thing to strike when the enemy is unprepared? Han Fei liked hidden weapons. Technically, Little Black was a kind of hidden weapon. Jiang Qin explained, Soul warriors prefer head-on attacks. Although they are not forbidden from using hidden weapons, in most cases, they don't use them. Can I study 1 or 2 hidden weapons as my killer punch? I've kept one for you. Learn these 5 combat skills first. Han Fei glanced at the 5 books in her hands, which were respectively Gusty Rod, Stormy Footwork, Blood Boiling, Fast Knife Technique, and Elusive Grapper. Han Fei returned to the plantation happily with the 5 books. I'm going to be a soul warrior. When I become a soul warrior, I'll crush my enemies' heads easily. As for a person like Li Ju, I'll be able to kill him with one cut. In the plantation, old Jiang cast a disapproving glance at Han Fei and said, "You should be more ambitious." Han Fei, unknown, old Jiang sneered. Do you know that in any combat a soul warrior must fight at the forefront? They have the highest mortality rate and are the target of everyone's blow? Han Fei questioned. Oh, is it dangerous to be a soul warrior? Of course. Spirit gatherers and soul warriors are the souls of a team. Soul warriors are always the first to die in a battle, and then it's the armorists. Do you think you can be the exception? Han Fei scratched his head and took a breath. Okay, let me disguise myself as a spirit gatherer in combat. Yes, then everyone will try to protect me in combat. Old Jiang. FCK off, I don't care what combat skills you learn, you've gotta till the land first. Only when you get proficient in spirit concentration art can you proceed to the next stage of the study. All right, Grandpa. Han Fei had no idea what he was going to study at the next stage, but he didn't remember he had ever studied anything here. Apart from reciting books and tilling the land, he literally learned nothing. Han Fei sat on the ground holding the 5 books and quickly browsed them. Soon, he figured out why Jiang Qin chose them for him. The characteristic of Gusty Rod was its fast speed, but the strength was not strong enough. However, he could make up for this weakness. Stormy Footwork was also to increase his speed. If he couldn't resist his enemy, he could escape with this art. But then he wondered if he could use this footwork at sea. Boiling Blood was not exactly a combat skill, but a technique to improve his explosive power. It consumed a lot of qi and spiritual energy to activate the spiritual energy in his body and stimulate his body, so as to improve his strength in the short term. Fast Knife Technique and Elusive Grapper were easier to understand. Fast Knife Technique was a technique about a flying knife, and Elusive Grapper was a skill to make your hand muscle more flexible. He would be able to use hidden weapons better with the 2 techniques. Gee, that's really well-rounded. If I can deduce these techniques, won't my strength be greatly improved? Gusty Rod, low end. The work of an unknown person, low grade, intolerably bad, unable to be deduced. You can try deducing a new technique from it on your own. The deduction results are random, and it requires 1,000 points of spiritual energy to deduce it. Han Fei gaped at the information. Low end? Low grade? Intolerably bad unknown. If the author hears your comments, he may jump out of his coffin in anger. Han Fei smiled. 1,000 points of spiritual energy, that's a piece of cake for me. Deduce. New data appeared in his mind. Crazy Devil's Rod, mortal level, ultra quality. The combat skill was created by a genius fisher 300 years ago when he was hunted by his enemy. With this combat skill, he killed 2 fishing masters and 9 fishers, and then died of exhaustion of spiritual energy. It tends to make people crazy and lose reason. Do use it with care. You can try deducing a new technique from it on your own. The deduction results are random, and it requires 10,000 points of spiritual energy to deduce it. Han Fei immediately took a deep breath. Wow, deduce an ultra-quality technique with only 10,000 points of spiritual energy. But the guy who created this technique was really awesome. He killed 2 fishing masters and 9 fishers, although he was only a fisher. But then Han Fei remembered that he also killed 1 fishing master and dozens of level 9 fishers not long ago. Han Fei continued to deduce, only to find that the 5 combat skills were all low-end. He thought to himself, the combat skills from the village library were lame indeed. I should find some better combat skills from the town or the city. 10 minutes later, all the combat skills had been deduced. Wind footwork, mortal level, ultra quality. 900 years ago, a fishing master came across a gale, and feeling the power of the wind, he created the wind footwork. With this technique, one can ride the wind for as long as 800 meters. The speed is average. You can try deducing a new technique from it on your own. The deduction results are random, and it requires 10,000 points of spiritual energy to deduce it. Fury, mortal level, ultra quality. 200 years ago, a soul warrior fused his chi, blood, and spiritual energy, and thus brought out his maximal strength to save a friend in danger. The strength that can be improved depends on the physique of the specific person. It can only be used once within a day. You can try deducing a new technique from it on your own. The deduction results are random, and it requires 10,000 points of spiritual energy to deduce it. Universe machete, mortal level, ultra quality. 500 years ago, a great genius created this technique on the first day he came to touch a machete. All the user's spiritual energy will be drained when this technique is used. The user will lose all his spiritual energy after using it. You can try deducing a new technique from it on your own. The deduction results are random, and it requires 10,000 points of spiritual energy to deduce it. Shadowless hands, mortal level, divine quality. In ancient times, a cultivator weaved a giant spiritual net with spiritual energy. When he finished weaving the net, he was inspired to create the shadowless hands. You can try deducing a new technique from it on your own. The deduction results are random, and it requires 10,000 points of spiritual energy to deduce it. Han Fei was very satisfied with the deduced techniques, especially the last one, which was a divine quality combat skill. Although it was only an auxiliary skill, with this book alone, it was worthwhile for him to go to the village library. But to his disappointment, among the 5 techniques, except for the shadowless hands, the other 4's disadvantages were too obvious. Crazy Devil's rod may drive him crazy. Wind footwork had to be practiced at sea. Fury didn't look practical. The only thing he could try was how much combat power would be increased after he used this technique. As for Universe Machete, once he used it, his spiritual energy would be drained, which made the skill look like chicken ribs. Pondering for a while, Han Fei used Fury to fuse his spiritual energy, chi, and blood. At the next moment, he felt that his body was inflating. His eyes turned bloodshot and the blue veins on his neck protruded. Dong! Han Fei hit the ground with a fist, leaving a big pit in the ground. He felt that if he met Li Lang again, he should be able to fight him head-on without Little Black's help. Only holding on for several minutes, Han Fei sat on the ground, panting. Not bad. But I'm aching a bit all over and don't feel very well. 3 days later, Jiang Qin came to visit him. According to her estimation, these simple combat skills were very quick to learn and would only take Han Fei 3 days at most to master them, so she came to check his mastery now. Chapter 81, I Think He's a Monster. After being aggressively cleaned up by Jiang Qin, a vacant space the size of a basketball court appeared in the plantation. At this moment, Jiang Qin and Han Fei stood opposite one another. Jiang Qin began the interrogation. Have you learned these combat skills? Han Fei scratched his head. Yes, but I don't think they are suitable for me. Jiang Qin. Unknown, Han Fei explained. Well, I think these skills are a bit too powerful. I'm afraid that not only would my enemy not withstand them, but neither would I. What? Jiang Qin wanted to roll her eyes. Are you talking about those basic combat skills? Is it the first time you are exposed to combat skills? Jiang Qingqing shouted. Come on, use all your combat skills on me. Show me what you're capable of. That'll be too cruel to you. Sister Qin, you're such a beautiful and delicate girl and I don't want to hurt you. Otherwise, Grandpa will kill me. Hurt me. Give it a try. With that, Jiang Qin suddenly stepped on the ground, jumped up, and kicked him. Wait a minute. Bam, Han Fei was kicked 7 or 8 meters away and fell to the ground. If he hadn't blocked the attack with his rod, he would have been lying on all 4s on the ground. Sister Qin, I have something to say. Please stop. Wait till we finish. Just show me your combat skills. Without giving Han Fei a chance to speak, Jiang Qin struck again, empty-handed. The kick she made just now had proved how terrifying her strength was. Even though she reserved some of her strength, Han Fei could hardly resist her. Ouch! Han Fei took a deep breath. So this is the way a soul warrior acts? Get into a fight with you at any time. Will she kill me if I say I don't want to learn these combat skills? Come, my rod. Han Fei roared in a low voice, and when he looked up again, Jiang Qin was shocked to see that his eyes were full of frantic fighting intentions. Bam! Han Fei stepped on the ground, leaving a small pit in place, and started his attack. Unlike the hacking, sweeping, and stabbing movements of Sweeping Stick, the characteristic of Crazy Devil's rod was being fast and violent. Jiang Qin was a little bit stunned. Huh, Is this gusty rod? Clang! Having no time to think about it, Jiang Qin concentrated on the fight. The shadows of her fist and Han Fei's rod almost overlapped, and colliding sounds were heard repeatedly. Jiang Qin was astonished. Is gusty rod so powerful? And when she looked at Han Fei, she found that an eerie smile was hovering over this guy's lips, and his eyes were full of madness. Cut! Han Fei hit Jiang Qin with his rod, but his attack was easily blocked by her. Then he picked, stabbed, chopped, poked, and backhanded. His movements were varied, and his attacking angles were strange. Jiang Qin turned green. Hey, you're hitting my eyes, chest, and the part between my legs. You damn boy, let me teach you a good lesson. Break! Jiang Qin's fist suddenly flashed, and she threw a punch at the tip of his rod. Bam! Han Fei was knocked backward 3 to 4 meters. Then he poked his rod into the ground to stabilize his body that was sent flying backward, leaving a long mark on the ground. Jiang Qin squinted at Han Fei. She had been forced to use her fishing master-level strength because she found that if she still used the strength of level 9 fisher, she might be immediately defeated by him. Ho ho. It seems that I can't beat you with the crazy devil's rod. Then what about fury? Roar. Han Fei's body suddenly inflated, and blue veins stood out on his neck, forehead, and hands. Kill! In the blink of an eye, Han Fei's speed doubled. He waved his rod so quickly that only the shadow of the rod could be seen, and the power of each blow was overwhelming. Jiang Qin was forced to adjust her strength to the peak of a junior fishing master, only to find that she still couldn't resist his attacks. Han Fei's blows were unexpectedly powerful, and he moved extremely fast. No, I'm going to lose within 1 minute. Upgrade to intermediate fishing master? The two sides were so well matched that neither could gain the upper hand. Dirt flew across the field, the shadows of the rod flashed, and spiritual energy spread, creating ripples in the air. Outside the field, old Jiang looked at this scene holding a skewer of shrimp and pondered. Not noticing the shrimp had been eaten up, he bit the skewer in his hand again. Han Fei, stop. Jiang Qin was surprised. This was definitely not blood boiling. God knew what this was. How could blood boiling improve a person from a level 9 fisher to an intermediate level fishing master? Han Fei chuckled and didn't stop at all. Seeing his rod flash with spiritual energy, Jiang Qin let out a curse in anger. This brat was going to launch a spiritual energy explosion attack at her. Bam, bam, bam. At extremely short intervals, he launched 3 spiritual energy explosion attacks in a row. Han Fei, that's enough. Jiang Qin punched so fast that only the shadow of her fist could be seen. She launched a spiritual energy explosion attack too, sending Han Fei flying through the air. Jiang Qin just wanted to stop when Han Fei's rod was suddenly swung at her forehead. Clang! While the purple bamboo rod was shaken away, swishing sounds were heard. Jiang Qin immediately upgraded to an advanced fishing master. Her hands moved fast, shaking off the palm-sized flying daggers that were darted at her. Han Fei, but her words were ignored. Han Fei leaned forward and tried to stab her with 2 arm-length daggers. Jiang Qin dodged quickly, but the daggers followed her like her shadow and turned like butterflies in Han Fei's hands. Although Jiang Qin had improved her strength to that of an advanced fishing master, she was still continuously cut on the forearm by Han Fei. Not only that, Han Fei still wanted to stab her chest. Jiang Qin was finally annoyed. She instantly filled her body with spiritual energy. With a bang, Han Fei was shaken backward 7 or 8 meters. Han Fei fell to the ground with a backward somersault. He suddenly smiled coldly at Jiang Qin, and the dagger in his hand shot out as fast as lightning. The dagger was covered with flashing spiritual energy and left a long shadow as it cut through the air. Jiang Qin's face changed greatly. She immediately mobilized all the spiritual energy in her body and shouted, "Destroy!" Bam! The violent explosion directly overturned the land within 3 meters of Jiang Qin's foot, and the latter looked down at her fist, only to see there was a cut between her middle finger and ring finger and blood oozed out of it. Jiang Qin was shocked. A fisher made her bleed. How could this be possible? No one would believe it, not even herself. She was a veritable dangling fishing master, only 1 step away from being a hidden fishing master. She could even fight with Fang Zi, but now a fisher made a cut in her hand. Han Fei seemed to be going to launch another attack at her, but as soon as he stepped his feet hard on the ground, he collapsed to the ground and fainted. Seeing this, Jiang Qin didn't know what to do. He had fainted, so she couldn't hit him, but if she didn't hit him, she couldn't vent the anger for almost being killed by him just now. I told you not to make him a soul warrior. Look, what a little monster you've made. Gee, he was such a good boy when he was studying spirit concentration art. All he did was pick flowers, farm, and occasionally cook, but now he is not adorable at all. Old Jiang walked forward leisurely, touched Han Fei's neck, and nodded slightly. He did faint. Jiang Qin was confused. Why was he attacking me like crazy? Old Jiang wondered. What kind of combat skills did you choose for him? How did they turn him into this? Combat skills. Well, I selected some combat skills for him from the village library. You know, there were only some lame basic combat skills there. Oh, that's strange. Then where did he get these crazy combat skills? Jiang Qin had an idea. But I noticed that the combat skills he just used are the sublimated versions of those I chose for him and much stronger than the original ones. This kid must have a secret. I knew it. He memorized the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants in one day. How could that be possible? Jiang Qin didn't have an answer. I thought he was crazy. Don't you think he was like a monster just now? Well, geniuses are always envied. In bed, Han Fei felt sore all over his body as if he had wandered in the sea for 5 days and 5 nights. He felt that his bones had almost fallen apart. Ouch! Grandpa. Sister Qin. Soon, the two of them came in from outside. Old Jiang was the first to arrive. Does it hurt? You deserved it. The combat skills you learned are beyond the limits of your physical endurance. You should be glad that you aren't disabled. If your body hadn't been strong enough, you would have ended up in bed for the rest of your life. Han Fei? Unknown. Han Fei looked over at Jiang Qin. Sister Qin, it was you who asked me to fight with you. I said wait a minute, but you didn't listen to me. Jiang Qin looked serious. Where did you learn these combat skills? Han Fei was puzzled. You chose them for me? Bullshit, the combat skills you used are not what I chose for you. How can you explain it? Chapter 82, Provocation. Han Fei certainly wouldn't tell her the truth as he began to blab at random. Well, here is the thing. I tried the gusty rod, but it was not very easy to use. Just being fast isn't enough. Li Gang is also fast, but I will defeat him with a single blow. So I innovated a bit, grabbed some spiritual energy from my body, and exploded it, and then it did become easier to use. It became more powerful while maintaining its speed. Jiang Qin and the old man were dumbfounded by his words. Who do you think you are? Innovated a bit. But to be honest, the combat skills did become much more powerful. Jiang Qin asked, what about blood boiling? Han Fei explained, that stuff is useless. I tried using it, but I felt I was almost roasted. How could I still fight with others in such a state? So I changed it too. I split spiritual energy into bits, covered my internal organs with them, and made them jump with my insides. Well, guess what? I did grow stronger as they jumped with my insides, although I felt a little bit uncomfortable. Old Jiang wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve. Are you kidding me? Wrap internal organs with spiritual energy. I hadn't even thought of that, but you just went ahead and did it. Old Jiang was curious about the next move. I can guess how you'll explain your last move. You poured all your spiritual energy into the machete and made the spiritual energy explode as soon as the machete touched your enemy, right? How did you come up with that? Han Fei had no problem explaining this one too. I just wanted to increase my combat power. Isn't stronger combat power better in combat? Old Jiang wasn't sold on this one. Bullshit, although this trick is not bad, what if you failed to kill your enemy? Or if you had more than one enemy, how many enemies can you kill with one slash? Han Fei wanted to scratch his head, but his arm hurt a little, so he gave up on the idea. But he thought to himself, although my body can only withstand 400 points of spiritual energy, there is no upper limit. When the spiritual energy in my body is used up, I can replenish it easily. What am I afraid of? You, take a good rest. Except for Gusty Rod, you can't rashly use the other combat skills, Jiang Qin instructed. But what should I do next? I mean the soul warrior thing. Jiang Qin said, wait a few days. 1 day later, Han Fei recovered. He wanted to go to sea, but he was banned from going to sea for 3 months, and his boat was also confiscated, so he had to give up this plan. The barbecue stall alone could not meet his demands. After more than a month, he only got 80,000 points of spiritual energy from the barbecue stall. After refining knives, deducing combat skills and training. Now he only had 68,000 points or so left. Were they many? There seemed to be many, but actually not many at all. There was the peak level above level 9. Only when he broke through to the peak level could he continue to break through to be a fishing master. Now he was ready to break through to the peak level, and his spiritual energy had reached the limit of 419. But what about the next breakthrough? These points of spiritual energy were certainly not enough for him to break through to be a fishing master. "Grandpa, I'll take leave for a few days." Old Jiang was curious as he asked, "Where are you going?" "Well, I have serious business to tend to." Before old Jiang responded, Han Fei had left and gone to his secret small cave. 3 days later, Han Fei strolled casually to the barbecue stall to absorb spiritual energy, but when he arrived at the barbecue stall, he found that no one was standing in line. Gang, where are the customers?" When Li Gang saw Han Fei coming, he burst into tears and said, "Young master, we are gonna go broke. Now no one dares to buy our barbecue." Li Qing joined the barbecue stall a month ago. He said gloomily, "Young master, it's the tigers. They threatened people, whoever dared to buy our barbecue, they would kill them." "What?" Han Fei burst with anger in an instant. Cutting off my barbecue stall business was equivalent to cutting off my source of spiritual energy. Shit, is Li Ju formally declaring war against me? Han Fei left without any hesitation carrying his rod. Li Gang hurriedly stopped him. "Young master, what are you going to do?" "What else can I do? I'm going to FCK up Li Ju, that old bastard." Li Gang, Li Qing, "Young master, please don't do that, I heard that." "Li Ju has recovered?" Li Gang begged. Li Qing added, "It may be true. After all, the tigers are very rich." It's said that Li Ju has bought a lot of supplemental medicines this month and even sent his men to the sea to find spiritual fruits. He seems to have got something. Han Fei didn't care. "Humph, so what? Has he broken through to be a great fishing master? How dare he provoke me like this?" "Young master, although Li Ju is not yet a great fishing master, his strength is already at the peak of a fishing master. I'm afraid his strength is already quite close to that of a great fishing master," Li Qing warned. Han Fei clenched his fist. "He wants to cut off the source of my spiritual energy. How can I bear this?" Han Fei took a deep breath and calmed down. "How did the tigers threaten us?" Li Gang sighed. "They just stood right in front of our booth and stopped people from buying our barbecue. They even had their men guard the stall. Look, the 2 guys over there are their men. Once a customer comes, they will threaten him." Han Fei turned his head and found there were 2 people staring at him indeed. "Ha ha!" Han Fei went straight to them and pointed purple bamboo rod at the 2. "Are you from the tigers?" One of them ignored Han Fei and snorted. The other said, "Yes, do you dare to hit me?" Bam! The next second, one of them was kicked away, and seeing this scene, the other was about to run away, only to be hit on the head and he fell to the ground. Both of them vomited blood. You, how dare you be engaged in a fight on the floating island?" Law enforcement team," Han Fei mocked them. "Now you remember the law enforcement team. Weren't you on your high horse a moment ago?" Han Fei wasn't afraid at all. "Anyway, I'm now banned from going to sea. It was not a big deal for me to hit 1 or 2 hooligans." Bam! Han Fei jumped over and beat the 2 of them up. Stepping on the head of one, he said, "You're from the tigers, aren't you? Now I've kept your faces in mind. Next time I meet you at sea, I'll kill you." "Who dares to start a fight at the fair?" A group of law enforcement team members came from a distance, led by a fishing master, who shouted to Han Fei coldly. Han Fei kicked the person under his feet away and smiled at the fishing master. "It's me, but these 2 men threatened my customers. Now no one dares to buy anything from my stall, so I gave them a little punishment." "Did I break the law, sir?" The fishing master looked at Han Fei and asked, "Are you Han Fei?" "Yes." The fishing master shook his head slightly. "The floating island will only maintain the order of the floating island. Forgive me for not being able to control their behaviors in fisheries, but fights are forbidden on the floating island. We won't punish you this time, but don't do it again." Han Fei immediately smiled. "Sir, is that to say, the tigers can threaten anyone here and kill those who don't obey them at fisheries, and you won't do anything about it?" The fishing master remained silent, which meant that what he said was right. Han Fei turned around and asked Li Qing, "Li Qing, what businesses are the tigers running on the floating island?" Li Qing answered, "They are running dozens of casinos, fish stalls, and bait shops." Take me to their shops one by one. Well, yes, young master. The fishing master frowned and shouted in a low voice, Han Fei, don't go too far. Han Fei turned around and grinned at him. Sir, I promise I won't hurt anyone unless someone hurts me first. With that, his face went cold and he left. Behind the fishing master, a member of the team said, Master Wu, isn't this Han Fei too arrogant? Wu Chen narrowed his eyes. Han Fei seems to be confident. He is not a pushover. These two people are both at the peak of level 9, but almost had no power to fight back. Did he get some sort of special opportunity? Wu Chen believed that Han Fei got this special opportunity because of Tang Ji. Otherwise, how could Han Fei have upgraded to level 9 so fast? Wu Chen waved his hand. Follow him. Just make sure that no fight breaks out. The tigers are a bunch of villains and don't need our protection at all. Let's just remain neutral. A casino of the tigers. Li Qing led Han Fei to one of the casinos owned by the tigers. Young master, here it is. Someone immediately recognized Li Qing and shouted, Li Qing, you traitor, how do you have the nerve to come here? Li Qing snorted coldly without speaking. Han Fei brushed them off. Go away, I'm going to bet some money today. The two refused to make way for him. Han Fei's face went cold. What? Am I not your guest? If you don't let me in, shut down this casino. The two men frowned, and in the end, they let him in. What they thought was that if Han Fei wanted to gamble here, why not let him? Anyway, if he lost money here, he asked for it. But less than a minute after Han Fei walked in, they heard a loud noise from inside. It seemed that something was smashed. Wu Chen's face changed. Let's go inside. The law enforcement team walked in, only to see that Han Fei had smashed all the gambling tables with the purple bamboo rod. He was surrounded by 5 or 6 members of the tigers who were wary as if facing a formidable enemy. Han Fei casually cast a glance at Wu Chen. Master Wu, I didn't hit anyone, I just smashed some things. I'll pay them back. You know, I'm rich. Gang, where is the money? Chapter 83, Declaring War. Li Gang quickly took out a bag of pearls from his arms, all of which were mid-quality pearls. Han Fei took one from inside and threw it on the ground. These tables are mine. Wu Chen was speechless. Didn't you say you were rich? How could you only leave a mid-quality pearl? Bam! Purple bamboo rod flashed in Han Fei's hands, and Han Fei suddenly smashed the furnishings in the casino with a spiritual energy explosion attack. Someone shouted angrily, Han Fei, you are looking for death. Haha, Li Ju, you old bastard, come out. If fights weren't forbidden on the floating island, your blood would have been dry by now. Someone sneered, if it weren't for that, do you think you could have lived to this day? Han Fei smiled. Just call Li Ju out. I've killed his son and sooner or later I'll kill him too. Wu Chen frowned. Han Fei, calm down. Even if you smash the casino, so what? These things will be replaced soon. Han Fei said as a matter of factly, then I'll smash them again. How dare they touch my barbecue stall? I just return like for like. Wu Chen didn't know what to say. In his opinion, Han Fei was not a domineering person. Why did he suddenly become like this, even though his protector, Tang Ji, had been gone? He had smashed 6 stores in a row before their very eyes, but this casino was different. It was guarded by a fishing master. Li Qing whispered to Han Fei, this is Li Dao from the Tigers. His strength is at the peak of a junior fishing master. He is quite strong. Okay, keep smashing the casino. Li Qing, everyone else. Li Dao roared, Han Fei, don't push me. If you leave right away, I will let you off. Otherwise, I'll teach you a good lesson. Han Fei raised the purple bamboo rod in his hand. I, Han Fei, challenge you today. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Buzz. Li Qing and Li Gang only felt a buzz in their heads. Wu Chen's eyes widened. You, a level 9 fisher, challenge a fishing master. Do you want to die? Ha ha ha, Li Dao laughed as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. Although there were rumors that Han Fei killed Li Lang, it was not yet known how Li Lang died. After all, it was at sea. Anything could happen at sea at night. But now, Han Fei was challenging him on the floating island. Only God knows who gave him this courage. Li Dao smiled. I was trying to work out a way to catch and kill you, but you've simply sent yourself to me. If I don't accept your challenge, people will laugh at me. Let's fight then. Wu Chen felt nervous. Han Fei, you'd better give it a second thought. This is not a joke. If you lose, no one can help you. I lose. In my life, I have never lost. Everyone was speechless. Why are you still bragging at this time? You have never lost because people were afraid that they would beat you to death. Some people started to hoot, especially the members of the Tigers. Many people wanted Li Dao to torture Han Fei hard. There was an open space respectively in the north, south, east, and west of the floating island. With some sparse trees in these open spaces, they were originally used as training grounds for fishing skills. But at the moment, a large group of people came to the east training ground. The shocking news that a fisher challenged a fishing master quickly spread, and there were more and more people coming to watch. Soon, the training ground became tightly packed with people. Wu Chen was the witness of this challenge. He looked at Han Fei with a complex look. Li Dao asked, "Can we start?" "I'm ready to crush your head anytime." Wu Chen gave the official order, "Start." Han Fei immediately launched a spiritual energy explosion attack with his purple bamboo rod. Li Dao smiled coldly. "This brat wants to play spiritual energy explosion attacks with me. Do you really think this lame combat skill can hurt me?" Bam! In an instant, Li Dao's hands went numb. His face changed greatly. The blow was really powerful. In terms of power, this guy's strength was already comparable to that of a fishing master. However, Li Dao sneered, "Physical strength is not important in combat." Thousand Shadow Rod kill? Han Fei had seen this Thousand Shadow Rod. He had selected this combat skill from the village library, but Jiang Qin threw it away. Han Fei almost laughed. "What makes you believe you can move faster than me?" Han Fei activated the Crazy Devil's Rod. With a chuckle, he jumped over like a gust of wind. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei and Li Dao were fighting fiercely with an extremely fast speed. All the audience could see were shadows of rods, which dazzled their eyes. Li Dao's face changed drastically. He can keep up with his speed. And why does he have such great power in every blow? Bam! Li Dao couldn't keep up with Han Fei's speed anymore. Suddenly, his chest was poked and his face was hit by the purple bamboo rod. He was sent flying through the air, half of his face was dented, and his cheekbones were cracked. "Damn! Fuse!" Everyone was astounded. "Come on, you're a fishing master. Does a fishing master need to fuse with his spiritual beast in a fight with a fisher?" Wu Chen was also dumbfounded, but he was really shocked by Han Fei's strength. Is he really a level 9 fisher? Li Dao dared not look down upon Han Fei again. This was a life-or-death battle. If he didn't take his enemy seriously, he might be killed. A fat black fish suddenly rushed into Li Dao's body. His momentum suddenly increased and he roared and pounced at Han Fei. Someone shouted, "Watch out. Iron-headed fish has iron-like skin and bones." Now the hardness of his body has increased by at least 30%. Han Fei murmured, "Oh, 30%? Fury!" Everyone was surprised to see that Han Fei's body suddenly inflated, the blue veins on his body stood out, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Bam! Li Dao was sent flying again, faster than the last time. Blood was gushing out of his mouth when he was still in midair. He asked himself, why did Han Fei suddenly become so strong? Before Li Dao hit the ground, he saw a rod flying at his head. Li Dao turned pale with fright, but what could he do in midair? Clang! Li Dao fell heavily to the ground and his face was almost smashed by the rod. Although he had fused with his iron-headed fish, he still could not withstand such a violent blow. The hardness of his body was improved by 30% after he fused with his spiritual beast, whereas Han Fei doubled his strength when he activated Fury. It was as plain as daylight which one was stronger. Han Fei pierced Li Dao's chest with the purple bamboo rod. Then he shouted at the members of the tiger who were scared out of their pants. "Tell Li Ju that I will send him to see his son soon. Tell him to wait." Then Han Fei's face twitched and his body seemed to be deflated. He changed back to his original appearance. "Who?" Han Fei stumbled and almost fell. Fortunately, the battle ended quickly. It seemed that he still couldn't control Fury very well because this combat skill was too strong. Li Gang and Li Qing were stupefied at what they saw. Seeing Han Fei stumble, they quickly stepped forward to help Han Fei stand up. Everyone present was shocked. A fisher killed a fishing master, which happened for the first time in the Heavenly Water Village. Not only did Han Fei kill Li Dao, he was not injured at all, not even had his skin been scratched. What kind of a monster-like talent did he have? The tigers. Li Ju's eyes flickered with a cold gleam. Did Han Fei kill Li Dao? Yes, leader, I saw it with my own eyes, but Han Fei seems to use a secret technique. Although he killed Li Dao, his spiritual energy seemed to be exhausted. Li Ju narrowed his eyes. Han Fei must die? At first, he killed Li Lang and then Li Dao. 2 fishing masters of the tigers have been killed by him. This guy is growing too fast. He even wondered if Han Fei had hidden the true level of his spiritual heritage. Otherwise, how could he be growing so fast? At the village leader's home. What? Han Fei killed a fishing master? The village leader was stunned. Did old Jiang teach him some powerful combat skills? That could explain it. Old Jiang was the most mysterious person in Heavenly Water Village, and also the only one who he couldn't see through or defeat. Han Fei was really lucky. Was this the reason Han Fei refused to go to the town? On this day, no matter the East or West Fair, the entire floating island was talking about this matter. This was the biggest event in the Heavenly Water Village for decades. A fisher killed a fishing master. No one had ever heard of it before. Late at night, Han Fei asked Li Qing, "Where is the treasure house of the tigers?" Li Qing hurriedly stopped Han Fei. "Young master, you'd better not go there. That is heavily guarded by the tigers. Not only fishing masters, but also at least dozens of peak-level fishers are guarding this place. If anyone intrudes, Li Ju will soon arrive in person." "The consequences are unpredictable," Han Fei retorted. "Do you think I'm stupid? I certainly won't just break into it. I just want to observe the terrain and wait for a proper chance. Don't waste my time, just tell me." "It's at..." After Li Qing left, Han Fei sneered. "Li Ju, do you want to cut off my source of wealth and spiritual energy? Fine, I'll take all your treasure first." Chapter 84 Treasure Map. In the dark, Han Fei masked a black fish skin on his face. "Little Black, when you get in, take out anything you see, except those too big for you to carry. Do not leave behind anything you can carry. Understood?" Little Black rubbed intimately against Han Fei's face and flew out. Han Fei was surprised. Was a spiritual beast a fish or a soul? If he was a fish, why could he fly in the air without water? But if he was a soul, he could also swim in the water, eat, and bite people to death. Han Fei was lying in the woods in the distance and waiting motionless, turning into the same color as the vegetation. After a while, Little Black came out with a small bottle in his mouth. Han Fei opened the bottle and found it was a bottle of spirit refilling pills. Not bad. Seeing that Little Black didn't go but remained staring at the spirit refilling pill, Han Fei reluctantly poured a pill out of the bottle and threw it in his mouth. Little Black flew away in satisfaction. The second time, Little Black brought back a money bag with nearly 100 mid-quality pearls in it. Han Fei wasn't quite satisfied. "My barbecue stall has earned me lots of money. This money is nothing to me, but fine, it's money anyway." Han Fei felt he had to say something when Little Black brought him more than a dozen of these money bags in a row. "Little Black, let's steal something else. This stuff can't be eaten. The spiritual energy inside is little and not easy to use. Go steal something with spiritual energy or value, such as small bottles and small boxes." Little Black shuttled quickly. Han Fei calculated that it would take him about 5 minutes to make the round trip. It had only been 1 hour or so, and the guards were still eating sea melon seeds together. 5 minutes later, Little Black brought him a small box. Han Fei opened it. Wow, a spiritual fruit. Because it was too fragrant, Han Fei immediately closed the box. Han Fei instructed, "Little Black, just steal this. Steal as many as there are." To Han Fei's disappointment, however, there were only 2 such spiritual fruits, which made him very unhappy. Li Qing said that Li Ju had sent a lot of people to find spiritual fruit. How could he only get 2? Little did Han Fei know that where there were spiritual fruit, there would be a strong guardian beast. The sea dragon he encountered last time was not something ordinary people could deal with. To get the 2 spiritual fruit in his hands, the tigers had lost dozens of members. If Li Ju knew that his spiritual fruits were stolen, he would have vomited blood in anger. The next day, "Roar, you bunch of wastes. Who robbed my treasure house?" Li Ju was going crazy. All the small things inside were gone, and there wasn't even a single jelly bean left. The big ones, such as weapons, were left, but there were rows of teeth marks on them. Some weapons even disappeared, but who the FCK would eat weapons? Now Han Fei was sitting at home, happily turning over the treasure he had got from the tigers, which filled a whole pocket. The 2 spiritual fruits alone were worth a lot of money, not to mention there were so many other things. 3 bottles of spirit refilling pills, and Little Black ate half a bottle. There are still 75 points of spiritual energy left. Not bad. 1,314 mid-quality pearls. The tigers are really poor. Did they commit so many crimes just to collect such a small amount of money? In fact, unknown to Han Fei, there was a whole trunk of mid-quality pearls in the treasure house, but Little Black was unable to carry it. 27 bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid. The tigers are damn rich to have so much of this fluid. It is priceless, especially when you want to condition your body. Huh? Wow. A treasure map? Han Fei was stunned and immediately pulled all the other stuff aside. Finding a treasure map in a box, he was beside himself with excitement. Han Fei smoothed out the fish skin on the table, and a small map appeared. The central area of the map was the floating island, below which were ordinary fisheries, but what was painted on the map was not the sea surface but the underwater terrain. There were many places marked on the map. Coral reefs, snake caves, undersea stone caves, spirit-absorbing jellyfish settlements, and dozens of other places were on the map. Among them, 3 places were marked as dangerous. One was a spirit-absorbing jellyfish settlement, one was an undersea stone cave, and the other was a boat-burying pit. Among these 3 places, only the name boat-burying pit was drawn in a circle. Han Fei frowned. He hadn't heard of any of these places, but from these names, he could tell these places were not common ones. Boat-burying pit. More than one ship must have sunk there. But why did ships sink to that place? Could it be that there was a magnetic field problem like Bermuda there? No, if there was a problem with the magnetic field, people must have found out about it. Who dared to go to ordinary fisheries then? Han Fei thought to himself, Li Ju must have explored this place, but he survived by a fluke. Otherwise, how would he know that there were a lot of fishing boats sinking in that place? The next day, Han Fei went to Li Qing. Uncle Qing, do you know where the boat-burying pit is? Li Qing immediately turned pale and he quickly said, Young master, you must not go there. It's very dangerous. Seeing Li Qing's reaction, Han Fei had already had a rough idea in his heart and said, Just tell me, I'm still banned from going to sea for 2 months. Li Qing was relieved to hear that, but he still looked a little frightened. Young master, there are actually a lot of dangers even in ordinary fisheries. People just don't know about them. The most dangerous place in our fisheries is this boat-burying pit. It's said that dozens of fishing boats disappear there every year. Young master, do you know where the wounds on leader? No, on Li Ju's body and face came from? Han Fei raised an eyebrow. He got those scars in this boat-burying pit? Li Qing replied, Yes, Li Ju was already an advanced fishing master at that time. Although he had not yet reached the peak, he was not far from it. He heard that several of his ships disappeared there, so he started to investigate in person. However, you know what? He returned with serious injuries only 15 minutes later, and none of the people he took with him came back. At that time, he had at least hundreds of wounds on his body. Although he had a narrow escape, the scars on his face and body could never be removed. Han Fei quickly went on asking, Did he get his tiger head fish there? Li Qing paused and then shook his head. No, he got that tiger head fish from the spirit-absorbing jellyfish settlement. But you shouldn't go there either, young master. There are not many people fishing in that water. This spirit-absorbing jellyfish is also sold in the fair, but very few people bought it. It will absorb the spirit energy of other fishes. People who go to sea will easily have their spiritual energy sucked up by the jellyfish and die in the sea. At that time, Li Ju took more than 20 people to explore that place, but only 7 of them came back. Fortunately, he was paid back and got his tiger head fish. Han Fei nodded and asked, Do you know where the undersea stone cave is? Li Qing was puzzled and shook his head. Is it at the bottom of ordinary fisheries? I have never heard of it. Okay, I'm afraid that the barbecue stall is going out of business right now. You and A-Gang can take a rest, stay at home, drink, and have fun. Don't go outside. Yes, boss. On the way back to the plantation, Han Fei thought about it. There must be an opportunity in the spirit-absorbing jellyfish settlement. It may have been inhabited by a tiger-head fish, but that fish was taken away by Li Ju. There can't be any other opportunities. Otherwise, Li Ju would definitely have returned for the second time. But he wasn't sure whether Li Ju had ever been in the undersea stone cave or not. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that he hadn't been there, and the other was that he had been there but found no opportunity. If it was the latter, then at least people could return safely from that place. But if it was the former, Li Ju didn't go there because of something he feared. Then it was worthy of his vigilance. But Han Fei was not afraid. That's treasure. How can a treasure hunt not be dangerous? But are treasure hunters afraid? Have I ever been afraid? No, all treasure hunters are full of adventurous spirit in their bones, and they all gamble with their lives. There must be a great chance in the boat burying pit. I must go to this place. Chapter 85, Boat Burying Pit. Sister Qin, can you do me a favor? Han Fei looked over at her. Can you lift the ban on me? I haven't gone to sea in more than a month and I feel suffocated. Jiang Qin didn't think this was a good idea just yet. No way, Li Ju's strength has been restored. If you go to sea, he may go to kill you. Don't overestimate your strength. Li Ju is not easy to deal with. You can't kill him yet. I won't let him know that I've gone to sea, and I'll come back quickly. Don't forget that I have the fishing boat that Fang Zi gave me. Can Li Ju's boats catch up with mine? Jiang Qin was not convinced. Don't even think of it. What you should do now is cultivation. Make the breakthrough to be a fishing master, and I'll let you go. Han Fei was upset. Do you think I don't want to make a breakthrough? But I can't do it without enough spiritual energy? Han Fei sighed. He was frequently engaged in fights recently, so his spiritual energy was consumed very quickly. He had taken all the spirit-refilling pills and spiritual fruits that he got from the tigers. However, including his own spiritual energy, he only had less than 60,000 points of spiritual energy, which was certainly not enough for him to break through to be a fishing master. According to the law of void fishing, he needed at least 50,000 points of spiritual energy to break through the bottleneck. And then he had to rebuild his body and push himself to the peak of a junior fishing master. He would need much more spiritual energy than 50,000 points. That night, all was quiet. Han Fei slipped out and headed for the port. His white fishing boat was still impounded there, hanging in the middle of the cliff of the floating island. There was a team of people on duty at the port who were chatting while eating sea melon seeds. All of a sudden, they heard a sound, and it seemed that something had been knocked over. Who is it? Let's go check it out. Han Fei walked over quickly from the other side. As soon as he walked through, someone looked at this side and almost found him. Fortunately, at the moment, Han Fei was hanging himself on the edge of the cliff, which most people dared not to do because if he fell, he would definitely die. Humph banned me from going to sea? For what? This time I'll stay at the sea, for at least 5 days and nights. Next, Han Fei drove a stolen fishing boat to find his own boat. After a while, Han Fei had gone to sea. He shouted in joy and excitement. Haha, I'm finally free. You want to ban me from going to sea? Impossible. In the plantation, old Jiang questioned, why did you let the boy go to sea? He has secrets. Can't you see that he hates being cooped up on land? Jiang Qin speculated. He'd better pray to God not to be killed on the sea. Isn't it satisfying just to be a spirit gatherer? Why does he have to get into all this trouble? Of course, Han Fei could not hear them at the moment. He was carrying a treasure map in his hand and was determining which direction to head. Here we are. Half an hour later, Han Fei stopped, nervous and excited. So does my treasure hunt start again? Han Fei was very excited. He had more methods than Li Ju, and he was confident that he was also stronger than him. Besides, he had wandering dragon art. Even if there was a danger, he would be able to escape. Han Fei was excited. He summoned Little Black and Little White, and they jumped into the sea with a flop. After more than a month of feeding, Little Black and Little White had upgraded to level 6 and could already hunt almost all the fish species in level 1 fisheries. After a while, Han Fei climbed onto the boat from the sea, scratching his head while gazing at the treasure map. There is no shipwreck below. Did I go in the wrong direction? Li Ju, you idiot, why didn't you mark the directions? What a waste of my time. Half an hour later, Han Fei shouted at Little Black, are you ready? Let's advance to the treasure. Flop, it was pitch dark underwater, but Han Fei was not afraid at all. He had reached the peak of Fisher, so his eyes could already adapt to most of the dark waters. There are still a lot of fishes here. Did I run in the wrong direction again? 30 meters underwater, Han Fei saw a snake belt as long as 4 or 5 meters. His eyelids twitched. What a big snake belt. I can't believe my eyes. Little Black, eat him. Han Fei continued to dive, but the further he went down, the fewer fish he found. For some reason, his heart was pounding. Is something staring at me? But I don't see anything. When he continued to dive for 30 meters, he felt a chill down his spine. What caught his eye was a long trench less than 10 meters wide. Its depth was unknown. On both sides of the trench, there were shipwrecks all over the place, so densely packed that they could not be counted. At this very moment, Han Fei felt his wrists ache. Did his calabash feel something? Han Fei blinked and initiated the eyes of true vision. Then he saw that the spiritual energy here was exceptionally rich, especially in the trench, in which the spiritual energy was so abundant that it was about to overflow. Wow, treasure. Han Fei was overjoyed. Yes, he found it. At this time, Little Black had already killed the snake belt. Han Fei waved, motioning Little Black to go into the trench and explore it. The trench was so narrow. Once an unknown event occurred, it was not easy for him to run away, so he'd better be careful. At the same time, Han Fei fell carefully on a sunken ship. Soaking in the water all year round, the hull of the ship had almost been covered by dark green water plants, so it was a bit slippery to step on. There were many pieces of human bones near the shipwreck. Obviously, these people had died long ago. Many bones were broken, which seemed to be caused by battering. Hiss! Han Fei quickly turned around, held the purple bamboo rod in his hand, and flew off the shipwreck instantly. The next moment, he saw a 2-meter-long crab appear on the shipwreck. Damn, an XL green crab. Hew! Something attacked him and Han Fei immediately counterattacked. With a clang, he was beaten back several meters. He turned around, only to see another large blade fish 3 to 4 meters long. Almost instantaneously, Han Fei filled his body with spiritual energy and swiftly approached the fish. Then he thrust a knife into the head of the fish and sent it to hell. At the same time, he quickly left. Strange, the creatures here are all huge. Han Fei stared closely at where the blade fish fell. After 1 or 2 minutes, a crab claw appeared, followed by several huge green crabs. As they gathered and tore open the blade fish's body, many more large green crabs crawled out of the wreck nearby. Han Fei felt his blood freeze and he tried to comfort himself. It's okay. They're just a little bigger. How about Little Black over there? Suddenly, Little White swam to the trench quickly. Little White, come back. Han Fei was anxious. Is Little Black in danger? But what kind of a creature can find Little Black and kill him? Han Fei looked around. Although there were a lot of big green crabs out there, very few of them crawled into the trench. Let me try my fortune. Han Fei was not afraid when entering the trench. He was used to crossing submarine caves without wearing oxygen masks. He knew the characteristics of fish. They might hunt things they were familiar with, and only a small part of them that were very aggressive were interested in strange creatures like humans. Of course, he was not sure about the fish here. The shallowest part of the trench was not deep and only as deep as about 50 meters. But as Han Fei dove all the way down, he found the deepest part here was close to 300 meters. Han Fei was quite proud. If it were before, how could he directly descend to a water zone 90 meters deep? The bottom of the trench was also covered with sunken ships, some of which were upside down. Han Fei stood on the shipwreck and gaped. He actually saw a huge cave at the bottom of the trench. From the top, it seemed that the bottom of the trench was as narrow as its opening, but now it didn't seem to be the case at all. The underwater cave at the bottom of the trench seemed to lead to a distant and unknown place. It seemed that the internal space was not small, but Han Fei didn't act rashly. Little White revolved around Han Fei and went to the cave from time to time as if beckoning Han Fei to go inside. No hurry, let me check it out. Han Fei took out the fishing rod behind his back, fastened a dagger to the fish hook with a fishing line, and shot it into the cave. As soon as the dagger went into the cave less than 30 meters, a monster suddenly jumped out of the sand at the bottom and pounced at the dagger. Han Fei was astounded. Thank God he didn't act rashly. Otherwise, he would definitely get snipped. He quickly withdrew the fishing line, and the monster jumped up and chased the dagger. Not only that, Han Fei also noticed the surrounding sand bulge, and there seemed to be something about to move. I'd like to see what it is. When the thing broke through the sand and revealed its full body, Han Fei ejected himself backwards immediately and floated up. What did he see? The 2 or 3 meter long stuff was not a fish at all but an ultra-large mantis shrimp. Shit. Chapter 86 Mantis Shrimp King. Name: Mantis Shrimp Cub Level. 10 Quality: Regular Spiritual Energy. 111 points. Edible effects. Its flesh is exceptionally delicious. Eating its flesh for a long time can build up your body, and eating mantis shrimp beads can quickly strengthen your physical strength. Collectible. Mantis shrimp beads. Absorbable. Han Fei was relieved to see that the shrimp was only at level 10. Although a level 10 shrimp was the strongest in ordinary fisheries, it wouldn't be able to hurt him, but was this only a cub? A cub with such a gigantic body? Then how big was an adult mantis shrimp? As he expected, the mantis shrimp began to chase him. His front claws were as long as 2 meters when they were fully opened. Clang! He swung the purple bamboo rod at the shrimp and hit the forearm of the mantis shrimp that attacked him at the same time. He struck first, because only people who had gone to sea knew how strong a mantis shrimp's attack power was. His instantaneous explosive power could enable him to break a crab's claw with one blow. At the moment a mantis shrimp attacked, its speed, explosive power, and attack power would instantly reach their peak state. To Han Fei's surprise, however, this mantis shrimp only backed away a few meters and then shook its head. His 2 oval eyes stood up and stared at Han Fei. What strong defensive power, but I don't think I will lose to him. Han Fei smiled. At least this shrimp was not as strong as he imagined. Han Fei drew out a dagger, and when the mantis shrimp punched at him, he leaned forward obliquely, narrowly dodging its attack, and at the same time thrust the dagger from his hand into the shrimp's neck, almost cutting the shrimp's head off. He kicked the mantis shrimp to the bottom of the sea, and his heart was pounding fast. If he hadn't initiated the wandering dragon art instantly just now, his head would have been hit by the shrimp's claws. At this time, a group of mantis shrimps had gathered around. Han Fei frowned. How could he pass with so many mantis shrimps in his way? Wait a minute. Although this creature loves to fight, I don't have to fight them myself. Han Fei immediately swam up. At this moment, a group of large green crabs was still watching with their eyes up. When they saw Han Fei rushing out, they lifted their claws one after another. Han Fei glanced around, found a large green turtle, and rushed straight over. Bam! The green turtle was knocked to death by Han Fei before he had any time to react. Han Fei took out his dagger, cut a dozen wounds on the green turtle, and then dragged it to the crabs. Lured by food, more and more big green crabs gathered up. Han Fei hit the claws of the big green crabs with his purple bamboo rod from a distance and then swam away quickly. Soon, hundreds of big green crabs began to chase after him. If they could talk, they would have shouted, "You are dead meat. How dare you tempt us with food and hit us? We're gonna crush your head with our claws." When they reached the trench, they didn't stop, but they kept swimming in. Hundreds of green crabs had entered in only a short while. Han Fei thought, great. Cannon fodders, come on. Han Fei threw the green turtle into the trench and quickly swam away like a big fish. From a distance, Han Fei saw that the first big green crab that entered the trench was punched to pieces by the mantis shrimp in the blink of an eye. Oh, that's sad. Why were mantis shrimp's attacks described as punches? Because when mantis shrimp attack their enemies, they punch with their front claws just like a boxer. Only if they caught fish would they use their tongs. Now Han Fei probably understood why Li Ju went back with so many injuries. When a level 10 mantis shrimp was angered, no fish in the entire ordinary fisheries could resist him. Han Fei even suspected that even a big meat turtle wouldn't survive the attacks of a group of mantis shrimp. Of course, this mantis shrimp he saw wouldn't be able to hurt an advanced fishing master, so Han Fei guessed that there should be one or even a few more powerful mantis shrimp inside. He thought to himself, if those mantis shrimp don't come out, I won't get in. Perhaps the smells of blood and crab roe attracted the attention of fish. From time to time, green turtles, bladefish, whitefish, and other fishes swam in along the trench. At this moment, there was a fierce battle in the trench. Han Fei saw that a green turtle sank to the bottom and his head was gone. Wow! Han Fei was not in a hurry now. He began to absorb spiritual energy on the side. As the battle grew fiercer, spiritual energy was continuously supplied. Staying too long under sea, Han Fei had to return to the sea surface to get some fresh air. The battle lasted for almost an hour, and Han Fei had absorbed at least 10,000 points of spiritual energy. When he was happily absorbing spiritual energy, the water below suddenly became cloudy, and a blade fish tried to escape only to be crushed by a punch. Hiss! When the water became clear again, Han Fei saw another mantis shrimp, and a string of data appeared in front of his eyes. Name: Mantis Shrimp King Level, 19 Quality, Rare, Exotic, Spiritual Energy, 500 points, Edible Effects. Its flesh is exceptionally delicious. Eating its flesh can build up your body, and eating exotic mantis shrimp beads can greatly strengthen your physical strength. Collectible: Mantis Shrimp Beads, Absorbable. Han Fei was silent. A level -19 Mantis Shrimp King, this was the real reason that Li Ju came back with serious injuries. Although the data showed that the shrimp was only at level 19, Han Fei felt that the sea dragon he fought last time was a piece of cake in front of this Mantis Shrimp King. The latter would be able to crush the former's head with a single punch. Damn, this thing is too big. I can't beat him. Han Fei's eyes were shining. The fight between big green crabs and the mantis shrimp had almost finished, and body parts were scattered everywhere. The fish nearby had almost been killed off by the shrimp. Now the gigantic mantis shrimp king was chewing a blade fish. What a pity. If only I hadn't eaten the spiritual fruits stolen from the tigers. If I take them out, they will definitely attract a lot of large green crabs and fishes. Spiritual energy. If I cultivate here. No, the mantis shrimp king will kill me. Or should I attract some more fish to come here? Han Fei hadn't tried to cultivate in the sea before, neither had anyone else in the heavenly water village. He forcibly took Little Black back and swam a few kilometers away before stopping. Han Fei asked the fish, "Where did you go?" "Guard my side and allow no creatures to come near me." When he initiated void fishing, he was shocked. The spiritual energy didn't come from the sky but from all directions. Soon, countless large green crabs, sea snails, rotating starfish, and bladefish swarmed one after another. Han Fei felt something bump into him and then bump again. He opened his eyes. "Didn't I tell you not to allow any creatures to come near me? Shit!" Seeing countless fish and crabs coming from all directions, Han Fei immediately stopped cultivating and ran away. Little Black was stunned too. "There's too many. I can't eat them all?" "Sorry, master." Just as Han Fei left, a large school of fish swarmed in, as well as countless large green crabs. They all dashed at him fiercely as if going to cut him to pieces with their claws. Oh, are the fishes crazy? My spiritual energy has increased by more than 400 points in such a short time. Han Fei took a deep breath. He had cultivated several times more spiritual energy on the seabed than on a fishing boat at night. No wonder it caused such a stir. Little Black, when you get a chance, get into the shell of that big mantis shrimp and eat it from inside. Little Black kept circling around Han Fei as if protesting. "The shrimp's shell is too tough for me." Han Fei patted his own chest. "I'll help you. I will open a hole in the back of his head. Remember to slip into his shell from the hole and eat quickly. If you can't eat him, I'll be eaten by him." Boat burying pit in the trench. Han Fei rushed directly into the trench. Now he didn't have time to keep an eye on the mantis shrimp king in front. What was behind him was even more terrifying. When he was about to reach the bottom of the trench, he saw that the big mantis shrimp king had retracted his 2 claws, exposing half of his body, ready to attack at any time. However, Han Fei suddenly condensed a column of spiritual energy in his hand and shot it directly at the mantis shrimp king. The mantis shrimp king was stunned. "What is this strange fish doing? Why is he sending me spiritual energy?" Han Fei kept grabbing one mass of spiritual energy after another from the void and stuffed them into the body of the mantis shrimp king. Seeing this scene, the fishes and crabs behind were all in an uproar. Wow, spiritual energy. So much spiritual energy. Bam! The fishes rushed up and rammed the mantis shrimp, turning the seabed dusty, and sand and stones flew all over. With continuous clangs and clanks, crabs were hitting the shell of the mantis shrimp with their claws. But undoubtedly, they couldn't hurt him at all. It was like a group of 4- or 5-year-olds trying to beat an 18-year-old youth. The odds of success were slim. Quantity didn't make any difference. Han Fei hid aside, no longer transmitting spiritual energy to the shrimp. Instead, he held a knife in his hand and swam tens of meters away from the mantis shrimp king, waiting for a chance to make a move. Chapter 87, Make a Fortune. If the mantis shrimp king could speak, he would have definitely scolded Han Fei. Where the FCK did all this food come from? There's too many of them. The mantis shrimp king was attacking wildly with all its legs and killed several large green crabs with a single punch. However, shrimp power had its limits. Although he was strong, there were too many enemies here, especially creatures like blade fish that were really hard to deal with. They kept darting their fin blades at them, and now both of his tentacles had been broken. Han Fei took out 2 spirit refilling pills and put them into his mouth, holding the knife in his hand and waiting for the right time. When the mantis shrimp king punched a large green crab, he exposed the part connecting his head and body. A cold gleam flickered in Han Fei's eyes, and he suddenly approached him as fast as he could. Fury! Universe Machete! In an instant, Han Fei's combat power rose to its peak. With a cold flash, he pierced the neck of the mantis shrimp with his knife. Little Black, come on. Han Fei quickly retreated and swallowed 2 spirit refilling pills. Although spiritual energy quickly returned to his body, he still felt weak all over. The mantis shrimp king immediately went violent, drilled out of the sand, and exposed his whole body that was as long as 10 meters. As his legs twitched and punched, his gigantic body rushed forward while swarms of large green crabs were torn into pieces. The mantis shrimp king was flapping and tumbling for at least 5 minutes, and in the end, he trembled, reared his claws, and shot out 2 visible water blades. Wherever the blades cut, all fishes were dismembered. When the stirred soil settled, only dismembered corpses, cracked shells, and countless crab claws were scattered around the trench. Han Fei took a deep breath. He wondered how Li Ju survived the attack of this huge mantis shrimp. Even a fishing master might not be able to beat him. At this time, Little Black stuck his head out of the shell of the mantis shrimp and looked around. When he spotted Han Fei, he quickly slipped out and swam to him. Han Fei glanced at it and said, "Well done, I'll award you when we go back." Han Fei didn't leave the trench. There were too many fish bodies here and spiritual energy was everywhere. The demon purification pot on his wrist began to absorb spiritual energy. As spiritual energy flowed in, Han Fei's spiritual energy was rocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Haha, I should have gone to sea earlier. I've absorbed more spiritual energy in just 1 hour here than I could in a month in the village. His spiritual energy value no longer rose after reaching 86,211 points, as the spiritual energy here had all been absorbed by him. Han Fei was looking at the data in a daze when Little White tugged at his arm. Huh! Seeing Little White try to swim into the cave, Han Fei patted his own head. Yes, I'm here to hunt for treasure. I haven't found any treasures yet. What am I happy about? The cave was very deep. Han Fei swam as far as 2 kilometers, only to find that the road had come to an end. Huh, did I reach the end? Han Fei swam upward. Pooh, Han Fei was shocked when he rose to the surface. This was an underwater cave with an area of about 100 square meters. When he came out of the water, he saw a stone tablet with the words, "Any trespassing fishing master or above will die." The smile on Han Fei's face disappeared when he saw these words. There seemed to be a great threat in this cave. Han Fei swallowed. I am not a fishing master yet. It should be fine if I go in. He climbed ashore, looked around, and was at once certain that someone used to cultivate here. There were a bed, a table and stools, and a large pool of 5 or 6 square meters in the cave. Han Fei's gaze followed the mantis shrimp's footprints, which was leading to the pool. He walked over and immediately felt a rush of spiritual energy. There was an abundance of spiritual energy here, and there was a milky liquid dripping into the pool from above. Wow, the spiritual energy here is really rich. Is this pool full of liquefied spiritual energy? It was a pity that there was not much white liquid left in the pool, probably only enough to be ankle deep. It must have been sucked away by the mantis shrimp king. Han Fei planned to explore the entire cave, but Little Black and Little White were already bathing cheerfully in the milky pool. Han Fei's face immediately changed. Just now, the 2 fishes flashed, which he had seen 5 or 6 times this month. This meant that Little Black and Little White had upgraded. Upon seeing this, Han Fei immediately sat into the pool and began to cultivate. Shit, I finally found a treasure. How can I let the 2 fishes take it from me? That's unacceptable. As soon as he sat into the pool, even before he began to cultivate, he felt that spiritual energy was pouring into his body. Overjoyed, he immediately initiated void fishing art. Soon, his face turned red, and he felt spiritual energy rolling throughout his body. The spiritual energy flowing in the meridians was so enriched that they were burning. Breakthrough, as Han Fei shouted, the spiritual energy in his body instantly permeated into his bones and muscles. And at the same time, the white liquid in the pool drilled into his body, which was visible to the naked eye. After 4 or 5 minutes, Han Fei felt resistance. Is it the last obstacle before becoming a fishing master? Break. After hitting dozens of times in a row, something seemed to break. Han Fei felt the jammed spiritual energy in his body instantly begin to flow smoothly. As trickles were converging and spiritual energy was gathering up like rivers flowing into the sea, his meridians became tougher, his bones clicked, and his muscles bulged. There seemed to be an explosive force in his body. Han Fei knew that the breakthrough had not yet finished, and the spiritual energy was rapidly strengthening his physique. After about half an hour, Han Fei felt that his body had been rebuilt, and he had reached the peak of a junior fishing master. If he was willing, he would even be able to make the next breakthrough to be an intermediate fishing master. At this moment, his face suddenly changed. He tried to stand up. If he made another breakthrough before he adapted himself to the breakthrough just now, his cultivation foundation would be undermined. Why can't I stop? Han Fei was a bit helpless. Void fishing was still running automatically and oppressing him. Hey, Calabash, Calabash, help me. Calabash, my dear Calabash. Little Black, drink this pool dry. Little did he know that at this moment, Little Black and Little White were lying in the pool motionlessly and their bellies were bulging. They were too full to move. Han Fei was surprised. Why is spiritual energy still pouring into my body even though I'm not cultivating? Is it because I am sitting in this pool to cultivate? No, my body will explode if I don't continue to make the next breakthrough. Just when Han Fei was anxious, he suddenly remembered the forge, the universe he had that was only as large as a few square feet. Could it be expanded? Without hesitation, Han Fei kept transmitting the spiritual energy that was running in his body into Forge the Universe. To his surprise, it was expanding bit by bit, and had expanded by more than 1 meter in under a minute. When the space in Forge the Universe was expanded to 10 square meters, the expansion speed immediately dropped. The garlic, peppers, and other plants he planted in it began to grow, catalyzed by the spiritual energy, and soon matured. Half a day or perhaps 1 day later, Han Fei's Forge the Universe had expanded to nearly 50 square meters. Han Fei suddenly remembered his white fishing boat and wondered where it had drifted. After all, it had been so long and the boat should have drifted away by now. If only Forge the Universe became a rectangle, then he could throw the ship into it. As soon as this idea popped up in his mind, he was surprised to see Forge the Universe suddenly change from a circular space into a rectangular one. Wow, am I seeing this right? Han Fei froze. Could he change the shape of this space at will? With a thought from Han Fei, a pool appeared in Forge the Universe. And as he thought again, this space changed into a square. This is awesome. Can I conjure something up in it? Han Fei thought for a while and decided to conjure up a pig. He hadn't eaten pork for a long time. Unfortunately, nothing had changed in this space this time. Han Fei tried many times. It turned out that he could only change the terrain of the space, but not any flower, tree, bird, or beast inside or outside the space. But this made sense. If he could conjure living beings, wouldn't he be the creator? In the end, the area of Forge, the universe, stopped at about 60 square meters, and Han Fei no longer felt massive spiritual energy pounding his body. Han Fei opened his eyes, only to find that his body was covered with filth. He had no time to clean himself up, but he looked at his data. Owner, Han Fei level. 13 Junior Fishing Master, Spiritual Energy. 156,666 points, 559, Spiritual Heritage. Level 3 Mid-Quality Upgradable, Spiritual Beast. Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Weapon. Purple Bamboo Rod Main Art. Void Fishing, Chapter 1. Hook Kiss, Mortal Level, Divine Quality. I didn't upgrade my spiritual heritage. Why was it upgraded? And why is the upgradable part behind it grayed out? Han Fei was a bit panicked. Is it because my spiritual heritage was upgraded too quickly? Or are there conditions that have not been met, so I can't upgrade it? Chapter 88, Indestructible Body. Han Fei repeatedly pondered over the information revealed by this string of data. First of all, his spiritual heritage might not be able to be upgraded for the time being. It seemed to be limited by some unknown power. He tried upgrading it with spiritual energy, but nothing happened. Then he noticed the change in his level. It must have taken him a lot of spiritual energy to upgrade to a fishing master and improve his strength to be at the peak of a junior fishing master. It was precisely this number that reminded him of something. In everyone's eyes, fishing masters had no difference in level, only in quality, but the data only showed that he was level 13. It didn't show his specific quality. This was very important, which meant that there might be a big gap between junior fishing masters. Although the upper limit of his spiritual energy had been increased to 559 points, he felt that he still had a lot of room for improvement. After all, he hadn't finished practicing the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing, and his physique hadn't reached its peak yet. Thinking of this, Han Fei felt that it was necessary for him to solidify his foundation now. More haste, less speed. Although it was good to become stronger, if his strength was increased too fast, there would definitely be problems. This was common sense. Of course, Han Fei didn't plan to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing here, because he hadn't finished exploring the cave yet. Han Fei looked down only to see that little black and little white were shining with spiritual energy. The two little guys upgraded fast indeed, even their bellies bulged. Of course, what surprised Han Fei most was the white liquid in this pool. Now, it was completely gone. It must have been used up when he was expanding Forge the Universe. Otherwise, the spiritual energy contained in the white liquid would be enough to burst his body dozens of times. Han Fei summoned back Little Black and Little White, and they began to explore this space. In addition to beds, tables, and stools, there was also a place for cultivation. Seeing it, Han Fei knew that he used the wrong cultivation method just now. Even the owner didn't sit in the pool to cultivate. He was stupid to do that, but he was mainly affected by the footprints of the mantis shrimp king. Walking through the place where the owner of the cave cultivated, Han Fei found several pockets on the rock wall, and when he walked past, he found 2 books. Han Fei picked up a book without a name and looked at it. It was the owner's self-record of his cultivation. The record dated back to when this person discovered the underwater cave. The first page stated, "I was defeated and fell to this place. I thought that I would die here. However, I found a spiritual spring in this ordinary fishery. Unfortunately, my injuries are too serious, and the spiritual spring is too little to make up for my losses. I know that I don't have much time left, but I can do nothing about it." Page 2. "My cultivation foundation has been damaged, and I can no longer cultivate. Fine, let this cave be my tomb." Page 3. "On the 7th day I'm lying here and waiting for death. The spiritual energy in my body has been exhausted, and I can't absorb any spiritual energy from the spiritual spring. I know I am doomed." Page 4. "This sea area is abundant with mantis shrimp. They taste good. I am accompanied by mantis shrimp every day." Page 5. "Why am I still alive? I've been waiting for death here for a month. Why am I still alive?" Page 6. "I have had an amazing discovery. Do cultivators only need spiritual energy? Wrong, completely wrong. After consuming mantis shrimps for a long time, I found myself full of energy. My mental power and energy are intertwined. Without spiritual energy, I'm even capable of telekinesis. God of the sea, I found a great secret. Does cultivation only need spiritual energy? No, using spiritual energy is only one of the ways to cultivate. There is still another way." When Han Fei read this, his heart was pounding hard. What does the cave owner mean? He no longer had any spiritual energy, but he could still cultivate. What does this mean? Han Fei continued to read eagerly. Page 7. "It took me a year to create the physical training method. Now I'm confident that even a hidden fisher won't be able to beat me after I've tempered my body with this method. But this art still has a weakness. I know my mental power is seriously damaged. Haha, wait for me to find a way to restore my mental strength. When I return, I will wipe out the entire 1,000-star city." Han Fei hurriedly turned the page, only to find that there was no more. Did this mean that the owner had left to find a way to restore his mental strength? FCK. It feels like I missed 100 million yuan. Han Fei continued to read the other book. Turning the first page, he saw two large words: indestructible body. Han Fei was shocked. He just felt that he had missed 100 million yuan, and then he found that this guy had left him the physical training method. Han Fei excitedly turned another page, but this page was not about the training method. Han Fei's eyelids twitched when he read its contents. I don't know who will inherit my indestructible body, but you can enter here when you're still a fisher, which shows that you're quite talented. You have two choices. The first is to give up and leave the indestructible body art here. The second one is to practice it. Then even if you are a waste, you can be a god as long as you are willing to work hard. However, if you choose to practice the indestructible body, you are my disciple. Remember not to tell anyone you're Ren Tianfei's disciple when you go to the 1,000-star city. Otherwise, you'll probably be killed by my enemies. Of course, it's also possible that you are such a waste that you'll still die early even if you've practiced indestructible body. But it doesn't matter. I've left a map for you. If you can set foot in a level 3 fishery, you can use the map. If you can't even go to a level 3 fishery or find my treasure trove, then you are basically a waste and don't deserve to be my disciple. Sure enough, Han Fei did find a fish skin map at the end of the book. It was a map of a sea area that he had never seen before. The topography was very complicated, and a red dot was circled. Han Fei found this guy both funny and annoying. He was so arrogant that he wanted to wipe out a city and even become a god. But Han Fei liked that. Han Fei hummed while flipping through the book. I'm not going to be your disciple. You have so many enemies. I don't want to get into trouble, but I owe you one. He opened the page and it read, the mysterious human body can be basically divided into 5 levels: skin, flesh, internal organs, bones, and marrow. If you finish tempering your skin, no weapon can penetrate your skin. If you finish tempering your flesh, your body will become extremely flexible. If you finish tempering your internal organs, any wound you have can heal by itself. If you finish tempering your bones, your fist will be even harder than the best weapon. If you finish tempering your marrow, your body will be indestructible and you'll be a god. Han Fei's mouth was almost watering. That's the most valuable treasure I've ever seen. It's completely different from those garbage books in the library of the Heavenly Water Village. This is a genuinely magical art, and its author is a real genius. Han Fei habitually looked at the data of the indestructible body. Indestructible body, venerable level, peerless quality, remarks. The peerless genius of the 1,000-star city created this physical training method, indestructible body, at the lowest point of his life, which is only one step away from a divine quality art. Deduced art, indestructible overlord body, required spiritual energy, 100 million points. Han Fei was dumbfounded and dazzled as he rubbed his eyes. Damn, that's ridiculous. Are you serious? 100 million points. You might as well kill me. Han Fei didn't know what to say. 100 million points. Isn't the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing also of venerable level? Why is this one so special? 100 million points required to deduce it. But Han Fei was still very happy to get this art. After all, a wonderful combat skill like Shadowless Hand was only of mortal level, divine quality, whereas this indestructible body reached the venerable level, which must be a very advanced combat skill. Although he was still unclear about the hierarchy of different arts, he had a rough idea of how advanced this art was from the spiritual energy required to deduce it. If this weren't a great art, would it require so many spiritual energy points to deduce it? Han Fei immediately threw the book into Forge the Universe. He would never leave it to others now that he had got it. If it was taken by someone else, he would cry himself to death. Han Fei explored around the rest of the cave and found nothing else. Then he walked out without hesitation. When he left, he said to the air, I'm taking away this treasure, but I won't stop to find the next treasure. The next treasure, wait for me, it won't take me long. Chapter 89, Fighting Li Ju. Li Ju got the news early in the morning that Han Fei stole his own fishing boat and went out to sea. For this reason, the village leader said that when Han Fei came back, he would lock his fishing boat in his house and make him stay put on the floating island. The news couldn't be concealed. Li Ju had been waiting for this moment a long time. A few days ago, Han Fei killed a fishing master of the tigers, although he was still a fisher. If Han Fei was given more time, he might really end up as his whetstone and never be able to avenge his son. Li Ju went out to sea too. Instead of leaving from the main port, he left secretly. Although Li Ju left secretly, his action did not escape the eyes of some people. At this moment, the plantation, the village leader was angry. "Old Jiang, why did you let that kid go to sea? If he dies at sea, how would I explain it to Tangji when he returns?" Old Jiang lay on his chair and said slowly, "You know nothing. Tangji kept Li Ju as a whetstone for that kid. If he doesn't go through hardships, why does he need a whetstone? If he dies, then he can only blame himself for his incompetence. Who else can he blame?" The village leader shouted. "Easier said than done. You are not the village leader. Of course, you are not under pressure. Also, Li Ju has already gone to sea. Although I have asked Wang Jai to look for Han Fei, I'm not sure if he can find him since the fishery is so big." If Jiang Qin appeared at the moment, "Han Fei is not as weak as you think. Although he is unable to beat Li Ju, he won't have any problem escaping." The village leader? Unknown. The village leader was stunned. What did she mean? Did she mean that a fisher wouldn't have any problem surviving the hunt of a fishing master who already reached a peak level? Outside the cave, Han Fei cheerfully picked out the mantis shrimp beads from the heads of the mantis shrimp, and at the same time, stuffed the body of the mantis shrimp king into Forge the Universe. His shell was tough indeed. He could make some knives from it. Only 168 mantis shrimp beads. Han Fei looked at the bodies scattered all over the place and was shocked. The combat power of mantis shrimp was really strong. Only 100 mantis shrimp had killed thousands of fish and crabs, half of which were killed by the mantis shrimp king. If he weren't bitten to death by Little Black, he would have been able to kill even more fishes and crabs. After swimming out of the trench, Han Fei glanced at the shipwrecks and went straight to the sea surface. On the way, a snake belt wanted to come over to bite Han Fei, but the current Little Black was not the fish he was yesterday. He had grown 10 centimeters longer and no longer looked like a baby fish. The snake belt was instantly bitten in two by Little Black, completely unable to fight back. Han Fei stuck his head out of the sea, and his first reaction was that it seemed to have just dawned. Han Fei let out a breath. That's great. Although the boat burying pit was not very remote, it was nearly 500 miles away from the Heavenly Water Village. There won't be many people coming here to fish. Little Black, Little White, go find my ship. Han Fei didn't see his boat. No one knew where it had drifted after the whole night had passed, but it should be within 50 miles. So Han Fei practiced wind footwork while searching around. If someone was nearby at the time, their jaw would drop. A guy was walking on the sea like flying. Although he could only fly dozens of meters at a time before falling into the sea, he was still flying. By the time Han Fei found the white fishing boat, it was already 30 miles away. Before finding it, he ran in the wrong direction, so he came to the original spot again. During this time, he saw 2 fishing boats and some people fishing. Han Fei certainly couldn't let them see him, so he swam underwater like a big humanoid fish. When he got on the boat, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry to go back. After all, he stole the fishing boat and snuck out to sea. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get out again after going back, and he would probably be made to till the land in the plantation. But Han Fei didn't want to do that now. He had learned spirit's concentration art. Unless the old man was willing to teach him something new, he didn't want to till the land now. Perhaps Jiang Qin could teach him some new combat skills, but after thinking about it, he thought that the 5 combat skills he had just practiced were enough for now. And what good stuff could be found in the Heavenly Water Village? He might as well stay at sea to study the indestructible body. This art was really cool. Of course, Han Fei was not in a hurry to study that art now. He began to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. He had just become a fishing master and needed to harden his body. When Han Fei practiced the 108 stances again, he felt that they were easier to practice. Maybe it was because his strength had been improved. It would normally take him nearly 6 hours to practice all the 108 stances before, but now he only needed 4 hours. Just when Han Fei was practicing the 8th posture, with a swish, something came out of the air. Han Fei immediately stopped practicing and ducked aside, only to see a fish hook shining with spiritual energy appear in front of him. A fishing boat appeared out of nowhere dozens of meters away. When Li Ju found out that his map had been stolen and that Han Fei stole the ship and slipped away, he knew that Han Fei must have read his map. He thought that Han Fei would go to the undersea cave first, but he didn't find Han Fei there, so he went to the spirit absorbing jellyfish settlement. After all, he had gotten his tiger head fish from there. However, Li Ju was surprised to find that he wasn't there either, so he guessed that this damned guy must have gone to the boat burying pit. Li Ju hoped that Han Fei wouldn't go there because if he did, he would be torn to pieces, but Li Ju wanted revenge with his own hands. After all, the Mantis Shrimp King was too terrifying. He felt lucky that he was able to survive him last time. Han Fei, you be-starred, I've got you. You won't be able to escape today. Looking at Li Ju, who came leaping forward, Han Fei grabbed in the air, and with a flash, the purple bamboo rod appeared in his hand. Bam! Han Fei stepped back 7 or 8 steps, feeling his arms slightly numb. He squinted. Li Ju was really a worthy peak-leveled fishing master. His strength was shocking, but he didn't know that Li Ju was also shocked. How can Han Fei be safe and sound after being hit by me? You're already a fishing master? Han Fei twisted his neck. I've just become a fishing master, and you just happened to come around. Li Ju was shocked. This bastard was so talented. He used to suspect that it was because of Tang Ji's help that Han Fei had been upgrading so quickly and smoothly. But now Tang Ji had left. Which level was Han Fei at when Tang Ji left? But now Han Fei was already a fishing master. Li Ju's face changed slightly. Even if you're a fishing master, so what? I must kill you today. How do you know that I'm not purposely waiting for you here? Your movement is restricted in the floating island, so is mine. Since you've come here, just stay here forever. Arrogant bastard, go to hell. After Li Ju launched a wild spiritual energy explosion attack, Han Fei, who also exerted a spiritual energy explosion attack, was shaken more than 20 meters away. Han Fei's arms were numb and his internal organs were tumbling. He felt very uncomfortable. However, just when Li Ju thought that Han Fei was about to fall into the water, Han Fei walked back on the air as if a gust of wind had sent him back. His face turned ferocious and he let out a strange laugh, which was a bit creepy. How is this possible? Li Ju was really shocked. He used 80% of his force on the last hit, but Han Fei remained intact and could even fight back. Clang, 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 Han Fei moved extremely fast. The purple bamboo rod danced in his hand like a dagger and stabbed at Li Ju's eyes, throat, private parts, armpits, and other vital parts of his body. That's strange. What secret technique are you using? Li Ju's face changed. Han Fei was stronger than just now, which he could obviously feel. Han Fei was a little crazy, and his attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. The power of each blow was overwhelming, and he thought to himself, since the creator of the Crazy Devil's rod killed 2 fishing masters with the strength of a fisher, why can't I? However, after 10 minutes or so, Han Fei found that Li Ju remained silent but didn't retreat in the slightest. They seemed to be equal. Does this old fox want to exhaust my spiritual energy? Chapter 90, Li Ju's death. Han Fei smiled. Do you want to exhaust my spiritual energy? Are you kidding me? Explode! Li Ju's eyes were cold, and when Han Fei launched a spiritual energy explosion attack, he did the same at the same time. Han Fei was sent flying through the air again, but once again, he flew back and fought Li Ju. In just a few minutes, Han Fei was sent flying 7 or 8 times, but he was still shouting. Li Ju, the leader of the tigers, is this all you can do? Aren't you a peak-leveled fishing master? Aren't you going to be a great fishing master? Come on, hit me, kill me. Li Ju almost vomited blood in anger. What kind of chance did Han Fei get? How did he suddenly become so strong? Was his spiritual energy really endless? If he didn't kill him today, how could he beat him in the future? Die? Suddenly, Li Ju punched Han Fei away and took the chance to put some spirit refilling pills into his own mouth. When Han Fei pounced at him again, he frowned. There must be something wrong. In an instant, Han Fei's toe tips touched the ground and he flew back. At the same time, Li Ju split his rod into 2 pieces, exposing 2 thin knives, and he thrust them at Han Fei. Han Fei hurriedly changed his posture and narrowly ducked the 2 knives. Han Fei's face changed slightly. What a tricky angle. Did he learn it from me? But that's a knife, not a rod. No matter how sturdy my body is, you can't stab it with a knife. Ho, Li Ju, you really let me down. Is that all you've got? Li Ju stood still and coldly stared at Han Fei. I have to say, you may be the most talented person in the heavenly water village in this past century, except Tangji, but so what? I slaughtered my way through and got where I'm today from being a nobody. You're no match for me. Since you want to die, let me help you. Tigerhead, fuse with me? Han Fei's eyes narrowed. He had been waiting for this moment. Although they seemed to tie, Li Ju did not exert his full strength. Even if he used the crazy devil's rod, he still couldn't beat him. It could be seen that although the crazy devil's rod was powerful, it couldn't help him win. Its creator must have only killed 2 junior fishing masters. Little Black bite him? Huh. Li Ju glanced around but found nothing at all, but at the next moment there was a pain in his thigh. When he looked down, a piece of flesh had been bitten off. Li Ju's look changed greatly. What is it? Before Li Ju had the time to react, the same place on his thigh was bitten again. Ouch! Li Ju immediately filled his body with spiritual energy. What is this? What hex do you use? Han Fei chuckled. I'll tell you when you die. Han Fei also filled his body with spiritual energy and attacked him again. This time, he felt completely different. Li Ju's attacks were so swift and fierce that he even diffused his spiritual energy explosion with his knives. When Han Fei didn't pay attention, he was cut in the chest. Although he wasn't seriously wounded, he had to fill his body with spiritual energy again. Interesting. Your strength was improved by a level after fusing with your tigerhead fish, but so what? You're still a peak-leveled fishing master. You're still not my match. Han Fei evaded Li Ju's double knives and jumped in the air, shouting, "Fuse!" The next moment, a yin-yang pattern instantly covered up his body, and one of Han Fei's eyes became black and one white while his momentum soared. Li Ju was shocked. It's impossible. How can a spirit swallowing fish bring such a strong fusion effect? Ho-ho! In Han Fei's eyes, blood was circulating in Li Ju's body, and spiritual energy was rolling in his meridian, which was as plain as daylight to him. Clang! When their fists collided, the corner of Li Ju's mouth twitched. Just a moment ago, he saw a cold flash, and then his spiritual energy explosion attack was diffused. He turned around, only to see that 2 knives appeared in Han Fei's hand and his purple bamboo rod was gone. Do you use knives too? Ho-ho! A sudden thirst for blood seized Han Fei. Having this feeling once again, he was still terrified, and at the moment of fusion, he felt that his strength should surpass that of a junior fishing master. Li Ju's movements were not as fast or powerful as before. They were both using double knives and fighting fiercely. Only in 10 minutes, Li Ju had more than a dozen wounds on his body, and his spiritual energy explosion attacks had been diffused 3 times. Li Ju was confused. How is it possible? How can you be so strong? Your spiritual beast can't be a spirit-swallowing fish. Han Fei's face was grim and his voice was hoarse. My spiritual beast is twin yin-yang. Spirit-swallowing fish. Li Ju was astounded. It turned out that his spiritual beast was not an ordinary spirit-swallowing fish, but a very powerful exotic fish. No wonder his strength became so terrifying after the fusion. Every time he almost cut him, he would narrowly dodge it. Although he came this close to killing him, he failed in the end. Li Ju would not give up. No, I won't lose. Blade fish, fuse with me. The next moment, a blade fish rushed into Li Ju's body from the void. Few people knew that Li Ju used knives, and even fewer people knew that Li Ju had a spiritual beast. Everyone knew that Li Ju had a tigerhead fish as his contractual spiritual fish, and thought that he had no spiritual beast or his spiritual beast had already died. But who knew that Li Ju's spiritual beast was the most common, a blade fish? Obviously, blade fish were too common and could be seen everywhere in the heavenly water village. But with such a spiritual beast, Li Ju still became the leader of the tigers, which demonstrated his ability. With one eye black and one white eye, Han Fei looked very calm. No one knew what he was thinking. In fact, Han Fei was thinking about how to kill Li Ju at this moment. Once again, he dashed at Li Ju again, carrying the knives. The double knives in his hand danced like flying butterflies and looked gorgeous. But this time, he failed to defuse Li Ju's spiritual energy explosion attack. From time to time, Han Fei saw a transparent knife shoot from Li Ju's body. Although it was almost invisible, it could not escape his eyes. Pooh! Han Fei looked down at the wound on his right shoulder that was left by the knife. He had seen the knife coming just now, but couldn't dodge it. Li Ju sneered. You have many means, but so what? Your real strength just equals to that of a junior fishing master. How long can you keep this special fighting state? Han Fei clenched his knives and said lightly, Fury. In an instant, Han Fei got close to him. He waved the knives so fast that only shadows could be seen. Li Ju had just barely blocked the first 10 attacks, but failed to block his attack again. In a blink of an eye, a dozen wounds appeared on his body and he was drenched with blood. This brutal battle continued. Impossible. Li Ju let out a desperate roar. Why did this guy suddenly become even stronger? He shot 7 or 8 knives simultaneously, but Han Fei twisted his body in strange postures and dodged them all. No ordinary people could twist their bodies like that. Swish, swish. After only several minutes, Li Ju was covered with blood and his hands had turned to bones. Li Ju looked incredulously at his hands that had become bones, and then at the 2 knives respectively in his left and right chest. Han Fei looked calm, and the gleam in his black and white eyes seemed about to go out. But in the end, they didn't. Han Fei grinned eerily and his twisted face was all bloody. He pulled Li Ju over, opened his mouth, and bit his neck. Ah! After dozens of minutes, Han Fei terminated the fusion with difficulty. At the moment he terminated the fusion, he threw up. Shit, I bit a human again, I don't want to do it. Little Black, why didn't you tell me that human flesh is so gross? You. Of course, Han Fei hadn't really eaten any human flesh. He just killed Li Ju by biting off all the flesh of his neck. Perhaps he subconsciously resisted eating human flesh, so he spat the flesh out. But even so, the strong bloody smell almost made him faint. Oh, Han Fei ate a spirit-refilling pill and lay on the fishing boat, exhausted. Little White swam over and kissed Han Fei's cheek, and then swam to Han Fei's mouth, giving Han Fei a mouthful of pure spiritual energy. Han Fei wanted to faint again. I not only ate human flesh, but also ate spiritual energy spat out by a fish. Although this spiritual energy is very pure, it is still from a fish's mouth. Chapter 91, The Fish Dragons. In the evening, Wang Jai finally found Han Fei. The moment Wang Jai boarded the fishing boat, he gaped. There was blood all over the deck, as well as some suspicious pieces of flesh, and Li Ju's rod was left on the deck. Han Fei, Han Fei? Han Fei knew it was Wang Jai, but he didn't open his eyes. He was too tired. Although he had just restored some strength, he still didn't want to move. Mr. Wang, I'm fine. Wang Jai let out a sigh of relief and immediately asked, Where is Li Ju? Han Fei pointed to the deck and said, I threw him to the sea to feed the fish. Wang Jai was stunned. Is Li Ju dead? Li Ju, who had been such a bully for years, is dead. How did Han Fei manage to kill him? How did you kill him? Han Fei stretched out and sat up. I used the secret weapon Tang Ji gave me. Wang Jai rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm a fool? If you did have a secret weapon, why is blood all over on the deck? And why do you look so tired? However, Wang Jai was still deeply shocked. No matter how Han Fei made it, he made it, which showed that Han Fei had the strength to kill a peak-leveled fishing master. Everyone knew that Li Ju was only one step from becoming a great fishing master. Have you made a breakthrough? Yes. Wang Jai didn't know what to say. How old is he? A 12-year-old kid who had just gone through the fishing trial was already a fishing master. A few months ago, he was still a level 2 fisher, a weakling that even he could pinch to death. Wang Jai asked, What's your plan next? Han Fei only muttered, Ho ho. Han Fei returned to the village with Wang Jai, and the fishing boat was taken away by the village leader as soon as they hit the port. But when the village leader saw Han Fei, he exclaimed, Are you already a fishing master? As the village leader exclaimed, many people looked at Han Fei. What? This kid is already a fishing master? Someone said, Isn't this boy Han Fei who was the first place in the fishing trial? It's only been a few days and he's already a fishing master. Some people shouted, I have lived in vain for half my life. I have not yet become a level 7 fisher and he, a kid, is already a fishing master. I am really? Someone patted him on the shoulder. Forget it, buddy. People are different. What kind of spiritual heritage do you have? A level 1, low-quality one, right? So what else do you expect? You should be glad that you're still alive. Someone sighed. My son has a level 1, high-quality spiritual heritage, but now he is only a level 6 fisher. What a shame. Shit, your son is already a level -6 fisher. My son has a level 2 low-quality spiritual heritage and is also a level 6 fisher. What? Your son has already reached level 6. Why is my son only level 5? For a moment, they strayed off topic. Everyone was in awe of this genius, so no one mentioned how useless Han Fei used to be again. Zhang Han was standing stunned among the crowd, and all the sea melon seeds in his hands were spilled on the ground. He had once blackmailed Han Fei and went to his barbecue stall to make trouble for him. Most importantly, this morning he heard that the leader of the tigers, Li Ju, went after him. Now Han Fei was back. What about Li Ju? A terrible thought suddenly occurred to Zhang Han. Is Li Ju already dead? On the port, Li Gang and Li Qing quickly greeted them. Li Gang greeted him first. Young master, welcome back. I was so worried about you. How could you secretly go to sea? Has Li Ju found you? Forget it, he certainly didn't find you. Young master, don't be so capricious next time. Li Qing's lips moved, but he didn't speak. Boss is really lucky to come back alive. Han Fei smiled and patted Li Gang's shoulder. Gang, I have something to tell you. Li Gang hurriedly put his ears close to him. Although he didn't know what happened, he believed Han Fei unconditionally. What? Li Gang looked at Han Fei in shock. He almost peed in panic. Han Fei assured him, don't be so dramatic, just do it. Li Gang's face suddenly beamed with a smile. Yes, young master. Watching Li Gang stride away triumphantly, Han Fei said to Li Qing, Uncle Qing, let's go to the barbecue stall. We will open the stall today, free of charge. Huh? Before hearing Li Qing's response, Han Fei shouted out loud to the sky, Everyone, listen to me, the leader of the tigers, Li Ju, is dead. The most delicious barbecue stall in the world reopens today and all food is free of charge. Then he walked away, leaving the crowd stunned and at a loss. Someone scratched their head in wonder. What did he just say? He seemed to say that Li Ju is dead. Really? Li Ju is a peak-leveled fishing master. How could he have died so easily? I heard that Li Ju went after Han Fei this morning and vowed to kill him. Could Han Fei have beat Li Ju? Yes, I heard it too. Let's go to the barbecue stall and check it out. What if it is true? Someone sneered. If it is true, I'll thank God. Li Ju is such a bully. I'm glad to see him die. Let's go together. Wait for me, I'm coming too. Wang Jai looked at the receding figure of Han Fei and wondered whether what Han Fei said was real. He didn't find that Han Fei had such a side before, but what was this kid going to do? Whatever, I'm going to the barbecue stall anyway. It's great to have a free barbecue. Half an hour later. The most delicious barbecue stall in the world. Li Gang, Little Red, and Li Qing were busy making barbecue. Since Li Qing joined them, the area of the barbecue stall had expanded a bit, and a shed was placed above the barbecue stall. Han Fei was standing on the shed at the moment. The street in front of him was packed with people who were all attracted by the news Han Fei had just released. From every corner of the village, people came out and gathered to check out whether the news was real or not. Just now, Li Gang went to tell the members of the Tigers the news of Li Ju's death, but they didn't believe it. Now they were also at the stall, staring warily at Han Fei standing on the roof. Everyone be quiet? Han Fei took a breath and said, Everyone, the floating island is our home, but Li Ju and Li Hu threw their weight over everyone. They cheated, bullied, and killed. Everyone hated them. I, Han Fei, have killed Li Ju's son, Li Hu, on the sea a few months ago. And now, I've also killed Li Ju and sent them to reunite under the ground. Nonsense. Our leader is a peak-leveled fishing master. How could he be killed by you? Han Fei coldly stared at this man. The latter was scared by his eyes and immediately shut up. Han Fei snorted and took out Li Ju's rod, saying, This is Li Ju's rod that can turn into 2 knives after being split in the middle. It's quite unique, but no matter how unique it is, it can't stop me from killing that bully. What I said is true. If you don't believe it, you can ask Master Wang Jai, an inspector of ordinary fisheries. Wang Jai was also in the crowd. Seeing many people looking at him, he complained in his heart that he was just there to get free barbecue. Why do you suddenly draw everyone's attention to me? What are you going to do? But for the sake that Han Fei was his student, Wang Jai said in a deep voice, When I arrived, Li Ju was already dead. Wow, really? Haha, great, Li Ju, that bastard, finally died. God of Sea, Li Ju is dead, what great news. The crowd was in an uproar. Obviously, everyone was excited at Li Ju's death, especially those who were oppressed by the tigers. They almost jumped for joy, and the members of the Tigers were all stunned. Leader is dead? Damn, then what should they do next? Be quiet. When the crowd calmed down, Han Fei said, as you can see, the Tigers commit all sorts of crimes. Now that Li Ju has died, the Tigers shall no longer exist. Now I, Han Fei, have an important matter to announce. Huh, what is it? Some people asked curiously. The smile on Han Fei's face disappeared and he said seriously, our village needs a peaceful environment. The Tigers collected protection fees, killed innocent people, and seized their goods. But I, Han Fei, intend to establish a brand new gang, a gang that can protect the villagers and improve the quality of our life. I, Han Fei, am going to found the Fish Dragons. From now on, no one can bully others in our village. Now, the Fish Dragons officially recruits its members. Only level -8 fishers or above can be admitted. Is anyone willing to join? Chapter 92, yes, young master. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? A 12-year-old kid wanted to found a gang? Among the crowd, Wang Jai was stupefied and felt as if there were 10,000 iron-headed fish fighting in his heart. Did I hear him wrong? Han Fei wants to found a gang? Seriously. Zhang Han was also dumbfounded. Are you kidding me, Han Fei? Do you have any idea how old you are? Even Li Gang and Li Qing were stunned. Is young master all right? Is he crazy? They lowered their head and avoided people's gaze. We'd better just focus on making barbecue. Han Fei glanced around and got no response from the crowd, so he said, everyone, the Fish Dragons have just been established. We'll only recruit 200 members for now. And, from today on, the Fish Dragons will take over all of the Tigers' properties. Even Li Ju was killed by me. I'd like to see if anyone dares to reject me. With that, Han Fei snorted, and the members of the Tigers all trembled in fright. Their leader was dead, and now they were like lambs to the slaughter. However, someone in the crowd still shouted angrily, how can you just take over our property like this? That's illegal. Han Fei said casually, I remember when the Tigers and the Wang family competed for territory, you guys committed many crimes, didn't you? With that, Han Fei pointed to the man who spoke. I announce that any former members of the Tigers who didn't commit any crimes and are at least a level -8 fisher can join the Fish Dragons, and all other members will be expelled, including the one who spoke just now. Among the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, I want in. I didn't kill or bully anyone. I joined the Tigers just to live a good life. Some people immediately chose to join, and many more were moved by Han Fei's words because the condition Han Fei offered was too tempting to them. The Tigers had so many properties. If the bad guys were expelled, they would be able to have a finger in the pie. Then they wouldn't have to worry about their well-being anymore. I'm in. I'm just an off-staff member of the Tigers, but I'm already a level -8 fisher. I'm in too. Me too. A member of the Tigers angrily rebuked them. You traitors, do you think you will be better off if Han Fei becomes your leader? Some people retorted, what do you mean by traitors? Li Ju is such a badass. If I were strong enough, I would have killed him earlier. The Tigers instantly split into 2 factions, which Han Fei was glad to see. Han Fei said, all those who are willing to join the Fish Dragons go register with Li Qing. Li Qing, choose the eligible people in strict accordance with my standards and take down their information. Don't miss anyone, understood? Li Qing moved his lips and in the end, he simply said, yes, young master. At this moment, only some former members of the Tigers joined the Fish Dragons, so Han Fei continued, everyone, please listen to me. I promise I'll lead the Fish Dragons to prosperity, to the pinnacle of life. Look at the most delicious barbecue stall in the world. With this little stall, I make a fortune. And now, I've decided to open a large hot pot restaurant respectively in the 4 fairs of the Heavenly Water Village. On the day they open, all the food will be sold at half price. What is a hot pot restaurant? No one knew and everyone was curious. Hot pot is an unparalleled delicacy. It is just as delicious as barbecue, or even better. We'll offer you a 50% discount when the restaurants open. The managers of these restaurants will be chosen from the members of the Fish Dragons. You can also apply for jobs in these restaurants. My fellow villagers, please think it over. Opportunity seldom knocks twice. You have already wasted the first half of your life. Why not give it a try to change the second half? Present were all fishermen who only knew fishing. How could they resist Han Fei's temptation? The hot pot was even more delicious and profitable than barbecue. Of course, they wanted to earn easy money. Who wanted to risk his own life and go fishing in the sea every day? The crowd was instantly in an uproar. I want in. Leader, I am a level 9 fisher. Look how strong I am. Go away. Leader, count me in. I am hard-working and kind-hearted. Get out of the way. Me, leader, don't forget me. I am quite talented at cooking. Han Fei waved his hand. Don't rush, don't rush. If you want to join, sign up with Li Qing. Also, this is only the first time we are recruiting members. Our members must have a good moral quality. As our business expands, we'll need more members. Anyone who is willing to join us will be given a chance. Uncle Qing, I want to sign up. Brother Qing, we knew each other long ago. Sign me up. Master Qing. It was completely out of control. The crowd didn't even have time to take the free barbecue as they swarmed around Li Qing, congesting the street. Even the nearby hawkers stopped doing business and came to sign up. Could their business be as profitable as the barbecue stall? If they could join the hot pot restaurants, they would be able to make a fortune. Li Gang and Little Red were stupefied. Young master, you're our hero. You're our god. Wang Jai finally pushed his way through the crowd to Li Gang and patted him on the shoulder. Pack a portion of barbecue for me, please. Still sitting on the shed, Han Fei looked at Wang Jai and said, Mr. Wang, do you want to join us? You can be our elder, and I can pay you 10 mid-quality pearls a month. Wang Jai rejected. Ho ho, I am too busy. The village leader was not surprised when he heard the news, although Han Fei was a little bit beyond his expectations. Not bad, this kid. Although he was the leader of the Heavenly Water Village, he couldn't take care of everything in the village. Although the tigers had been bullying other villagers for years, according to the rules of the floating island, he had no right to stop them, so he could only watch the villagers be bullied by them. Now the tigers had been wiped out and the fish dragons appeared. Many people hoped the latter would not oppress them. If the fish dragons didn't bully them, they didn't mind their existence and would even support it. Han Fei did not return to the plantation that day, but he led more than 200 of his men to harvest the properties of the tigers, which certainly included Li Ju's residence and his treasure house. The treasure house of the tigers. No, of the fish dragons. Han Fei looked at the treasure in this room. There were a lot of knives, swords, and halberds, a trunk of mid-quality pearls, tentacles and shrimp whiskers, and a set of armor forged with fishbone, as well as some low-level combat skills. In addition to these, there were some ores, which no one knew where Li Ju got them from. Han Fei muttered, so poor. Everyone. After a while, Li Qing came and saluted. Leader, just call me young master. Li Qing paused and then said, yes, young master. The members of the tigers who committed crimes or refused to surrender have been expelled. And there are 3 fishing young masters of the tigers who want to join us. What do you think? Have they committed any crimes? Or killed any innocent people? Li Qing assured him, only one of them hasn't, the other 2 have. Han Fei instructed, expel the 2 and bring that one to see me. Yes, boss. Li Qing felt very proud and elated now. At one time, he was worried that he would be targeted since he betrayed the tigers. Now the tigers were wiped out, which proved what a wise decision he had made. He had forgotten that he was actually persuaded by Han Fei. After a while, Li Qing let a person in who was tall and looked a bit simple-minded. Young master, Han Fei blinked. What's your name? This man was stunned for a moment. Is the new leader laughing at me? But I can only put up with it now. I'm Li Gan. Okay, Li Gan, unknown. Talk less and do more, then you won't be tired. Li Gan, unknown. Han Fei was curious with this fisher. Why have you never bullied others or killed innocent people, although you're a fishing master of the tigers? Li Gan stuttered. They thought I would disgrace them when I was out with them. Han Fei felt a bit suffocated. If I were Li Ju, I wouldn't have taken you out with me either. You haven't finished your words yet even when the fight is already over. Isn't it embarrassing? Han Fei could only say, in the future, you will be an important member of the fish dragons. As long as you do not violate the principles of our gang, no one dares to laugh at you. Yes, young master. Chapter 93 Fish Dragon Card Room. The next day, Han Fei, the new gang leader, went to investigate the fish dragon's properties, followed by more than 100 gang members. At the moment, Han Fei was standing in front of a casino and asked, did I smash it before? Li Gang informed him, yes, you did. It hasn't been repaired yet. Han Fei looked back and asked seriously, "Don't you think this casino will affect the image of the heavenly water village?" Everyone. A member immediately came out and said, "Young master, this casino is quite a money-making business. It can make us a lot of money every day. As for the image of the heavenly water village, does the heavenly water village have a certain image to uphold?" Han Fei rolled his eyes at him and asked, "Did anyone go bankrupt because of gambling?" The man smiled embarrassedly. "Well, occasionally." "Then how do we deal with those who can't pay back the gambling debt?" The man waved his fist. No one dared repudiate a debt. They could only work from dawn to night to earn money to pay off debts. Smack, Han Fei slapped the guy's head. "Stupid, can't you tell I want to abolish this casino?" "Huh." Someone stood up and said, "Young master, if you abolish casinos, we'd be making a lot less money." "Stupid. Is there only one way to make money? Come in with me." Han Fei sat on the table. "I'd like to create a new way of gambling in the heavenly water village. Bah, a new way of entertainment in the heavenly water village. Gang, go get me 108 green turtle scales." "Yes, boss." Soon, the scales came, and Han Fei took out a knife and carved something on the scales. Then he said, "Gang, Li Qing, Li Gan, come and sit down here." "Huh." The three of them froze for a while. "Why did young master ask us to sit down?" Han Fei instructed. "Come on, sit down. All the members of the fish dragons, come in. Let me show you a new kind of game. The fun is no less than gambling." Everyone came in with a stupefied look, and many scratched their heads. This new leader behaves so oddly. But what is the new form of entertainment? Look, here are 108 scales, 54 of which are repetitions. Look, this is a small white shrimp, which stands for 1. This is a prawn, which stands for 2. This is a mantis shrimp, which stands for black joker. This is a big meat turtle, representing a red joker. After half an hour, many people were eager to try. This was really simple and fun. With the 108 cards, 4 people could draw various combinations of cards. Han Fei and the other 3 were playing the cards in high spirits. Li Gang announced, 2 sevens, 2 blade fish. 2 eights, 2 tentacle lobsters. 2 tens, 2 snake belts. Han Fei chimed in, bomb 4 big yellow fish. Bomb 5 small white fish. Everyone, Han Fei said proudly, full house, 3 tentacle lobsters and 2 blade fish. I've won. Give me money. Everyone's face turned purple. No, not again. They secretly made up their minds that they must practice their card skills when they were free. This is F-seeking fun. Although they looked so frustrated when they lost, they just needed to pay 5 C coins, which was almost affordable to anyone. Han Fei put away the money, stood up, and said, "Okay, have you learned it?" More than 100 people all shouted, "Yes, young master." Someone said, "Young master, that's really fun, even more fun than gambling." Someone asked, "Young master, can I manage this new casino in the future?" Smack, Han Fei was annoyed. "It's you again. What's your name? Is this a casino?" From today on, it's called the Fish Dragon Card Room. The rule is that the amount of money for each match cannot exceed 5 C coins. However, if anyone wants to come to play in the card room, he shall pay 1 low-quality pearl each hour. The young man quickly gave a smile. "Young master, my name is Chen Ryu. I've remembered the rules. I'll allow no one to break the rules of the fish dragons." "Good. Then you'll be in charge of the Fish Dragon Card Room. Tell those who have no money but want to play the game to go home and play by themselves, understood?" Chen Ryu nodded. "Got it. I'll tell them to go home and FCK themselves if they don't have the money." Smack. Han Fei was helpless. "Why do you have to put it that way? Anyway, if anything goes wrong, it's your responsibility." Others were envious. Chen Ryu was really lucky. Leader gave him this fun fish dragon card room so easily. "I should have strived for it." Han Fei said, "Okay, now I have a question for all of you. Does anyone see a business opportunity from my behavior just now?" Someone quickly raised his hand and said, I do. "Yes." The man smiled and said, "Build 100 fish dragon card rooms and collect money every day." Han Fei sneered, "FCK off, who else knows?" Another man raised his hand. "You speak." The man hurriedly said, "Young master, let's start with a low fee, and when they become addicted to it and more people want to play the game, we'll raise the fee." Han Fei pointed at this man. "Anyone kick him for me, thanks?" Bam, someone stood up and kicked that man, shouting, "Bullshit. Young master, I know." If you give me a wrong answer too, I'll have you pressed to the ground and whipped 10 times with a fishing rod. The man's face turned pale, but he still said timidly, "Young master, let's make a lot of green turtle scale cards and sell them to those in need." Smack. Everyone shrank their necks and thought this guy was beaten too, but it turned out that it was Han Fei who patted his own thigh. Han Fei asked, "What's your name?" The man shrank his neck. "Young master, my name is Li Beixia." "Great. You're damn smart. You'll be in charge of making fish dragon cards. Pick 10 people from the members to assist you. If it's not enough, you can hire people from outside and pay them a salary. I will teach you the art of printing later. Try to master it as fast as you can." Li Beixia was stunned and then smiled from ear to ear. "Yes, young master, I'll try my best. You have my word." Many people cast envious stares at him. Why the heck didn't I think of that? Suddenly Han Fei glanced at the crowd again and asked, "So, who saw business opportunities from Li Beixia's idea?" Someone immediately shouted, "Young master, I know." "Yes," the man said. "Recruit a large number of off-staff members to manufacture the cards, and at the same time send dozens of regular members of the fish dragons to inspect the whole heavenly water village. If anyone dares to secretly manufacture the cards, break their legs." Han Fei turned black and shouted, "Press him to the ground and whip him 10 times with a fishing rod." The man was stunned. "Am I wrong? This is very logical." After the man was whipped, a thievish-looking guy said, "Young master, I know." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Think it over, otherwise you will be whipped too." The man scratched his head. "We can open a shop respectively on the 12 streets in the 4 fairs. Then arrange people to explain the rules of fish dragon cards to the people passing by. And we have to tear down the signs of casinos in front of everyone and put up the sign that reads, Fish Dragon Card Room, to arouse everyone's curiosity." "Huh?" Han Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. "Not bad, your IQ is almost 180 compared to them. What's your name?" This man's eyes immediately shined. "Li Duoyu." "Good. Li Duoyu, you can pick 12 people from the official members of the Fish Dragons to be the managers of Fish Dragon Card stores, and recruit some shop assistants from outside and pay them salaries." Yes, I swear I won't let you down, young master." Many people rubbed their heads in regret. The answer was so simple, why didn't I think of it? Someone asked, "Young master, is there any other business opportunity?" "There aren't too many business opportunities, okay? Let's go to the next shop, the biggest one. I'm going to investigate the location of hot pot restaurants." The hundreds of people immediately followed Han Fei to the next place, all flushing and excited, feeling that their lives had reached a high point. They seemed to see that white, shining mid-quality pearls had fallen into their pockets. As soon as they went out, Han Fei saw an acquaintance. Han Fei scratched his head. "Grandpa Leader, why are you here?" Village Leader replied. "Well, I'm here to see if the new leader of the Fish Dragons has bullied my people in the Heavenly Water Village or not." Chapter 94, Bamboozler Han. Of course, the village leader didn't come to see if Han Fei had bullied the villagers. He had frequently heard about Han Fei from Wang Jai and Old Jiang and was sure that he wouldn't throw his weight around, but this guy was too flamboyant. "You are only 12 years old. Why do you act as if you are the village leader? Do you have to take 100 people with you when you go out?" The village leader called Han Fei to the side. "Did you really kill Li Ju? By a fluke?" The village leader was silent for a moment. "Go to my house when you've got time. I think it necessary to retest your spiritual heritage. There may be something wrong with the previous test." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Is it all right? I can't upgrade my spiritual heritage now, so perhaps there won't be any problem to retest it." Han Fei pretended to be glad. "Really? Great. Grandpa Leader, I also think the spiritual heritage test had something wrong happen. When I was tested and injected spiritual energy into that stone, it suddenly broke." The village leader was surprised. "Why didn't you tell me that earlier?" Han Fei scratched his head. "I didn't know it wasn't normal. I thought I just needed to put my hand on it." The village leader was curious. "Come with me. Let me test you again." "Wait a minute, Grandpa Leader. It's not that urgent. You see, I'm training my staff now. The tigers have just disintegrated and the fish dragons have just emerged. There are a lot of things for me to deal with." "Ha!" The head of the village leader's face turned black. "What do you mean there are a lot of things for you to deal with? You're just a gang leader. Are you so busy? Do you think you're the village leader?" The village leader calmly said, "Then come to my house as soon as possible. I will wait for you at home. Okay, I will. After seeing off the village leader, Han Fei led the more than 100 members to inspect the stores in the East Fair. He picked the largest store in the fair that was as large as nearly 500 square meters. A Gang will rent this store. Li Gang questioned. Ah, young master, the rent for this store is quite a lot. It will charge this number a month. Han Fei looked at the one finger Li Gang raised, asking, 100 mid-quality pearls? 10. Han Fei was helpless. Don't make a fuss, I thought it charged 100. Just rent it. Li Gang nodded, thinking to himself, young master, do you know how hard it is to make money? But then he remembered that he could earn 10 mid-quality pearls a day from the barbecue stall, so 100 pearls didn't really seem like a lot. Han Fei instructed, get me a piece of paper. Soon, Han Fei quickly drew a floor plan on the paper and handed it to Li Gang. I'll give you 3 days to sort out this store. By the way, let Li Qing take care of the barbecue stall. Li Gang's face suddenly changed and he whined. Young master, no, did I do anything wrong? Young master, the barbecue stall is my life. Smack. Han Fei gently slapped his head. Your life is here. Do you know that this hot pot restaurant will be 10 times more profitable than the barbecue stall? Ah, that's impossible. Li Gang rubbed his hands. 10 times more. How much money is that? That's simply unimaginable. Someone immediately shouted, I'll do it if you don't. Young master, pick me. Li Gang quickly turned around and sullenly scolded, Go away. I am a founding member of the Fish Dragons. Who the heck are you? Han Fei turned to Li Gan. Li Gan, you will have to keep an eye on the card room and hot pot restaurants in case anyone makes trouble. You and A Gang can get 5% of the profits. Okay, I promise, I'll. Han Fei cupped his head in his hands. Okay, stop talking, I know you'll complete the task. In the evening, Han Fei came with barbecue and liquor, only to see old Jiang wandering around the vinegar vat. Grandpa, I'm back. Without looking back at him, old Jiang just grunted. This vinegar smells better and better now. Make me drunk shrimp tonight. I'd like to drink some liquor. Han Fei agreed. No problem. Where is Sister Qin? She hasn't come back yet. Han Fei blinked. Grandpa, let me make you a hard dish tonight. The old man turned his head. A hard dish? How hard is it? My teeth are not so good. I want a softer one. Han Fei? In the evening, when Jiang Qin came back from work, she smelled an exotic fragrance which was very appetizing. She knew Han Fei was back. When Jiang Qin came in, she found that 5 dishes were already on the table, and there was one more dish in the pot. Old Jiang was sneakily putting drunk shrimps into his mouth like a thief. Jiang Qin was helpless. Grandpa, have you washed your hands? My hands are clean, look. Old Jiang grabbed a ball of water from the void and washed his hands with it. Seeing this scene, Han Fei was really envious. This trick is amazing. I must work out a way to make old Jiang teach me it. Old Jiang looked around. Brat, is your hard dish ready? Jiang Qin hadn't heard of such a thing before. Hard dish? Old Jiang was suspicious. I don't know. He said it was hard. Han Fei came carrying something. Here you are. Han Fei first brought a brazier shelf over and then put the pot on it. Who is going to lift the lid? Old Jiang directly lifted the lid without delay. When the lid was lifted, old Jiang was fascinated. This must taste terrific. The smell alone was so attractive. It smelled different from barbecue, but no worse than the barbecue at all. Jiang Qin swallowed. Is this a fish? Han Fei said with a smile. Accurately, it is a big yellow croaker hot pot. Hot pot? Old Jiang pointed to the brazier shelf. Just put a pot on the brazier? Yes, that's right. It was served together with a fire and a pot. Old Jiang asked, This dish is not hard. Can you introduce it? Cough, okay. In this hot pot, I added 7 kinds of spiritual fruit seasonings, 12 kinds of spiritual fruit ingredients, and stewed it for half an hour. Han Fei introduced other dishes, by the way. These are side dishes. There are hot and sour potato shreds. Old man retorted, This is a yellow ball. Potato sounds much better than yellow ball. Let me finish. Old Jiang closed his mouth. This is dragonbeard cucumber. Old man mocked him. This is long green melon. Han Fei was helpless. I know, but cucumber sounds nicer. Can you stop interrupting me? Jiang Qin rubbed her face. Can't you just let me taste the dishes? Han Fei continued. This is drunk shrimp. You have eaten it. This is sweet and sour sweet peppers and peanuts. It's a dish that goes with wine. This dish is even more amazing: fried shrimp balls. Peel fresh shrimp, remove their guts, cover them with a layer of mashed beans, and then pan-fry them in oil. It's golden-looking, crispy, juicy, and fragrant. Okay, we can eat them now. The mouths of old Jiang and Jiang Qin were almost watering as they listened to Han Fei's introduction. Oh, the dishes sound really delicious. We want to taste them now. The three of them immediately picked their chopsticks and poked them at the big yellow croaker in the hot pot. The eyes of old Jiang and Jiang Qin lit up as they took the first bite. Old Jiang said with a mouthful, "It has the fragrance of evergreen mushroom and the smoothness of sweet grass. Huh. As well as the sweetness of seven-leaf flower. Yummy, yummy." Jiang Qin put a fried shrimp ball into her mouth. The crispy, juicy ball burst in her mouth, which made her want to fly. This night, old Jiang drank half the jar of liquor and almost ate all the dishes. With plenty of food and drink, Han Fei whispered to old Jiang, "Grandpa." "Huh, what? You have been in the heavenly water village for so long. Have you ever thought of making a little contribution to the villagers?" "What can I contribute? They have hands and feet. No one stops them from fishing." "I don't mean that. Fishing is only for making a living, but with delicious food, we can have more pursuit, more enjoyment, more leisure, and more fun. The ordinary fishermen work from dawn to night and do fishing day after day, which is really boring. Don't you think so?" "Sounds reasonable, but what's it to do with me?" Han Fei smiled slyly. "Grandpa, the spiritual fruits in our plantation are too much to eat and most of them end up rotting in the soil. What a waste. So why don't you contribute them to the villagers? Then they'll be aware that you have a heart of gold." Jiang Qin felt unable to hear it anymore. God knows where Han Fei learned these bamboozling words. She could guess the result. It seemed that the plantation was going to change hands quickly. Jiang Qin shook her head. "Why did you let this guy in? Look, it has only been a few days and your plantation has become his." Chapter 95, Everyone Loves the Fish Dragons. The fish dragons had replaced the tigers overnight, which was marvelously quick. The next day, in front of the 13 casinos of the former tigers, the members of the fish dragons removed its sign under the public eye. A member shouted, "Dear fellow villagers, just a moment." When a group of people gathered in front of the casino, Chen Ryu held a piece of paper in his hand and recited, "The fish dragons have just been established. As we have been despising the evil deeds of the tigers, now we've decided to ban all casinos and resolutely resist gambling." "Wow," someone exclaimed, "really? Are you guys going to give up such a profitable business?" Some people didn't believe it. "Is it because you've worked out a more profitable business?" Chen Ryu continued, "Please let me finish. Our current leader Han Fei is very young and talented. He is not that kind of wicked and evil guy. He understands that people need entertainment, so he spent a year to invent fish dragon cards for all of you. Although the casinos are banned, you can still have healthier entertainment. Fish dragon cards, what are those? Do you charge for this? Is it a gambling game?" Chen Ryu cleared his throat and said, "Fish dragon cards are a must-have game. It's cheap but fun, and you can play it at home, with your family, or with your friends. It's dozens of times more fun than gambling. Our leader said that it's definitely not a gambling game, but everyone can have much more fun than gambling from it." Someone shouted, "What do the cards look like? We want to have a look." Someone echoed, "Yes, although you've talked up this game, we don't know how to play it. You've got to tell us how to play it." "Yeah, hurry up, or else we're leaving." "You'll still charge for it, right?" Chen Ryu said, "Bro, will it cost you money to buy a big yellow croaker? Who can tell me how much a big yellow croaker is?" Someone immediately replied, "Big yellow croakers are cheap. I can buy 2 or 3 with a low-quality pearl." Chen Ryu said with a smile, "Okay." This chum said that he could buy 2 or 3 big yellow croakers with a low-quality pearl. "Then I tell you that with the same low-quality pearl, you'll be able to buy 2 sets of fish dragon cards. And you don't have to pay anymore." Surprised, glad to hear that. "Really? How is it possible? How can there be such a cheap game? Go on bragging, then how do you make money?" Chen Ryu smiled kindly. "My dear fellows, you don't have to worry about how we make money. Anyway, we won't earn your hard-earned money. Come here, there are some tables here. You can sit down first. Let me show you how to play fish dragon cards." Half an hour later, a strange scene appeared in the heavenly water village. In the east, west, south, and north fairs, 13 groups of people gathered. These people were in a group of 4, sitting opposite one another, chattering away. 3 plus 2, 3 large yellow croakers and 2 small white fish. Bomb, 4 small white fish. Haha, mine is bigger than yours, 4 big yellow croakers. Humph, 4 tentacle lobsters, the other 3. Such sounds rose one after another and were almost ceaseless. Next to them, a lot of people were lining up. Ah, I want 10 sets of fish dragon cards. I was here first. I want 4 sets of fish dragon cards. I want 6 sets. The members of the fish dragons were crazy busy. They thought that 200 people were enough to cope with this situation, but who could have thought that the products would sell so hot? One member shouted, "Please be quiet because the number of fish dragon cards is limited. Each person can only buy 2 sets. Please purchase now. We don't have many left." Only at this time, the members understood why leader said that the cards had to be printed, not hand-painted, and made a printing template. Look how popular the goods were. They sold out in less than an hour. 10 minutes later, dozens of fish dragon card rooms announced, "Everyone, our inventory has been sold out. Please come back tomorrow." Someone failed to buy one and grumbled, "What's the big deal? Anyway, it's made with green turtle scales. I'll make them myself." However, a member of the fish dragons immediately said, "Anyone who fails to get one can make it yourself. It doesn't matter. The fish dragons will not force you to buy our fish dragon cards. Our principles are fairness, justice, and serving the people wholeheartedly." But some people sneered immediately. "Only idiots will make them themselves. These cards look simple, but who can draw this little white fish or blade fish so vividly? I will come back in line tomorrow." "Yes, I can't draw these pictures." Many people who originally planned to make one themselves immediately dismissed this idea. And the person who spoke first thought to himself, "It's really easy to be an influencer." On that day, according to incomplete statistics, 21 copies of fish dragon cards were sold. Many people followed the trend to buy them before they even figured out what it was. And when they bought them and learned the rules of the game, they were overjoyed. "I was so smart to buy one." The first official meeting of the fish dragons. Li Gang said unhappily, "Although we've sold so much, we earned less than selling barbecue. We sold a lot, but the price is too low." Chen Ryu assured him, "Brother Gang, although we didn't earn much from fish dragon cards, do you know how much our card rooms made today?" "How much?" Chen Ryu made a gesture. "At least 8,000 low-quality pearls." Li Gang's eyes widened. If the money earned from selling fish dragon cards were added, they earned 100 low-quality pearls in one day. Li Qing was surprised. The barbecue stall has earned 36 mid-quality pearls today. Young Master said that hot pot restaurants were more profitable than these two. If this is true, then how much can a hot pot restaurant earn? Heavenly Water Village, Wang family. The patriarch of the Wang family looked at the pile of green turtle scales in his hand and said, "Are these fish dragon cards?" The second young master of the Wang family said, "Patriarch, that's right. They are really fun." Smack, all you know is to play. Look at your third brother. Now he is already in the town. In the future, he must be the best armorist of the Wang family. But look at yourself, what else do you know besides playing? But it's really fun, Patriarch. A moment later, after playing a few rounds of fish dragon cards, the patriarch of the Wang family couldn't help but say, "It's interesting. How did Han Fei come up with such a game?" Second young master replied, "Patriarch, let's manufacture it. I heard that the fish dragons are not against others copying it, saying that they will not take this business as their own." Smack. The patriarch of the Wang family SCL angrily, "You idiot, all you know is to copy others. Do you know the fish dragons did that purposely?" "Ah, why?" The patriarch of the Wang family narrowed his eyes. "Don't forget what the name of this game is, fish dragon cards. In 2 days, this name will be known to every villager in the Heavenly Water Village. If we copy it, what name shall we use? If we don't use this name, people won't buy it. But if we use it, people will think our Wang family has been annexed by the fish dragons." The second young master said angrily, "What a vicious guy. Patriarch, let's find a chance to kill him. This brat is even more difficult to deal with than Li Jiu." "Shut up. What makes you think you can kill him? And how can our Wang family bully a child? Then what will the villagers of the Heavenly Water Village think of us?" The patriarch of the Wang family murmured, "Han Fei, you're really something. But why do you stick to a small place like the Heavenly Water Village? Even if you outshine the Wang family in the heavenly water village, so what? This is a world valuing strength. In 2 or 3 days, the fish dragons had become a hot topic among the villagers of the heavenly water village. Someone exclaimed, "Have you heard? The fish dragons subsidized over 500 out-of-school children." "That's really nice of them," someone nodded. "Yes, the fish dragons don't bully people at all and they pay money when they buy something." Some people wondered, aren't they supposed to pay money for things? The former one sneered, the tigers never paid before. Some people echoed, indeed, they're much better than the tigers. I heard that the fish dragons are planning to build hot pot restaurants recently. It is said that hot pot is even more delicious than barbecue. Let's go taste it when the restaurants open? Sure, count me in. Let's go together. Chapter 96 Classification of Fisheries. The village leader lived in the center of the heavenly water village, which was the closest place to the statue of sea god, so it was easier for the villagers to find him. Carrying a bottle of liquor, Han Fei came for his appointment, only to find the village leader looking worried. "Grandpa leader, here I am. What did you want to see me about?" Han Fei questioned. The village leader forced a smile and said, "Hi, Han Fei. Oh, you brought me a gift. Thank you, come on in." The village leader's home was plainly decorated and a bit like Han Fei's own hut. It was said that the village leader's family died in a fishery, and after that, this old man had been living alone. Han Fei put the liquor bottle on the ground and said, "Grandpa leader, are you in trouble?" The village leader was surprised. "How did you know?" "Well, I can tell from your look. Do you need my help? We, the fish dragons, are always ready to help others." The village leader was speechless, ready to help others. The fish dragons had almost become a chamber of commerce. Ready to earn money from others was more correct. "Han Fei, I had thought you would go to the town so that you could avoid not only the tigers, but also any other troubles. But I didn't expect that Li Ju would die by your hands. This was really beyond my expectations." Han Fei replied simply, "I used a secret weapon Tang Ji gave me." "Ho ho," the village leader just smiled. How could such a little boy tell a lie without batting an eyelid? "Okay, now let's test your spiritual heritage. If what you said is true, the last test must have been wrong." Han Fei agreed, "Okay." The village leader took out a stone and solemnly said to Han Fei, "Put your hand on it and inject spiritual energy into it." Han Fei did what he said. In fact, he agreed to retest his spiritual heritage, because he wanted to figure out what that flashing black light he saw last time was. As he injected spiritual energy into the stone, a brilliant yellow color burst out in no time. The village leader took a deep breath. "It was wrong last time. You've got a level 3 mid-quality spiritual heritage, almost high quality." Han Fei wasn't excited at all, though. Ignoring the excited babbling of the village leader, he stared closely at the stone. At the last moment, he saw a flash of black light again. It flashed across so quickly it was almost undetectable. Sure enough, there must also be black in the spiritual heritage test, but I don't know what level black represents. The village leader said excitedly, "Han Fei, aren't you excited? Haha, that's great. I found one more great talent for our village. I think you can be a great fishing master in the future, or even a dangling fisher." Seeing that Han Fei was so calm, the village leader was surprised. "Aren't you excited?" Han Fei scratched his head. "Actually, when I broke through to be a fishing master, I already had a hunch that my spiritual heritage should be higher than my testing result, so I'm not surprised." But Han Fei did ask, "Leader, can you keep this secret for me?" The village leader asked, "Keep it a secret." "Why? You know, I am a low-key person. I don't want so many people to know this. Names are debts. I think it's more fun to let others think that I only have a level 1, high-quality spiritual heritage." The village leader. "Names are debts? Although a level 3 mid-quality spiritual heritage was not bad, it wasn't that good. You should go to the town to have a look." The village leader explained, "This is wrong. For example, before if you wanted to go to the town, you might have needed my recommendation, but now you can directly go to the town. But although you have a level 3 mid-quality spiritual heritage, you're still too ordinary in the town. The heavenly talents in the town mostly have level 4 spiritual heritages. The most excellent ones have level 4, high-quality ones, or even level 5 ones." I haven't been to the town yet," Han Fei exclaimed. The village leader solemnly said, "Sooner or later." Han Fei quickly diverted the topic. "Leader, I know that yellow light erupts for spiritual heritages below level 4, blue light for level 4 to 6, and purple for level 7 and above. Is there any color superior to purple? What color is it? The village leader thought for a moment. Why do you ask this? I'm curious. I wonder if anyone in the city has a spiritual heritage even superior to purple ones. The village leader shook his head. It is said that there are some, but I haven't seen any yet. That kind of monster is rarely seen even in 100 years. Don't think too much about it. Han Fei frowned slightly. Really? Is black superior to purple? At this time, the village leader said, Han Fei, are you really not going to the town? If you want to go now, I can still work out a way to send you there. Han Fei shook his head. No, I'm not ready yet. What he said was true. The village was very close to the sea, and every time he went to sea, he always gained something by accident. He didn't want to leave here so quickly. Besides, it was simply an insult to him that he would have to be an auditor for 3 years before he was admitted to the town school. Only when he was confident that no one in the town could beat him would he go to the town. The village leader pondered for a while. Since you don't want to go, then I won't force you. But since you don't go to the town, as a fishing master, you can't just fool around with the fish dragons and the plantation, put aside your proper business. Han Fei. Unknown. Han Fei, do you know why the fishing masters in our village are so few? Why is it so rare to see fishing masters in the streets and even the port? Han Fei asked. Isn't it because there are only few fishing masters? Few. Haha, there are nearly 500 graduates from the 4 schools of our village who can become fishing masters every year. In fact, the number of fishing masters in our village increases by about 100 every year. Where have these people gone? Have you even thought about this? Han Fei was surprised. So many? Did they go to a level 1 fishery? The village leader nodded. Do you know what a level 1 fishery is? Han Fei scratched his head. Isn't it a good place for fishing masters to fish? Ordinary fishermen can't handle the demonic fishes there, and great fishing masters don't wish to go there. So only fishing masters will go there. The village leader shook his head. Wrong, wrong. Before explaining this matter, I think it necessary to tell you about the classification of fisheries. Han Fei was instantly interested. He knew nothing about level 1, 2, or 3 fisheries. Although there were many chances in ordinary fisheries, there wouldn't be as many as in higher-leveled fisheries. The Heavenly Water Village is under the Blue Sea town. It is said that during ancient times, a Blue Sea wandering dragon fell in the town, so the town was named Blue Sea. Including the Heavenly Water Village, the Bihai town governs 8 floating islands that are respectively named Water, Wood, Rain, Wind, Moon, Sun, Fire, and Heart. Among them, the Heavenly Heart Village is the closest to the Blue Sea town and is the strongest, followed by the Heavenly Moon Village and Heavenly Sun Village, and then Heavenly Wind Village and Heavenly Fire Village. The Heavenly Water Village, Heavenly Wood Village, and Heavenly Rain Village are the weakest. The 8 villages share one level 1 fishery extending for 3,000 miles. Han Fei exclaimed, even our village's ordinary fisheries extend 1,000 miles, and they're also exclusive to our village. Why does the shared level 1 fishery only extend for 3,000 miles? The village leader sighed. Do you know what kind of fishery is the most prevalent in the hundreds of thousands of miles of sea areas around us? Han Fei shook his head. Ordinary ones? Not all sea areas are dangerous. Legend has it that a peerless hero found ordinary fisheries suitable for living, so he wielded his power to drag floating islands over and place them around these fisheries. So there are the Heavenly Water Village, Blue Sea Town, and even Thousand Star City. Han Fei secretly took a breath, feeling a little incredulous. What the hell? Someone dragged the floating islands over and placed them here? Only God could do that. The village leader continued. In fact, an ordinary fishery doesn't extend for 1,000 miles. This is just an estimate. Some people have measured it and found it was actually 800 miles or so. 800 miles away, there will be demonic fishes that only appear in level 1 fisheries, although they're extremely rare. And ordinary and level 1 fisheries are not geographically contiguous. There is a middle area between the two, which is called the mixed zone. It's like a buffer zone, in which there are both fishes of ordinary fisheries and level 1 fisheries. Then, if the fishing masters of our Heavenly Water Village want to go to the level 1 fishery, they will have to fly thousands of miles or even 2,000 miles. The village leader nodded. Yes, the 8 villages surrounding the Level 1 fishery. Some people speculated that this was actually a trial field created by the creator of the floating islands. Chapter 97, Power of Demonic Fishes. Han Fei thought to himself, if the first-level fishery was surrounded by the 8 villages, where was the second-level fishery? The village leader seemed to know Han Fei's thoughts as he said, the Level 2 fishery is further away, 2,000 miles away from the 8 villages. Han Fei was surprised. So, it is not that we have surrounded the Level 1 fishery, but that the Level 1 fishery and the Level 2 fishery have surrounded us. The village leader nodded with a smile. Exactly. Then, what about the Level 3 fishery? The village leader glanced at Han Fei. Do you know why the fisheries other than those fisheries we mentioned above is called the place unknown? Han Fei shook his head. The Level 3 fishery has surpassed the range that the villages can explore. A great fishing master in the Level 3 fishery is just like a fisherman in the mixed zone, and there is a good chance that he'll die there. So the Level 3 fishery is not around the villages, but lies in a remote area and can only be reached through the teleportation circle in the town. Han Fei nodded and continued to ask, what about the place unknown? As you become stronger, you will know more about it. Even I don't know much about it. Well, I think you've understood the classification of Level 1, 2, and 3 fisheries. Now let's talk about the Level 1 fishery. Then he took a meaningful look at Han Fei. Do you know what the significance of the fishing trial is? The parents of those children knew that their children may die. Why did they still make them participate in it? Why do parents cry over their child's death but do not regret it? Han Fei tried to guess. Is it for the Level 1 fishery? The village leader nodded. Yes, the Level 1 fishery is far more dangerous than the fishing trial. When you get there, you may meet people who you don't know. You don't even know who will suddenly pop up, trap you, or even kill you. So what is most dangerous is not the fish, but people. Han Fei took a deep breath. He could imagine how fierce the competition was as the 8 villages had to share one single fishery. Now, he finally understood why people allied, but then fought each other in the fishing trial. If a village couldn't form an alliance within itself, internal strife tended to occur. Then even if the village got a treasure, the villagers would fight each other for who would keep it. Han Fei suddenly remembered something and said to the village leader, the power of demonic fishes. Tang Ji once told me that the power of demonic fish could be absorbed by us. The village leader glanced at Han Fei with appreciation. Yes, he was right. It is said that even a common fisherman can absorb the power of demonic fish. Can we directly absorb the power from demonic fishes from the Level 1 fishery? Haha, it's not that simple. The village leader seemed to be glad to see him so ignorant. Han Fei, unknown. The village leader explained, I think you've once witnessed the so-called power of demonic fish. At least a lot of members of the fish dragons have it, so did Li Jiu, but we call those demonic fishes contractual spiritual beasts. Huh? Han Fei looked at the village leader in amazement. How could it be? If they are contractual spiritual beasts, why did I only see Li Jiu and Li Gang have them? No other people seem to have them. The village leader's face turned solemn. So, this is why all villages have to enter the Level 1 fishery. The failure rate of ordinary fishermen or fishing masters to sign contracts with common demonic fishes of the first-level fishery is too high, mainly because those ordinary demonic fishes are too low-leveled and have no spirituality. So those who fail can only get some strength from the demonic fish, but cannot make a contract with them. But as you remember, Li Jiu's tigerhead fish was quite spiritual, right? It's of a rare species, which is essentially different from ordinary fishes. Han Fei was curious. So, are there a lot of rare demonic fishes in the Level 1 fishery? The village leader shook his head again. No, only a small amount of rare demonic fishes or those mutated from ordinary demonic fishes. The Level 1 fishery is only this big, but so many people rush in to catch demonic fishes, so it is not uncommon for people to kill and steal. Sometimes, when someone of a village acquires a rare demonic fish, the other villages will even besiege this village together. What for? The village leader smiled bitterly. For restricting the development of other villages. Once a village has a genius, the benefits he will bring to that village are unexpected. What's the benefit? Is Tang Ji considered a genius? The village leader nodded. Sure. Did you know that, when Tang Ji was taken away by the angel, it caused a sensation in the town and other villages? That makes sense. Perhaps even in the town, there hadn't been a person with a level 7 spiritual heritage before. The village leader sighed. Yes, but it is both a blessing and a curse. Since Tang Ji had been taken away by the angel, our heavenly water village should move to where the heavenly heart village is and replace it. Han Fei was stunned. Excuse me. Grandpa leader, wait a minute, can the floating islands move? The village leader smiled. Yes, this is because of the formation left by the ancient peerless hero, which was to intensify the competition among the villages and cultivate stronger people. Forget it, why do I nag on so much? Sorry, people talk more as they get older. I tell you this because every fishing master in the villages has a task. Han Fei asked seriously. What task? The village leader said solemnly. Scramble, scramble for rare demonic fishes. As you know, all schools in our village give students free spirit-swallowing fish soup, which is also for fulfilling a task. Every village has an unwritten rule that every fishing master should go to the level 1 fishery as much as they can and catch spirit-swallowing fish as much as they can. In theory, every fishing master shall catch 500 pounds of spirit-swallowing fish a month. Han Fei blinked. Then you have been a fishing master for 3 days, right? You still have 27 days to catch 500 pounds of spirit-swallowing fish. Of course, if you can contract a spiritual beast, you don't have to catch fish. By the way, absorbing the power of demonic fish is not counted because the power of the demon fish is no match for that of a contractual spiritual fish. Han Fei almost fainted. Shit, I had thought my day had come and was thinking about how to expand the fish dragons. It turns out that I'll have to go to the level 1 fishery to grab resources. If I happen to meet 2 peak-leveled fishing masters at the same time there, I'll be dead meat. The village leader smiled. Han Fei, you are still young. Don't envy the fishing masters who can stay in the village. They have already paid a heavy price. Even Li Ju had killed more than 10 fishing masters from other villages and interrupted the spiritual beast signing-contracting process of the people of the other villages twice. Han Fei felt as if there were 10,000 iron-head fish galloping in his heart. No, I am still a child. With that said, the village leader handed him a book. Take it. This is the mantra for contracting a spiritual beast. Learn it by heart as soon as possible. Don't waste your time on trivial matters such as the fish dragons. Han Fei rolled his eyes. I've just become a gang leader, and I haven't established a glorious image in the villager's heart yet. Why do I have to go back to cultivate again? He returned to the plantation. Jiang Qin happened to be in the plantation today. Han Fei laughed. Sister Qin, don't you go to work today? I took the day off. Okay. Sister Qin, can I ask if you have a contractual spiritual beast? Jiang Qin responded by asking him, why do you ask me this? Are you going to the level 1 fishery? Han Fei scratched his head. The village leader came to me today and asked me to catch 500 pounds of spirit-swallowing fish every month. He also wanted me to scramble for demonic fishes with the others. But I'm so young. I don't think I'll have any chance to win over others. I might as well catch spirit-swallowing fish. Ho ho, Jiang Qin sneered. You don't think you'll have a chance? Then how can you explain Li Ju's death? How do you have the cheek to play weak? As Jiang Qin turned her eyeballs, with a flash, a blue lobster appeared in front of her. Attach! Han Fei was startled as Jiang Qin suddenly threw a punch at him. Sister Qin! Clang. Han Fei held up his rod to block her fist, but was still sent flying through the air. Han Fei crawled out of the vegetable garden with tears. Sister Qin, why did you suddenly beat me? I just showed you the power of a contractual spiritual beast. I only used the power of a junior fishing master. How do you feel? Han Fei was shocked. Only the power of a junior fishing master? But why was the attack power so strong? Han Fei immediately said, No, Sister Qin, I've fought Li Ju. Even if he had had his tiger head fish attached to him, he had not exceeded the limit of a fishing master, nor had the strength of a great fishing master. But when your contractual spiritual beast attached to you, your strength seemed to rise by 2 levels. Jiang Qin nodded. Accurately speaking, my strength climbed from that of a junior fishing master to an intermediate one, but still a step away from that of an advanced fishing master after Little Blue attached to me. Li Ju wasn't this strong because the tiger head fish he got was a mother and son pair. He gave the son to his son Li Hu. After the death of his son's fish, the strength of the mother fish was greatly reduced. "You are lucky." Han Fei broke out in a cold sweat. "So if I hadn't killed Li Hu, I might not have been able to beat Li Ju? Gosh, this world is dangerous." Chapter 98, Main Function of Demon Purification Pot. That night, Han Fei summoned his men over. "I will cultivate in seclusion this month. Now I'll give you the method for making hot pot. If you are successful, you can popularize it. I'll have to prepare for a trip to the Level 1 fishery." Upon hearing mention of the Level 1 fishery, Li Gang and the others looked scared. Li Gang asked, "So soon?" Young master, don't believe anyone?" Han Fei doubted how Li Gan could survive, but since he could stay in the Heavenly Water Village, he must have done a lot of things in the Level 1 fishery. He was certainly not as silly as he looked. The next day, Han Fei asked for leave from Old Jiang, went to the cultivation hall of the fish dragons, and started to cultivate in seclusion. Old Jiang mocked that he had never heard of a little brat like him cultivate in seclusion. That it was funny, Old Jiang didn't know how many secrets Han Fei had. If he did, he wouldn't say. This was the first time Han Fei started to practice indestructible body art since he returned. After all, the cultivation of the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing was something that would take a long time to do, and the effect was definitely not as fast as the indestructible body. In front of Han Fei, there were 20 bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid and more than 100 mantis shrimp beads. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to be steamed, his teeth clenched tightly, and sweat on his head kept flowing down. Shit, this indestructible body is too seeking cool. It will actually burn the skin of my whole body with spiritual energy from the inside out, one layer after another, repeated 5 times. Han Fei was shocked. The human skin was divided into 5 layers, namely the stratum corneum, the transparent layer, the granular layer, the spinous cell layer, and the basal layer. What the indestructible body aimed to do was to strengthen the 5 layers of skin to be bulletproof. Thus, the skin had to be burnt countless times. Fortunately, Han Fei discovered the benefits of mantis shrimp beads, which helped ease his pain. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. Han Fei didn't know how many times he repeatedly burnt his skin with spiritual energy. When he cut his skin with a blade fish dagger, his skin wasn't cut at all. He seemed to have achieved some progress. The next step was to temper his skin with spiritual energy. Of course, Ren Tianfei didn't have any spiritual energy at that time. The method he used was boxing, but his boxing method was not recorded, and he thought that, unlike him, the person who inherited his art should have spiritual energy, so there were actually 2 ways to practice this step. Ren Tianfei's method was more difficult, while the one Han Fei adopted needed a lot of spiritual energy. But Ren Tianfei would never expect that Han Fei's spiritual energy storage would have no upper limit. When Han Fei consumed 10,000 points of spiritual energy, he had basically acquired the indestructible body art, and this step only took him half an hour. If it were someone else, they would have to spend at least 2 months to collect 10,000 points of spiritual energy and cultivate, provided they could use all the stored spiritual energy on skin tempering. But it took time to accumulate spiritual energy, so Han Fei reckoned that if it were someone else, it would take them over 3 months at least, but he only needed half an hour. Oh, it's so seeking difficult. This is just skin tempering. What will I still have to suffer to temper my flesh? Han Fei shivered as he remembered how painful it felt while tempering his skin. Han Fei stabbed himself with an ordinary blade fish dagger only to hear a click, and the dagger was broken. Wow, that's awesome. Han Fei was dumbfounded. The indestructible body is so powerful. A blade fish dagger that can cut anything in ordinary fisheries was broken when it cut his body. In addition to a little pain, he felt nothing except for leaving a shallow white mark on his skin that could be easily rubbed away. Han Fei took out a mortal-level dagger made with the demon purification pot and gently poked his skin with it. His skin remained intact. Han Fei thought to himself, am I not exerting enough strength? So he used almost half of his strength this time. This time, Han Fei saw an obvious white mark on his skin, but it still didn't bleed. Okay, this time let me use 70% of my strength. Ouch! Looking at the blood mark appearing on his arm, Han Fei realized that his skin was not truly bulletproof. After all, it was a mortal-level dagger made with the calabash. However, it suddenly occurred to Han Fei that he would be able to block 70% of the attack force from an enemy of the same level as him, even if he was hit. But the weapon the other party used should be at least of mortal level, high quality. If it was just a blade fish dagger or something similar, it might be broken directly. Haha, great. I've only made small progress in practicing the indestructible body. What if I completely master it? The point is that I can practice it all the way down. I can practice it when I become a great fishing master, so can I when I become a dangling fisher. Han Fei had realized the power of the art. An art that required 100 million points of spiritual energy to deduce certainly couldn't be simple. In the last 10 days, Han Fei used 7 bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, 49 mantis shrimp beads, and more than 16,000 points of spiritual energy. This was a great consumption. If it was converted into mid-quality pearls, there must be hundreds of them. Well, it's impossible to master this art to the fullest extent in such a short period of time. I might as well practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing to increase the strength of my entire body. After another 7 days, Han Fei found that his upper limit of spiritual energy was stuck at 599 points. He looked at the data. Owner, Han Fei level, 13 Junior Fishing Master, spiritual energy, 140,006, 599, spiritual heritage. Level 3 mid-quality upgradable, spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, weapon, purple bamboo rod main art. Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss, mortal level, divine quality. The upgradable button for his spiritual heritage remained gray. But his upper limit of spiritual energy seemed to be less. Han Fei felt that his upper limit of spiritual energy increased quickly when he was still a fisher, but now it was increasing more and more slowly. It would only rise by a dozen points or so each level he upgraded. No, there must be a way to continue to increase my upper limit. Since both my spiritual heritage and level have been upgraded, my upper limit of spiritual energy should also be increased. Han Fei did not dwell on this problem. After all, in terms of the upper limit of spiritual energy, even a peak-level fishing master was no match for him now. Han Fei calculated the time he had spent. It took him 17 days to practice the indestructible body and the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing, plus 3 days he spent before, so now he only had less than 10 days. Han Fei took out the method given to him by the village leader on how to contract a spiritual beast. Do I have to recite these words? Yes, it was not difficult to contract a spiritual beast. You just needed to recite some words, or to be precise, a mantra. I swear with my essence and blood, spiritual energy, and sea god, and hereby brand the contract in my mind. Han Fei frowned. This contracting method seemed a bit strange. Why should the contract be branded in my mind? But then he thought this was just a ceremony, and he didn't have to worry too much. So Han Fei started to recite the mantra, thinking this would only take him 1 hour at most. However, when Han Fei was reciting it, the blood welled up inside him, and he couldn't mobilize his essence and blood, and the oath could not be branded into his mind at all. After trying for 5 or 6 times, Han Fei failed. Was this that difficult to recite? If it was, why should I go to a level 1 fishery as soon as I became a fishing master? Subconsciously, Han Fei wanted to see if the demon purification pot had a way to solve this problem, but when he looked at it, he found there was a word demon, purification, next to refining. Demon purification? Han Fei curiously clicked on it, only to be reminded that it required 50,000 points of spiritual energy to activate it. Gosh, this is robbery. No, wait. Is it because of this that I can't recite it? Otherwise, why would the word demon purification happen to appear at this time? This is doubtful. Activate? No matter if Han Fei was willing or not, he would have to spend 50,000 points of spiritual energy anyway. Since he still had some spiritual energy left, he might as well activate it now. After 15 minutes, Han Fei was dumbfounded. The so-called demon purification was to fuse different demons and transform them into a new life? Damn, that's terrific. Han Fei took a deep breath. In this way, he would be able to fuse demonic fishes without limit until a rare or even more advanced demonic fish was produced. And it didn't need any stupid contract. Han Fei muttered, "Demon purification pot, is this magical skill your core function?" Chapter 99, First Combat in the Level 1 Fishery. Han Fei walked out of the cultivation hall of the fish dragons. Two men who had been guarding outside the door immediately greeted him. "Young master, have you finished your cultivation?" Han Fei replied, "Yes, I never felt this energetic before. I think no one can beat me now." The two guards. One of them said, "Young master, during these days, the village leader had sent for you twice, and they said they would come again today." "Why? Are they afraid I ran away?" one guard answered. "No, the village leader just asked you to go to his home as soon as you finished your cultivation." Han Fei nodded. "Got it, I'm going to. Oh, by the way, how is it going with the hot pot restaurants?" Speaking of the hot pot restaurants, these two people immediately became excited. "Young master, you won't be able to guess how many people visited the restaurants that day, from noon to late at night. All the hot pot restaurants were so full of people who were full of praise for the food that they almost wanted to lick the hot pot clean." Another person hurriedly said, "Young master, the turnover of the opening day reached this number." The man raised his open palm and showed 5 fingers. 500 mid-quality pearls. The man exclaimed, "Young master, you really are a god. It is exactly 500 mid-quality pearls, and our brothers were all beside themselves with joy." Smack! Han Fei slapped the head of the man. "Just tell me how much it is next time. Why did you ask me to guess? I almost thought it was 5,000. This person felt very aggrieved. How could it be 5,000? 5,000 mid-quality pearls. That's too much. Han Fei happily walked out of the fish dragons, and seeing the sun outside, he felt refreshed and wondered if he should invite old Jiang and Sister Qin to eat hot pot at a hot pot restaurant tonight. But then he gave up the idea. Neither of them liked crowded places. He might as well make a hot pot for them at home. The home of the village leader. "Grandpa Chief, here I am," Han Fei announced. The village leader was looking at a piece of paper, and hearing Han Fei come in, he said, "Have you finally finished your cultivation?" "Yes, now I'm ready for combat." The village leader nodded with approval. "Okay, what a coincidence. In 1 hour, you'll be going together with 3 other fishing masters." "Ah, why so urgent?" "I didn't plan to wait for you, but you happened to come here. But it's not bad. You can't be a weakling since you could kill Li Ju. This time, 3 fishing masters from our Heavenly Water Village were killed in the Level 1 fishery, and now we are preparing to support our men." "Oh." Han Fei was a little shocked. Were 3 fishing masters killed so easily? The village leader sighed. "They were trapped. Aren't you going to the plantation to say goodbye to old Jiang before you go?" Han Fei thought about it. It seemed unnecessary. He could imagine old Jiang's reaction. He would just grunt as a response without even lifting his eyelids. "Forget it, but Grandpa Leader, shouldn't you give my fishing boat back?" The village leader agreed. "Sure, they would have used your fishing boat even without you." Han Fei. In less than an hour, the village leader called the other 3 over, and they immediately set off with Han Fei. After about 15 minutes, the 4 of them were already in the sky. Han Fei's white fishing boat was very fast, 3 times faster than ordinary ones, but only Han Fei knew that it could be over 10 times faster than the fishing boats of the Heavenly Water Village. A middle-aged man was steering the fishing boat. The other 2 on the boat were a man and a woman who were both young people under 25 years old. At the moment, except for the middle-aged uncle, the other 2 were both looking at Han Fei. The girl exclaimed with a smiley face, "Wow, are you Han Fei? A 12-year-old fishing master, you look so cute." Han Fei, unknown. Then she directly rubbed Han Fei's head. Han Fei's face immediately turned black. "Young lady, please behave yourself." "Titter. Are you afraid that I'll eat you? It's the first time I've seen a 12-year-old fishing master. You're really cool." The young man was also looking at Han Fei up and down. Seeing Han Fei's helpless expression, he almost burst into laughter, but when he thought of the mission of this trip, he couldn't laugh. Of course, no one took Han Fei as a weakling. How could a weakling kill Li Ju, wipe out the tigers, and kill a fishing master of the tigers under the public eye? The girl rubbed Han Fei's head again and said, "My name is Chen Jier. This brother's name is Zhang Peng, and he is Uncle Cao. He is very strong." The middle-aged man turned his head and smiled. "My name is Cao Fei. Little Han Fei, this is the first time you have come to a level 1 fishery. You must follow us closely. This is a place 10 times more dangerous than the fishing trial. Han Fei assured him, Uncle, don't worry about me. My strength has improved greatly recently. I'm confident I can defeat my enemies easily. Ho ho! Cao Fei was speechless. You speak as if our enemies are a bunch of big yellow croakers. Boy, you're still young. You still have time to kick the bad habit of bragging. Zhang Peng shook his head slightly. This kid is too confident. He had no idea how cruel the level 1 fishery was. This 1,000-mile-long journey would have taken them 6 hours, but with Han Fei's fishing boat, it only took them less than 2 hours. When they landed on the level 1 fishery, the other 3 were shocked. The fishing boat gifted by the angel was really great. Cao Fei said solemnly, Get ready for combat. Zhang Peng, release the spirit-chasing shrimp. Seeing Han Fei's puzzled look, Chen Jire explained it to him with a smile. The spirit-chasing shrimp is Zhang Peng's contractual spiritual beast. It can find the location of any specific person according to his spiritual energy. He can track people, that's amazing. Han Fei was a bit shocked. Wow, fortunately, this shrimp is rare. If everyone had one, would I be chased around if I offended someone? Cao Fei instructed, Jire, please tell Han Fei about our respective skills and spiritual beasts. Chen Jire turned serious. Han Fei, listen well. I'm a junior peak-level fishing master, and my spiritual beast is a crayfish. After fusion, my combat strength barely reaches the intermediate peak. With that, Chen Jire said, pointing to Zhang Peng is also a junior peak-level fishing master. His spiritual beast is a lightning crab. It is extremely fast in combat and has strong attack power. It is also the only spiritual beast with a combat skill of its own in the level 1 fishery. It can transform spiritual energy into a claw and then strike as fast as a bolt of lightning to kill the enemy in an instant. But it will consume a lot of spiritual energy. Zhang Peng is stronger than me after fusion, but not by much. Han Fei was surprised. Can a spiritual beast have its own combat skills? Transform spiritual energy into a claw. These people's spiritual beasts are really excellent. In the end, Chen Jire introduced, This is our captain, Cao Fei, an advanced fishing master, only 1 step away from the peak. His spiritual beast is a swordfish who has great attack power. If you're in danger in combat, you can run to the captain for help. Of course, if the captain is fighting a master of the same level, you'd better not do it. When she finished, all 3 looked at Han Fei. Han Fei blinked. Well, Han Fei, I'm a junior peak-level fishing master. My spiritual beast is spirit-swallowing fish, and my combat power won't be increased after fusion. Huh, you're already a junior peak-level fishing master? Cao Fei looked back at Han Fei in surprise. Han Fei perked up. Yes, peak level. If I give my strength to a full swing, my comprehensive combat power can equal that of an intermediate. Peak-level fishing master. Everyone. Intermediate peak level? Zhang Peng was stunned. Han Fei, are you sure? Cao Fei said seriously. Han Fei, it's a matter of life and death. No kidding. I'm not kidding, my strength is very strong. If I punch an intermediate peak-level fishing master, he may vomit at least 3 liters of blood. Everyone. Unknown. They all went speechless. Why 3 liters? Not more or less, but they were also relieved. It was great that he wasn't a burden. Although they were shocked by Han Fei's strength, they still needed to confirm it in actual combat. About half an hour later, Han Fei saw 5 fishing boats chasing each other in the distance. Cao Fei shouted, Let's get into battle and sprint at full speed. At this very moment, however, Han Fei whispered, Uncle Cao, can you tell which are the enemy's boats? Just hit their boats with mine. Don't worry. My boat won't be damaged.